Hi guys! This is going to be day 143 of the YSL trial. It's Monday, so you guys know I have Monday morning meetings. We usually start at 12 noon. The meeting ended a little early, so we've got like 15 minutes extra. But we're going to do what we usually do. We're going to skippity-doo-dah through the breaks, and we usually get caught up before court ends, so it's kind of like a game. I hopped into the chat. You guys are debating how to spell chat. So is it cat and zat with the X for the C, or is it bat? Oh man, you guys are hilarious. Good to see you guys. You guys always know I love a good joking letter substitute, especially because of this trial. Hey to that ill kid J and FFS. Hey to SSG. GSU, this was early in the morning, but yes, there is court today, and we're going to have the jury, so business as usual. And yeah, I think even Law and Crime was confused this morning. I'm her, good to see you, glad you got your power restored. Red Jane, I am awake, I am wide awake, and just finished my coffee, so I'm ready. And yes, big confusion over court today. Good morning to, we found Rico in the chat. Good morning, Rico Hale. Hey to Torres. M. Davis says, good morning, Slime and Slimettes. That's cute, I like that. Hot Cheeto, shout out to Hot Cheeto. And, you know, always a good reminder, I feel like, and this is like a retail back in the day metaphor, but, you know, thinking of like stocking soup cans back on the shelf. It's fully stocked, you find one can somewhere else, you gotta go put that where it's supposed to go, but it's already fully stocked. You try to put that can on, and suddenly all the other cans push out, and maybe one falls off the shelf. And with this trial, there's so much to follow, so sometimes you get new information in and it almost pushes stuff all the way to the back burner. It's hard to remember all the details. So Stephen T. Satchel here, thank you so much for kicking off with a 20. Holy moly. I remind y'all that the Honorable Steele played the rapid trial card, the speedy trial motion, when Mr. Williams was arrested. The state was caught by surprise and has been trying to play catch up ever since. The state was and is not ready. And we have that in dicta commentary from Judge Whitaker, I think last week, or 2 weeks ago now. You know, the state seems like they're putting together their case as they go along. So even the judge is starting to kind of see what we've been seeing. And that maybe it took her some time to see because she came in late. So great reminder there, Stephen. Thank you so much. And you gifted a membership. So if you got a membership, make sure you say thank you. And then Darren Richards became green today. Thank you so much for becoming a member. And hold on, I think Stephen is out here. Let's count. So we had the 1, 2, 3, and 4. So 4 gifted memberships. Big thank you to Stephen in the chat. And let's get this started. I'm going to make the screen bigger. Get these captions on. It looks like the feed starts right as Whitaker maybe said like a couple words before they turned the microphone on. So, but I don't think we missed anything.
There might be objection to some of the witnesses who the state has requested not be shown. I don't know who's objecting or what the objection is.
I objected.
And there's no closed captions yet.
3, but I narrowed that down to 2, Your Honor.
Okay. And who are those?
Let me look, just one moment, Your Honor.
And Dublin Mug, we can, if they go over background again from Agent Berni, we can kind of play
an
that
objection
faster,
to
for sure.
Reed not being shown, Your Honor, and also to Brock.
Okay.
And I'm just asking if they not be shown that the state meet the requisite showing laid out in the court's order for the reason for them not being shown.
And what is the reason? Because all I got was the witness list. I didn't...
Yes, Your Honor. I was going to ask if the parties could approach.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Didn't they say on Friday they didn't have any upcoming witnesses that they wanted off camera? We just like watched that last night. And now there's 2 witnesses that they don't want on camera. So I guess Friday evening, Hilton must have realized, oh, oops, I was wrong about that. All right, so how long did they take a break here already? Guess they come back around here. Yeah, like, like I'm not crazy, right? By the way, thank you guys in the chat and on X for your recommendations for fixed wireless internet. I'm going to order a backup. I don't know if it's going to be like Verizon or AT&T or whatever. But I woke up this morning for an early meeting with the web designer. My internet was out for like 3 hours this morning. So thank you guys for all your recommendations. Pulling the trigger.
Reed is not to be shown, and M. Smith is not to be shown. Yes, ma'am. Y'all don't have the list? It's Friday witness.
Oh no. We're gonna need to start an echo counter.
Yes.
How's this? I would just suggest that you may be looking at the list on your phone and the highlights don't show up on the phone. If you check on your computer, you'll be able to see the highlights, I believe. Okay?
All right, thanks. Okay, are there other matters before we have the jury in this morning? Nope, okay. All right, and is the jury ready? Okay, are we going to have Agent Berni, Special Agent Berni? Okay, do you want to go ahead and get him on the stand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is he gonna need this to see anything?
And do you need those boards set up again?
Not at the beginning, Your Honor.
Okay.
One request, that this is not able to, it's fine, but is it possible for the Mondo board to be used? He's going to be pointing and referencing a lot through
Yeah.
Zoom. If that's not too cumbersome for the board, I think it will make it
Okay.
easier. And
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
It'll just take me a second.
All right, yeah, we'll take a second to get that set up, and then after that's ready, we'll have the jury in.
All right, so if they're just gonna be waiting for the
Mr.
jury.
Atkins, I'm sorry I missed that. Are you going to be using a board again this morning?
I'm not going to be using the boards when I'm starting this morning. I may use them at some point, but I don't intend to start with them at this time.
Okay.
Now, will we be able to see the Mondo, what's
That
on the
was a
Mondo
chair
board through
squeak.
Zoom still, or will it go just to this?
Judge, it'll be the same thing that's on Zoom. The only thing that they won't be able to, that everybody won't be able to see necessarily is how he's pointing to it. But
Okay.
whatever's on the screen will be exactly the same as what's on
All
the
right,
screen.
thank you. You can have a seat till the jury comes in.
All right, so let's just go ahead to when we see Berni on the stand. Oh, and it looks like Atkins is going to stand at the podium. What world are we living in? All right, where is Berni? And remember, we left off in the middle
So
of
we actually
Agent Berni
don't have all
presenting
the
some of the
jurors here.
phone
We're
calls
missing one juror,
around
so it's, I don't know when it's going
the
to be.
murder of
We have them
Donovan
all.
Thomas.
It's not quite 9 yet, anyway.
John, may I run out to the restroom?
Sure.
Oh, now Bernie's going to the bathroom. Okay, so we're not starting here. Come on. The coffee must have hit. A 7-minute break here. Oh my gosh. This is a decent chunk of the way into the morning. All right, I see Berni walking back up. This is so productive so far, you guys. Good to see you, Obi. Obi says Atkins got a new suit. I wonder if he adjusted the wingspan so he has more freedom, flexibility to talk. Hey, maybe this is still where we're not starting. My goodness. Well, Whitaker must be in a good mood. Because I feel like one of these delays, normally she would have been like, let's get it together. Okay, and there's Adam, Abbate or Abbate. Evil alter ego Sprinkel. Unmute, let us hear. The court is muted. And why is this muted?
I'm sorry, Mr. Vaughn, would you use the mic?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doug.
Let the court know that I believe Mr. Steele's motion that he filed Friday morning will be moved as it relates to Mr. Sprinkel, because there's no intention during the continued direct examination of Mr. Sprinkel to ask any questions that would elicit a response as it relates to charging decisions and things of that nature, which I believe was the basis for his motion. So because of that, I believe the motion would be moved.
Okay, well,
Good morning, Your Honor.
good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Agent, Ms. Winfrey. Your Honor, Mr. Abbate told me that a little while ago, and yes, I believe that would moot that
Right.
specific motion.
Okay, thank you.
Although I was interested.
Now remember, this was the motion in limine, requesting all of the work product and everything that the prosecution team may have looked at because they had put Michael Sprinkel on the stand. And on Thursday, when cameras weren't in the courtroom and they had that giant in-chambers meeting, Love had mentioned, Steele cited this date and a mention by Love on October 10th, so on that Thursday, that she planned to put Sprinkel back on the stand and elicit certain testimony through him. So he filed on Friday this motion in limine asking for all this work product because basically if you're going to have this witness testify to stuff that they were looking at, we need to look at the records, what he's talking about. And we talked about it yesterday. We did a rewind on day 142 and those motions. And a lot of us seemed to think that that was a chess move, right? Brian Steele didn't really expect he was ever going to get the prosecution's work product. But he was making a big ask in this motion in limine because it was a big, bold move for Love to suggest that she might put Michael Sprinkel back on the stand to elicit certain testimony from him. So file this motion in limine to get the state to say, never mind, we're not even going to try it. And it exactly played out exactly that way.
In seeing everything that.
I'm sure. Okay, and then we'll still expect response on the other two by whatever that deadline is that I gave y'all that I can't remember anymore. Friday, okay. All right, okay, well, as soon as we have the final juror, we'll get started. All right, we've got the final juror, so let's go ahead and bring them out.
Exactly that, Atkins MW called their bluff.
Anyway.
And shout out to First Feather for becoming a member. You guys know I always love a dog profile picture. And the plus
All
side,
right, thank you.
it's Atkins.
All right, good morning,
Another
ladies and gentlemen. I
squeak.
hope y'all enjoyed your time off and are ready to get back to business. And we have got,
Not today.
we've got Special Agent Berni was with us when we broke. And so Special Agent Berni, I'll just remind you that you're still under oath. And Mr. Atkins, you can go ahead and pick up with your questioning.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Agent Berni.
Good morning.
Now, in addition to toll analysis, did you ever, or were you ever requested to perform any cell site tower analysis related to this case?
I was.
Were you, how did that come about?
I was asked by your office to review several phones, and they're called detail records, or they're records with tower information, as it related to several incidents.
It was one of those incidents, the January 10th, 2015 murder of Donovan Thomas?
It was.
And after conducting your analysis, did you ever generate a report?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I am
Kristen says a
handing
lot
the
of
witness
copies
what has been marked
needed.
as 532 Yankee. Agent Berni, what is 532 Yankee?
This is a copy of my report.
And is it a fair and accurate depiction of the report you created for the January 10th, 2015 incident?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state tenders into evidence 532 Yankee.
All right, that's admitted.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I don't mind it being admitted to help the agent testify, but I will have a continuing witness objection. It was made for purposes of this trial.
All right, understood. Is this just for demonstrative purposes?
Your Honor, could we address that at a later time?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Agent Berni, taking a step back, how in general do cell phones work in relation to towers?
Yeah, so when a phone's on, it's scanning the environment, looking for the strongest clear signal, the best signal for the phone to use. And then when you're ready to place a call, the phone chooses the tower with the best signal. So when I leave here today and call my wife, tell her I'm on my way home, I hit the green button to place the call. The phone chooses the tower with the best signal. Normally the closest tower, but not always, depending upon a couple factors. But normally the closest tower. My phone call then will go for however long it is, and then when that call is ended, that call then shows up in my call detail records, the records for my phone, right? It'll show the date and time of that phone call, that I called my wife, we talked for 60 seconds, and that the phone shows this tower in this sector as the best signal to initiate the call. And then, as I continue to use the phone, more records are populated showing the towers and sectors used for those calls.
Your Honor, the state is going to be publishing page 3 of 532 Yankee.
All right.
Now, Agent Berni, can you describe how cell tower sectors work in relation to cell phone calls?
Yeah, so this slide here, page here, shows the most common types of cell phone towers. So the ones on the left-hand side, the monopole, the latticework, structural, the guy wire tower, those are the most common ones we see as we drive down the interstates or drive through downtown Atlanta. One thing to note on the structural towers, those white vertical substances there are the antennas themselves. So they can put antennas on the sides of buildings or water towers to make those towers or sectors as well. One thing to note is everything on the right-hand side is also a cell phone tower. Obviously we don't have a fake cactus here in Atlanta. This is from a park in Phoenix, Arizona. But it just shows that not all cell phone towers are created equal. Some are smaller, like this fake cactus here, services a park or a region around a park. And some are really tall, like the latticework or monopole tower.
And Agent Berni, in terms of analyzing call detail records,
Okay, first of all, this reminds me of like a cap show where you have to find to be able to approve your email submission, select all the cell phone towers. And I think, which is your favorite, guys? Because I kind of love the cactus. I really like the cactus. I think everybody should pick their favorite cell phone tower, secret cell tower.
is there any significance to these different towers that you just went through for the jury?
Yeah, so depending upon the type of the tower and the tower density, meaning where lots of towers are, depends on kind of the range of the tower, right? Where more people live and more people work, there's going to be more towers. As we get into the rural parts of our state, there's going to be less towers. So, a small tower like this fake cactus here, obviously is going to service a small area versus a really tall monopole or latticework tower that could be 150, 200 feet tall is going to have a much larger area for coverage.
Agent Berni, how are cell towers put in and how are those locations chosen?
Yeah, so it really depends on, again, where people live and where people work. They want to be able to provide coverage to all the areas. So that way, when we want to use our phone, we can. Obviously, if we have AT&T and we don't have service in a certain area, we probably won't have AT&T for very long, right? We'll switch to another provider. So if you think about the way they put cell phone towers in, it's kind of like a sprinkler system for a yard, right? We want everywhere in our yard to get water. We don't want one sprinkler head to shoot, this far, another one to shoot this far, and there be a gap between those two sprinkler heads, where it gets no water. Because in Georgia, obviously, the grass would die if it got too hot. What they want to do is you want to overlap one sprinkler head into the other sprinkler head's coverage area so that there's overlap. But we don't want to overlap too much and flood our whole yard with water. We want enough overlap so everywhere gets water. There's no dead space. That's exactly how cell phone towers are put in. one tower overlaps another tower, or sector side of the tower would overlap another sector. That way we can take our devices and we can travel everywhere. There's supposed to be no dead spots to where there's no cell phone reception.
And Agent Berni, what is the range of cell towers?
Yeah, so again, the range is a common question. It really depends on the density of towers, right? So what we're going to see is where towers are closer together, the range is going to be smaller than where towers are farther and farther apart. There's more area to cover.
Agent Berni, are cell towers supposed to provide coverage to specific areas?
I mean, they are. So again, certain towers, if there's a brand new apartment building or a hotel, they may put a new tower in to cover that area, or they may change the orientation of the sides of a tower in order to provide coverage.
Publishing, page 4. Agent Berni, can you describe for the jury what cell tower sectors are?
Yeah, so again, when a provider wants to provide coverage in an area, they put in a cell phone tower, right, a single tower, and that provides coverage in a 360 degrees. Well, in order to get more customers to use that tower, they take that one tower, which covers a full circle, 360 degrees, and they divide that into 3 equal parts. That makes each side or sector approximately 120 degrees. And that allows basically 3 times the amount of users that a single pole, if it was just one antenna, would be able to do. So what we see here is on the left-hand side, the triangle shape in the middle, that's the cell phone tower. And this would be us sitting above the cell phone tower looking down. So in this sector, in this illustration, again, we see sector number 1 or side number 1. The middle of it points towards 0 degrees. And again, since we know each side or sector is approximately 120 degrees, again, 360 divided by 3 gives us that 120. We know if the middle is at 0 degrees, that sector services 60 degrees to the left and 60 degrees to the right of 0. So that gives us the general left and right boundaries of a cell phone sector. One thing to also note is that each tower and sector is uniquely numbered, meaning if we're looking for T-Mobile tower 1, 2, 3, in T-Mobile's tower list, there's only one tower labeled 1, 2, 3 in their entire network. And then it tells us the orientation or the direction in which each side or sector points. So it's like a fingerprint in the network. It allows us to know exactly the tower and the side of the tower that was used by each phone.
And Agent Berni, for all of the cell phone providers that you analyzed for this case, do they all indicate which sector a tower was used for a specific call?
So it depends upon the records. Most of them do. Some Sprint devices, based on how they recorded information. So each cell phone provider keeps their records slightly different. And when they change from 3G to 4G to 5G, they oftentimes change the way they keep their records. So there are some records for Sprint that would only show a tower information. It won't show the side. But we'll talk more about that when it shows up in the analysis.
Publishing, page 5. So, Agent Berni, how can you describe for the jury, using this illustration, the orientation of sectors?
Yeah, so again, in this instance, if we look on the left-hand side, this is how we're going to take the information from the call detail records and the tower list and put it on a map so that we can see a general area where a device was when it had an activity. So again, on the left-hand side, the triangle shape is the tower. This is us above the tower looking straight down. And we see, in this case, again, it used side number 1 or sector number 1. And what we've done now is we put a red line on the left-hand side of the boundary and a red line on the right-hand side of the approximate boundary of the sector. And then we kind of shaded the area in the middle to say, hey, we're looking between these 2 lines there. That shaded area, that doesn't mean that's what the coverage of the tower is, nor does it say, hey, the phone is located inside.
All right, so I feel like I get to be a Pawsy McPawserton because we just went to 1.5 speed. But this reminds me we're coming out of watching a hurricane all last week. I even saw some of you guys. I saw Ian Fortin, I saw Sapphire Ridge News, I saw a few people over. I think I saw Blue Eyed Hillbilly. I saw a lot of you guys in the chat in Ryan Hall, y'all, last week on like Wednesday evening, waiting for the hurricane to approach landfall. It reminds me of the same thing. They have these projections, these models, but it's never 100% accurate for a given point in time where something will be at another point in time. So after watching a week of hurricane predictions where they said landfall is going to be here, it's going to be here. Oh, never mind. Now it's going to be here. Oh, it's going to be here. Seeing the room, like the area where this could be, the potential range, it's just not clear-cut convincing. when a lot of the issues in this case, particularly the Donovan Thomas murder, come down to a studio that a lot of people may have driven by, or a barbershop that a lot of people may have driven by. We have other incidents where we're trying to track who was driving by a gas station at a given point in time, but everybody and their mom hangs out at that gas station or goes there to pick up baggies. Like, it's when you're using circumstantial evidence and data that isn't precise, it's not all that precise. It's not enough for me. It'd be different if it was a not congested area and there was like one person that walked by this place per day and you have that person's cell phone in that area. That's a little bit different than saying like, hey, this kind of wide area that hundreds of people go by multiple times a day. Like, it's just, I don't know. And also you guys are bringing it up with the quickness. Jeffrey Jordan says, didn't Fani use the excuse that cell data wasn't accurate when she forced her way into the courtroom? And yes, although she did that in a reply to a written, it was the information about Charles Mittelstadt, who we actually saw Brian Steele call during the bond hearing for Jeffrey Williams. In the Trump RICO case, they wanted to call Charles Mittelstadt as a summary witness to talk about some of these cell site information, as well as like inbound received messages, outgoing messages. And the reply from Fani Willis's office was, it's not reliable. It's not reliable. So just too many questions. Too many questions.
Inside that shaded area. Again, it's just showing that's the side or sector of the tower. On the right-hand
Absolutely
side,
a double
you'll see
standard.
how it's going to be shown on a map. Again, we have the red line on the left, and the red line on the right to show the approximate left and right boundaries. You see where the points of the V kind of meet at the middle. It's hard to see, but there's a green dot. That's the cell phone tower right there.
And Agent Berni, do cell phone provider companies ever share towers with one another?
So they can share towers, but they never share antennas. So think of phones as children, right? We teach children don't talk to strangers. Well, that's exactly what happens in cell phone networks, right? T-Mobile only talks to T-Mobile phones. Verizon only talks to Verizon phones. So again, a phone company could share a tower. There could be one tower in a spot that everyone really likes, and there could be T-Mobile antennas at the top. Next tier could be Verizon, and the next tier down could be AT&T.
Hey to the Viking squad. Hey, Nick.
There's a slight lag on the Zoom, Agent Berni, but can you describe, with the towers we discussed, how would towers in, say, downtown Atlanta with this sector and orientation compare to towers in a more rural part of Georgia?
Yeah, again, where more people live and more people work, there's going to be more towers. So those towers, again, more towers kind of limits the range of each of those towers. Because again, we don't want to overpower towers by other towers. With that being said, not all cell phone towers are created equal. We saw in the picture, there's really tall lattice work towers, right? And then there's smaller fake cactuses, right? Where they can put antennas, they do here in Atlanta, they put antennas on the sides of street corners. And that just covers like a certain block. Maybe there's a popular place for people to hang out or businesses or whatever, so that can cover a small area. So on some of the maps, you're gonna see a lot of dots closer together. They're all cell phone towers, but it doesn't mean that all of those cell phone towers are 150 feet off the ground. Some of them could be smaller towers or antennas in certain areas.
Agent Berni, how is it determined what tower a cell phone will use to make or receive a call?
Yeah, so again, when the phone's on the network, not being used, it's scanning the environment, looking for the best signal. And the phone then chooses that tower with the best signal to start the phone call.
Will the strongest signal always be the closest tower?
Not necessarily. Again, cell phone and RF energy is based a lot on what's called line of sight. So as long as the tower can see the phone and vice versa, the phone can see the tower, it's going to be good. Now, some towers are taller and their line of sight is farther than the ones that are closer to the ground. So again, the phone is going to choose the tower with the best signal. Normally, one of the closest towers, especially in an urban area like downtown Atlanta, may not be the closest tower.
And Agent Berni, say you're traveling down the highway, how is it that your phone will decide or choose to change towers at some point?
Yeah, so again, the phones are always scanning the environment, looking for the best signal. And if you're in one spot here, your best signal could be this tower on the left-hand side. But as you move down the block, you're going to get closer to the tower on the right-hand side. The signal strength and other factors would determine that the phone would choose the tower as you get closer to it on the right-hand side. Now, when you're in a call, so say I place a call on my way out of here to talk to my wife, and as I'm driving, we stay on the phone for an hour. We have lots of things to talk about, I guess. But the phone is going to choose the initial tower and sector for the call period. That's going to go in the call detail records as the first tower used, because that's where the phone call was initiated at. But as I drive an hour towards my house in Auburn, Alabama, the phone's going to jump different towers based on the signal strength. And those choices are made by the network, meaning my phone says, hey, I'm leaving the tower that's close to the courthouse, now I'm getting closer to the other tower, and the network says, okay, switch to that tower. That will also, potentially based on the provider, show up in the call detail records. Not all providers keep every single tower that your phone uses from here to Alabama. Some just keep the very first tower.
Agent Berni, going back to coverage area, how are you able to estimate, generally speaking, the coverage area of a tower?
Yeah, so again, it's based on the other towers and sectors that are in the area. So obviously, in an area where there's not as many towers and sectors, we can see a general area. In downtown Atlanta, where there's lots of towers, again, not all towers are created equal. Some are really tall, some are really short. So that kind of general area gets a
And some are a cactus, and some are a palm tree.
little bit harder to determine, an exact area based on that.
Is there a way to determine the actual coverage of a tower in present day?
There is.
Can you describe that for the jury?
Yeah, so we have some equipment that we use that was recommended by the phone companies, the same kind of equipment that they use to, find dead spots and other things. So we put this equipment on a vehicle, and then we drive around the area that we're trying to match the coverage area of the tower. It's called the drive test. And that equipment works kind of like a cell phone. It's saying, hey, at this spot where I'm sitting right now, tower number 1 is the strongest, clearest. And then when we go a little bit further, it says, hey, I can no longer have usable coverage from tower number 1. We've kind of reached the edge of its limit. So as you drive around, the system is collecting lots of data and actually mapping out what the footprint of a certain tower and sector is on the day that you map it.
And Agent Berni, is there a time limit for when you are able to conduct a drive test in relation to a specific case?
Yeah, we obviously want to drive test a tower as soon as we can, close to the time of the incident. Because again, things change. We're obviously going through a transition from 4G to 5G, and new antennas could be placed, or antenna sectors could be changed, or changed in directions of which they are. So we tend to say, a year or so, maybe as much as 18 months, depending upon whether there was a big technology change in that city that we're mapping out.
Agent Berni, you had touched base some last week on cell phone records and the data they contain. Do you recall that?
I do.
Can you describe for the jury what is a routed call?
Yeah, so a routed call is specific to Sprint network, and a routed call would be a call that comes into your device and then gets routed to voicemail. So let's say there's a couple different ways it can happen. Let's say that your device is on and you just don't hear it ring. I can hear ring, 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 and then eventually it goes to voicemail. So what we can see in the records is it would show, hey, someone called Jay's phone. Jay's phone never answered. And then Jay's phone routed that person to voicemail. So then it showed up in the records as a routed call.
Are you able to map routed calls?
Each provider is a little bit different, but in the Sprint network, routed calls, we do not map their tower and sector activity because we don't know for sure that the device used that tower and that sector at that specific time.
Is there any cell phone providers that use the terminology abnormal calls?
Abnormal completion.
What does that mean?
So that is a term in T-Mobile's network that just means that that call got routed in a different way than a normal call would get routed. So an abnormal completion might be instead of me using tower 1 and then it going to point number 2 and then to my destination, now I use tower number 1, but instead of point number 2, it routes a call to point number 3 and then a different destination. So depending upon whether those calls are incoming or outgoing as to whether the tower and sector information is valid in those.
Now, Agent Berni, turning back to this case, what were you requested specifically to do in relation to January 10, 2015 murder of Don Thomas?
Yeah, so I was asked to take a look at several phones. We'll show them here in the analysis in a minute. But several phones and their activity roughly around the time of the shooting. So sometimes those are starting in the early morning, sometimes they're starting in the late afternoons. But basically, to analyze the cell phones activities, the towers and sectors used, and kind of show them on.
Before receiving that request from the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, did you have any information about this case?
No.
Do you personally know any information about the phone records or associated individuals with those records that you plotted?
I do not, no.
I'm going to publish slide 7. Or I'll take one step back, Agent Berni, on slide 6. So can you explain for the jury, using this illustration, when you generate this report, what do all, how are the slides and the calls shown on your report?
Yeah, so for each cell phone tower that's shown on the map, there's going to be one of these boxes. We refer to them as a call-out box, basically. And it's information directly from the call detail records and the tower list provided by the provider. So again, the call detail records is kind of like that phone bill with the tower and sector information. And then the tower list is the information provided by the provider, where the towers are located, and how each sector is located. So what we see on here is, at the top, it says CID. That stands for cell ID. That's that unique tower number, not replicated anywhere else. So in this case, we're looking at a Verizon tower, 392. So again, that specific tower number, and then -3 shows the side of the sector, sector number 3. Underneath that is the date. We see that as January 10th of 2015. And then underneath that is going to be the phone number for the activity on this tower. So in this case, it's going to be the phone number ending in 6080. And then you have the time. That's going to be in local time. So all of it is going to be in Eastern time, local time for the event. It'll say the type of activity, was it an incoming or outgoing call? You see that there. The next number there, where it says 270, that shows the side of the tower used and the compass heading of the middle of that side. Meaning, we know that it used sector number 3. We see that at the top in the CID box. But we can tell, based on the tower list, that sector number 3, the middle of it, points towards 2.
Now, what I'm curious about, and I don't really think this will come into play for like the January 10th-ish time frame of 2015, but some of these other incidents where Jeffery Williams and several others were out of town, depending on what they're looking at, if they look from stuff outside of Fulton County, if the user, the cell phone that they're looking at, isn't in Fulton County, I wonder if we're going to get some challenges from the defense on the local time and whether the state did the right work to disposition what local time means for a given user at a given time. So I don't know if that, again, I doubt that'll come into play for January 10th, 2015, because like everyone seemed to be in the Atlanta area when that was happening. But when they talk about the events when everyone's going to Miami or Jeffery Williams is on tour, are they actually going point for point and making sure this stuff is correct? Because that can be an issue.
270 degrees. That's where that 270 is. So then we know that if the middle is at 270, we go 60 degrees to the left to about 190, correction 210, and 60 degrees to the right. That gets us to about 330. That gives us that general left and right limits of that sector. The other phone number involved in the phone call will be listed there. In this case, it was a number ending in 2643. And then if there was an associated name given to me by law enforcement as to who was using the 2743, the other number associated, that name will be put in there. So in this case, it's Calvin Trejo. So again, what we can see from the call-out box is we can say, hey, the phone number ending in 6080, the number we're looking at, had an incoming call on January 10th at 7:38 p.m. It used tower 392, sector 3. That sector points towards 270 degrees. We see it there. It came from the tower list. And that incoming call was from a phone number ending in 2643 associated with Calvin Trejo. So all the data that we would need to map all the activity is listed in that call out.
Publishing page 7. So Agent Berni, can you describe for the jury what were the
And this is the phone numbers, Dublin
numbers
Monk.
that you analyzed in the
They just put all these numbers up here, which, like, whatever. I would imagine that at this point in time, it's been many years, and for several reasons, maybe these individuals wanted to change their numbers anyway. But if they didn't already have a reason to change their number, here's one. Here is a big reason. Because even in this chat, there are 1,000 people looking at the screen right now. Lawn crime probably has like 20,000. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? With the day starting off with people afraid to show their face when they testify on the stand. Shout out to the YSL trial. Oh man, Army Nurse, good to see you. Army Nurse says good morning, Kat, chat, and the mods. Everyone say good morning to Army Nurse. I hope that the defense brings the funny comments that cell towers are not reliable. That will make my day. 1,000,000%, right? For my own satisfaction, I want to hear that question. Like, just get it out there. Even if it's stricken. I just want the chaos a little bit. Good to see you, Army Nurse. Thank you so much for the support with the 5. Heart of Inspiration, I gotta catch up with you. Heart of Inspiration says, so this is good enough to convict these folks in a RICO case, but not to determine that Wade was in her water. Oh my gosh, in her water. Oh, that's a phrase. I like that. I like that a lot. And it's, you guys have the same sentiments, right? Also, Carrie H was saying these cell tower areas are the boys' stomping grounds. These hits are probably similar every day of the week. Right. And I wonder, you know, speaking of the hits being similar, that was one of the arguments from that summation that they wanted to introduce through Charles Mittelstadt, was that there was more than one occasion where Nathan Wade's cell phone records, based on the text message stop points, like they were texting for a bunch and then suddenly they weren't texting, and then they resumed texting, like a I'm home sort of text, their phones were in the same location, or Wade's phone was in the location around where Fonnie was staying during that silence gap where they were no longer texting each other. Because why would they need to text each other when they were in the same vicinity? So another similar question is, we have an unanswered question. It was short on cross-examination of one of the witnesses that had asked, I think it was Sprinkel, why, if your theory is that Kenneth Copeland was in the car with Demeke and Garlington, why were they on a phone call with each other at the same time if they're riding in the car together? Right? It's kind of a parallel question there. Thank you for the food for thought there, Heart of Inspiration. A lot of unanswered questions there, and just like Army Nurse said, I hope they ask. I certainly hope they ask.
Relation to cell tower location.
Yeah, so again, this is a list of all the cell phone numbers and associated users that were provided to me by law enforcement for each of the devices. And then you can see the provider for each of those devices listed there as well.
Agent Berni, I want to ask you before we continue too, can you describe for the jury what records the FBI CAS team was utilizing in 2015 to analyze historical cell sites?
Yeah, so in 2015, we were using mostly call detail records, again, the CERs, which is your old school phone bill, and again, that has the tower and the sector for each phone activity. So we can see where the tower was and which side of the tower that was used. There's also additional records that we use nowadays in 2024 to map phone activity. Those records are called timing advance records. Timing advance records are kept by the provider, and they're basically check-ins or network interactions between the phone and the tower, kind of syncing the phone up to the network. And those records, you can provide the tower, the sector or side of the tower, and the distance the phone is from the tower. In 2015, there was really only one provider that was providing that information to law enforcement, and that was Verizon. In some instances, Sprint was in 2015 again. The problem with the timing advance records are those records are kept by a very short time by the phone provider. So you can get a call detail records, again, the towers and sectors, for a phone going back a year. 365 days is the shortest time period kept. But for your timing advance records, the shortest time period is 7 days. So Verizon only keeps timing advance records because there's just so much of it for 7 days before it purges it from its network. So in 2015, those were the types of records that were available.
When did the FBI CAS team start utilizing time in advance?
So I came into CAS in 2015. I got certified in 2016, and we were using timing advance in 2016. But again, it's kept for such a very short time period that a lot of law enforcement don't have time by the time they identify a phone number to get those records before the records are purged by the system.
Agent Berni, I'm going to turn to page 9 of this report. And if you can, there is a old school pointer, wooden pointer behind you, if that will aid you. So, Agent Berni, was one of the cell phones you were requested to analyze a phone number ending in 5991 associated with a...
Oh, I broke it. We got Kenneth Copeland on the screen, and I broke it.
Kenneth Copeland.
It was.
What was the time range that you were requested to analyze for that device associated with Kenneth Copeland?
As you can see, it's listed underneath here. So January 10th, roughly 6:30 a.m. in the morning, up until the next day, January 11th, a couple minutes past midnight.
Agent Berni, looking at this slide, when it comes up on the screen, can you describe for the jury what these icons are that are red, yellow, and green?
Okay, you're on a map stand?
Yes, you may.
So for each of these map slides, they're going to be oriented the same. So at the top of the slide, we'll see the phone activity. So again, this one lists January 10th, 2015, and it lists the time period. So this is between 6:37 and 7:26 p.m. So 6:37 a.m. to 7:26 p.m. That's what's shown on this slide here. Each slide will have a slightly different time period. The phone number for the activity listed is going to be in that top left-hand corner there. So again, this is a phone number ending in 5991 associated with Mr. Copeland there. The different locations of interest that I was given will also show up on the slide. So here we have the crime scene for this homicide location, again listed as 330 McDaniel Street in Southwest. We see that as a red box with the letter CS that's located there. We have a residence. It's going to be listed as a yellow box with the letters QR listed here. And then a green store with an address of 322 Glen Street Southwest. We see that as a green box with the letter the number 1 listed in there. One thing you also see on this slide is a lot of black dots. Those dots are cell phone towers operated by the network in this case. So in this case, this is a Sprint phone. So each of these black dots are Sprint cell phone towers as they existed in their network on
All right, let me
January.
move the captions.
And Agent Berni, on this specific slide, what is the time frame for the calls you plotted in relation to the device of Mr. Copeland's?
So again, you can see that at the top, 6:37 a.m. on the 10th to 7:26 p.m. also on the 10th.
Now, Agent Berni, can you show the jury where and at what time the first call is that's depicted on this slide?
So the first call here is at 6:37 p.m. It's an outgoing call. And you can see it's pointing towards this tower here. Again, we can tell which side or sector of the tower that was used, because this tower has a sector on the north side being used and also on the southwest side. We can tell which sector is used by this number located in here. Again, that's the compass heading, or number of degrees of the sector. So at 6:37 and 21 seconds a.m., which is the first call, it shows there was an outgoing call that used sector oriented toward 3:30. So again, the north.
And guys, I already imagine, and hopefully we get to cross-examination today, because you guys are saying it sounds like he's still on the stand currently for direct. But on cross-examination, my first question, maybe the defense already knows this answer, and if they do, and it's not the answer they'd want to highlight, they won't ask this question. But if the answer is what I'm guessing it is, on cross, I imagine one of the defense attorneys is going to get right up there and ask, and did the state ask you to map a different cell phone device belonging to Kenneth Copeland? And if the answer is no, oh, so they only asked you to map the one. Interesting.
North side, 330 degrees up here. The next call, 6:38 and 47 seconds, an outgoing call. Now the phone is using this side of sector here, because we see it went from 3:30 to 2:20, which is this side or sector now.
And Agent Berni, after that 6:38 a.m. call, when is the next call?
So the next call is in this call out box here at the bottom left. It's 1:31 and 41 seconds, and we see the tower and sector used here. Again, that would put the device in this general area here.
And after that 1:31 call, what is the first call and time after that?
So again, same tower, same sector. There's one at 6:20 p.m. down here. Again, using same tower, same sector, puts that device there. There's several 6:20 through about
Okay, sorry, I realized the
7:01,
captions were
all
blocking where
using
he's
this same
pointing.
tower, same sector.
And from that specific tower and sector from 1:31 p.m. to 7:01 p.m., how would you describe that device in relation to 178 Maury Avenue, the yellow QR on the screen?
So again, one thing you'll notice here, right, is there's a tower here, there's a tower here, and there's a tower here. We see the sectors are also populated in here. One thing to remember, again, think of that sprinkler head analogy, right? These are 3 sprinkler heads. There's going to be overlap area probably somewhere in the middle along in here. So again, this tower and sector, again, would probably be in this general area, but could be in an overlap area around here as well.
And Agent Berni, after that 7:01 p.m. call, what is the next call and tower location?
So the next one here is at 7:24. We can see the tower and sector here. And then right after that is a 7:25, 09. It uses this side over here. And then there's a call at 7:24 and 7:26 and 45 seconds that's now using this side up here.
With that 7:24:09 call, where is that call in relation to 178 Maury Avenue?
Again, in the general vicinity.
And does this slide have a scale on this map?
It does. There should be a scale. It looks like should be a little bit further down.
Yeah, I
There's
think
a scale
Long
right
Crimes
under here.
logo's blocking
And
that.
using that scale, how far approximately is 178 Maury Avenue to 330 McDaniel Street, the red crime scene icon?
And Shay, yes, they are trying to prove Copeland couldn't have been the one that did it because they have to get in front of, well, not really in front of because there's already been mentions of it, but this is a long trial. But since they're calling this witness and this is their case in chief, they want to call him and be able to ask him questions that will kind of put Kenneth Copeland outside the box of a possible alternative culprit for some of these crimes that the co-defendants sitting in the room are actually sitting here charged for. So whether that will actually be convincing or not, they have to counter the argument that the defense is going to present of a potential third-party culprit.
So straight line distance between this and here is approximately 5 kilometers or about 3 miles. Again, straight line distance, a little bit over 3 miles.
Is there any data with the phone associated with Kenneth Copeland that places him in 330 McDaniel Street at 7:22 p.m.?
No, again, we have 701 down in here, and then 724 in this general area here, 725 now this tower, 726 now this tower in the sector here. So again, if the question was at 722, I would say the device was somewhere in this general area down here.
And if there's not a call received or made, are you able to plot the tower location for any phone?
Yeah, so again, for the call detail records in 2015, we're relying solely on activity placed, which are calls and some text messages depending upon the network.
And is there or what is the amount of time between the 7:01:58 p.m. incoming call and the 7:24:09 p.m. call?
Yeah, so those are about 23 minutes. Again, the 701 call uses this tower here, the 724 uses this tower here. Again, approximately 23 minutes between those two calls.
And Agent Berni, I wanted to ask you a question about some of the numbers that are being called on this slide. Do you see any calls to a 4090?
I do.
Can you, do you see any calls to a 7604?
Yes, there are. There's several right here, 7604, 7604, and then there's some over on this side as well.
How many of the calls are between the device associated with Mr. Copeland and the 4090 and 7604 on this slide?
Total combined?
Combined, yes, sir.
11.
And in total, how many total calls are there on this slide?
14.
If you were ever asked or requested to or have you ever been asked or requested or conducted who a phone number calls in terms of who physically possesses said device?
I mean, I've been asked to put together basically a calling, analysis. So, hey, who's the most called number by this device? And then we look up that device and it's, this individual. And therefore, hey, if that's the most common call by the phone number in question, then, maybe it's someone important to that phone. So yes, we've done some basic whole analysis.
Agent Berni, I'm going to publish slide 11. Is this a continuation of the cell tower that we just saw for Mr. Copeland?
Yes, it is.
And on the previous slide, what was the last call time?
On the previous slide, 7:26 and 45 seconds was the last one. And then the next one on this one is 7:28.
Can you describe for the jury where that tower and sector is for this 7:28 phone call?
Yeah, we see it here. Again, it points towards this tower and this sector here. So again, the tower is located right along this I-20 on the south side. It provides coverage in this general area over here.
And where is the device associated with Mr. Copeland for that 7:28 call in relation to the green store at 322 Glen Street Southwest?
So again, you see the green store is going to be this green box right here. So that tower and sector is actually the closest tower and sector to the green store there. And it would most likely provide coverage to the green store at that point in time.
With the slide we just discussed with the cell phone activity near Deshaun Cordoban's house, what is the travel from slide 10 to this current slide at the 7:28 call?
So again, the previous call was at 7:26, and that was using this tower here, but again, this side over here. So again, at 7:26, the device is somewhere in this general area, and then we can see at 7:28, so approximately 2 minutes later, the device is in this general area here.
And what is the last four of the phone call for that 7:28 call? And is it I'll ask you that first.
Yep, so it's 0102. We see that number listed there.
And is it an incoming or outcoming call?
It's an incoming call to the Copeland device.
Now, after that incoming call from 0102, where is the next call with the device associated with Mr. Copeland?
So we can see the next call is at 7:43, 29 seconds. We can see the tower here that's used, and again, that sector would provide coverage in this general area here. So now we're looking at the south side of Atlanta.
And after that tower, CID 3152, where does it travel, or what is the next tower the phone utilizes?
Yeah, so then the device travels to this one down here at 7:49. You can see the tower and sector used here. And then there's, I think it's cut off on the zoom part down here, but there's another tower and sector used at 7:51. That's south of that. So again, basically at 7:28, the device is in this general area, and then it starts to move southbound.
So the device is near the crime scene at 7:28, around 6 minutes after the timestamp of the shooting? Am I missing something? Because this actually seems way less helpful for what the state's trying to accomplish here. A 6-minute window, and this is the crime scene, this red CS. And in a 6-minute window, Copeland, he said, the device is over here somewhere.
ending up down here at 7:51.
And Agent Berni, for that last tower you were discussing, could you, if you don't mind, use the screen behind you? Just because I do think it's a little bit cut off.
Yeah, so 751 is this tower in this sector here. So again, this is the 74904 is this same one that's listed right here. And now we can see just underneath that is this one at 751. So again, on the big screen, it would just be located, down here a little bit further.
Now, Agent Berni, I'm going to publish page 42. Agent Berni, can you describe for the jury, you see this says 678, 2785, 991 has one event?
It does, right here. This tower right here.
And is that the same call we were just discussing?
It was. You can see it as 75136.
And what is that orange M icon on this slide?
So that orange icon there is a location of a McDonald's at 150 Cleveland Avenue Southwest, Atlanta.
So when that 751 call was made, where was the device associated with Kenneth Copeland in relation to the McDonald's at 150 Cleveland Avenue?
So again, it's in this general area here. It's within the tower and sector that would provide coverage.
Hey, wait, so maybe they're going to play the risk and the gamble of that 6-ish minute window where Copeland's device is closer to the crime scene than not, compared to all those other dots on the map. To further, they'd rather take that risk. If the jury catches that and has the same question I have, they want to be able to say, hey, just like Woody said, they go to this McDonald's. The McDonald's we never get the surveillance tape from. And because we've argued that they all met at this McDonald's and Woody goes to the area of this McDonald's at this time, you should take us seriously about everything we assert that happened in or around this McDonald's on this day. I think they're taking the risk just to say we were right about the McDonald's. That's like the only explanation I can come up with. Maybe I'm not following. I'm really listening. Like, this stuff is interesting to me, even though it's hard to follow. It can be tedious and boring. But like, I think the state is picking between two battles.
To the McDonald's.
Going back, Agent Berni, to the slide we were just discussing, and while I'm pulling that up, how do the icons get populated on your report?
Yeah, so locations are provided to me, either a street address or a latitude, longitude. Those go into our mapping software, and then we put them on the map. And we can basically show which icons on the maps we want to show and which ones we do not, based on the time. So that way, if we, in this case, obviously I was asked to look at this incident, but several others. So there were dozens of icons. So if I kept them all on the map, it would get kind of confusing as to what's relevant.
And hold on, there is nothing saying, there's really nothing truthful out there that love has been replaced, you guys. So we got to squash that rumor. Got to be really careful with the way people word things. Honestly, people want to hear information, right? We want access to information. But just because we see a mention of something somewhere doesn't mean that it's true. And, Adam's there. So it seems to confirm that love has been replaced, but that's not the only reason Adam could be there. Adam could just be filling in. There is nothing out there to confirm that love is off this case. So we've got to squash that rumor. Like, I would actually call it misinformation, flat out. So just be careful. Like, unless you guys have hard confirmation and want to put that in front of me, thank you so much for bringing the information forward. But we've got to be careful in the chat about saying that she's been replaced. I think that's misinformation. If we want to talk about it, we should say, I've heard a rumor that, right? And that's all I ask for. So, but Miss Love's disappointed father, if we do have an article, that would be interesting. So, would be interested in seeing that. I haven't seen one. I think the other stuff is misinformation. So just be careful, you guys, before we get excited for no reason. Although, I don't know, would you guys rather listen to Adam Abbate prosecute the rest of this case, or would you rather have love? Grass isn't always greener.
Relevant and what's not. So we're able to toggle off ones that are not relevant during this time period.
So to be clear, Agent Berni, that on this slide, page 11, that 751 call, although there's not an orange M icon, that is the call that's in the general area of the McDonald's?
Correct, yeah, the McDonald's icon, if it was on there, would show up right here, basically near the intersection of these two roads right there.
So, Agent Berni, what is the last four of the call that the device associated with Mr. Copeland makes at that 7:51 p.m. call?
The last four are 0102.
Now, I'm going to publish slide 12. What is the time frame for slide 12?
You can see at the top, 8:22 p.m. to 10:41 p.m.
And Agent Berni, when is the first call depicted on this slide after the 7:51 p.m. we just saw?
So we can see this says 8:22 p.m. We see the tower and the sector right here. So again, here's I-20, and this is 75, 85. So again, in this general area.
Agent Berni, how much time, what is the amount of time between 7:51 call and this 8:22 p.m. call?
Approximately 30 minutes.
And does this map before us have a scale?
It does.
Roughly how far is the McDonald's at 150 Cleveland Avenue Southwest to the teal icon of 1080 West Peachtree indicated as Williams Condo?
Just give me 1 second. So straight line distance is about 8 or 9 kilometers from the M here to this WC here, which again stands for the Williams Condo. So approximately 9 kilometers, which maybe 4 miles and some change.
And is there any major highway between 150 Cleveland Avenue and 1080 West Peachtree Street Northwest that's depicted on this slide?
There is. You can see here is the 85 down here, 75, 85 kind of interstate.
Can you show the jury the tower and sector for this 8:22 p.m. call from the device associated with Mr. Copeland?
Again, it's using this device here. It's using this tower, I'm sorry, right here, in this general area.
And Agent Berni, with the gap of time we just discussed, if the device was traveled from the McDonald's at 150 Cleveland Avenue to 1080 West Peachtree Street and then has that call at 8:22 p.m., how would you, is that possible?
Are you asking is it possible from the 7:51 to get from the McDonald's to here and then here at 8:22?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I mean, I would say it's probably possible. I think 7:51, again, there's 30 minutes. This is approximately, what did I say, 4, almost 5 miles there. So yeah, I think in that time period, you could potentially get from here to there to back into this general area here.
And how far approximately is that tower location at the 8:22 p.m. call to 1080 West Peachtree Street?
Maybe 4 kilometers, so under 2 miles, probably from here to this general area here, under 2 miles. Again, estimate.
And Agent Berni, do you see on this slide the numbers we had discussed earlier, 4090, that end in 4090 and/or 7604?
I do.
And how many times do those two numbers appear in the device associated with Copeland's phone in this time frame?
Karen Reed Trial Watchers. Mark Wardle says, is this agent a son of Lally? Okay, there is a real resemblance there, if you ask me. That is hilarious. Oh, that is good. Karen Reed Trial Watchers, let me know what you think.
Frame depicted on the screen.
7.
And Agent Berni, do you see, or I'll ask you this, the call we were just discussing, the 8:22 p.m. call, what is the last 4 and who is that call associated with?
So again, we see that call right here, the 822. It's an outgoing call from the Copeland device to this phone number here, 404-662-8935.
And Agent Berni, there's a lot of numbers. The page 7 of this report, can you reference page 7 that has, and I'm going to ask you if that 8935 appears on that page?
It does.
Who is the device ending in 8935 associated with?
Mr. Sledge.
And Agent Berni, do you see any other calls after that 8:22 p.m. call between the device associated with Mr. Copeland and the device associated with Mr. Sledge?
I do.
Can you tell the jury where those calls are depicted and the time?
Yeah, so we see those as 8:39 p.m. here, and then using this tower and specifically this side or sector here. And then at 9:02, there's another call, and now it's using this tower and sector over.
And Agent Berni, do you see any calls to 5726, a phone number ending in 5726?
I do.
And I'm going to ask you to utilize the phone numbers on page 7 to see if 5726 is a number associated with a person.
5726, yes it is.
Who is that associated with?
Mr. Jeffery.
And Agent Berni, of the towers on this slide, is there any that are in the general area of Deshaun Quarterman's residence?
Is that the
QR yellow
QR
icon.
is down here? So again, this tower and sector would provide coverage in this general area here, and we see calls using that at 9:23. And this tower and sector would provide coverage in this general area, probably not directly at the Quarterman residence, but in the general area here. Again, that's at 8:31.
Agent Berni, what is the last call depicted on this slide? And can you show the jury where that tower and sector is located?
Yeah, so the last call is at 10:41, an incoming call here. You can see the tower and the sector. Again, puts the device now kind of north and west of Atlanta in this general area.
Agent Berni, I am publishing slide 13. What is the time frame depicted on this slide?
So we can see at the top, this starts at January 10th at 11:06 p.m. and goes into the 11th at 12:07 a.m.
And Agent Berni, can you walk the jury through, with the towers depicted, the movement or travel of the device associated with Mr. Copeland in this window of time?
Yes, so the first activity is at 11:06. We see the tower and sector here. Again, that would put that kind of in the downtown Atlanta area. The next call and sector we have, or tower sector we have, is up here near the Williams Condo location. That's at 11:14, at 11:17. Then we see the device, now it's moved again southbound, 11:24 p.m. We see the tower and sector that's used here. And then the last tower and sector we have is this tower here. It uses both the north side and the south side, approximately 11:44 p.m. till the last call of 12:07, which you guys can see here. So again, in this general area here, 11:44 to 12:07 a.m.
And Agent Berni, the tower at the top, CID 3102, is there two calls, the first being at 11:14 p.m.?
There is.
And where is given that tower location, where is that tower in relation to 1080 West Peachtree, labeled as Williams Condo on this slide?
Yeah, so again, you can see the Williams Condo with the address. It's square right here with the WC in it. Again, this is the closest tower and sector in that area.
And Agent Berni, do you see any communication between the device associated with Copeland and the device associated with either Mr. Sledge or Mr. Zachary on this slide?
I do.
And how many times from this window of 11:06 p.m. to 12:07 a.m., does the device associated with Mr. Copeland have some communication with the device associated with Mr. Sledge or Mr. Zachary?
Approximately 7 times.
Agent Berni, I am publishing page 14. Were you ever asked to analyze a 6080 associated with a Demise McMullen?
I was.
What was the time frame you were requested to analyze for the phone associated with Mr. McMullen?
You can see it listed here, January 10th, 6:30 to 8:30 p.m.
Publishing slide 15. Now, Agent Berni,
So we have Copeland and
do you recall
McMullen,
when you were here last,
Nard.
we had the toll analysis board?
I do.
This call, what is the first call on slide 15 for the device associated with Mr. McMullen?
The first call here is at 7:29. You can see that outgoing call placed there. Again, you can see the tower and sector that was used for that device.
And is that the first call we?
You guys are right, since we're switching to looking at another device, so we went through Kenneth Copeland around the timestamp for January 10th, 2015. Now we're going to look at Demise McMullen or Nard. So earlier you heard me say, I wonder who else we're going to look at. So here's person number 2. And then Steven Satchel's like, update your banner. So guys, sorry I'm behind. I'm really trying. It's difficult for me to follow this in a way that I'm grasping everything that's being said. So I'm super focused on this riveting testimony. But I do think it's important, and I'm trying to parse out what the state actually looked at, what they had Berni look at, because I think it's going to be really important what they don't have this guy look at. Because what he's looking at, we're going to see not just cross-examination, but we're going to see this data come up again. So I'm really trying to listen. It's difficult for me to stay focused. I do want to also, big shout out to 403 is ready. You guys know whenever 403 is ready enters the chat, we love it. We get to say 403 and 403 pops up like, you rang? So always a delight and joy to see 403 is ready in the chat. Their birthday was a few days ago on the 10th. So happy belated birthday. I think that was the Thursday we didn't have court. So we missed having a party. We'll celebrate all day today. So party balloons in the chat for 403. And then 2 days ago, I think it was supposed to be days, You found out you have lupus and rheumatoid arthritis. I'm so sorry you got that diagnosis. On the flip side, like a bittersweet, you know, I feel like a lot of people that are on the search to find out what might be wrong, I know it can be really difficult to get those diagnoses, get closure on it. So I hope in some way that you have some focus and direction now that you have a name for what may have been going on, the symptoms you've been experiencing. I guarantee you there are people in the chat that can have some anecdotal experiential advice that can point you in the right direction for your journey now that you know it's lupus and rheumatoid arthritis. So sorry to hear. We are here for you. And then the third point, you say that this chat and cat keeps me going. That is amazing to hear. That means so much to me to hear. I'm sure the chat is like ready to be like, yes, we love you, 403. And this channel is full of laughter, my new family. We are so glad you are here. So guys, if you have any tips, lupus, rheumatoid arthritis, and I know there's a small family of like names for things that people can be diagnosed with that can be misdiagnosed. They have similar symptoms. So if you have advice for dealing with the symptoms that might overlap, drop it in the chat. Now is the time. I'm going to update my banner. We're going to play this a little bit. I'm sorry I'm behind on everything. But really, shout out to 403. Happy birthday, and we're so glad you're here.
We had discussed when we were referencing the boards,
It was.
where when that 729 call, was it incoming or outgoing?
It's an outgoing call.
And when the outgoing call from the device associated with Mr. McMullen, whose device associated did he call?
So as you can see here, it's an outgoing call to 3904, device associated with Mr. Williams.
And when that call was made, where was the device associated with Mr. McMullen in relation to 1080 West Peachtree Street associated with as Williams Condo?
Yeah, so you can see the Williams condo there. Again, you can see the tower and sector there. It's in close proximity. Again, that tower and sector would be in the potential coverage area for that condo.
And is there two either calls or attempted calls after that 7:29 p.m. depicted on this slide?
There are.
Can you describe for the jury where they are and whose associated device was they were to?
Yep. So we see them here. 729 is the first one, and then there's 730 and 731 and 731, both two outgoing calls. One thing you'll notice, these are Verizon records. We can tell based on the red boxes here, red is associated with Verizon in our system. One thing you'll notice is the seconds. There, all these show 00. The records sent by Verizon only had the hour and minute. So again, no seconds recorded in their record. So these calls weren't placed at the exact same second, but they were placed in the same minute. 731. My system just shows seconds on it. I just realized that in this time period in 2015, the Verizon seconds are all going to show 00. So we have, during the minute of 731, we have two attempted outgoing calls placed by this device associated with Mr. McMullen, and both of those go to a device ending in 8008, Mr. Bradford, associated with Mr. Bradford.
And Agent Berni, are those three calls that we just discussed, are they all the same tower and sector location?
They are.
Now, after that 731 call to the device associated with Mr. Bradford, where is the next tower?
So again, we have this one here at 731, tower and sector here, again, this general area. The next one here is at 738, and here's the general area of that device there. So it's moved from this spot southbound.
And that 738 call, is that outgoing or incoming?
Incoming call.
And is that incoming call associated with any person you were asked to analyze?
It is Mr. Treadwell.
After that 738 call from Mr. Treadwell, where does the device associated with Mr. McMullen go next?
Yeah, so 738, then it uses this tower down here at 739, and then eventually this tower down here at 750.
And Agent Berni, who is the 739 call associated with?
739 call, again, which uses this tower and sector here, you can see is associated with also Mr. Treadwell.
And what is the last four of the number? Well, I'll get to that in a second. Where's the next tower and location after that call?
The next tower and sector is down here at 750.
And who is that call at 750 to?
It's an outgoing call, again, to the device associated to Mr. Treadwell.
And Agent Berni, what is this dark blue icon associated address, 35 Oak Drive Southwest? How is that depicted on the slide?
Yeah, so again, this was another address I was just asked to place on the slides, associated address. We can see it as a blue square with the number 2 in there.
And Agent Berni, with the 750 outgoing call to the device associated with Mr. Treadwell, where is the phone associated with Mr. McMullen in relation to 35 Oak Drive Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia?
Yeah, so that 750 call here, again, we see the tower and the sector. The address, the associated address would be in the footprint of that tower in the second.
And Agent Berni, does this map have a scale?
It does. You can see it at the bottom down here again.
How close approximately is the blue icon for 35 Oak Drive Southwest and the orange M for the McDonald's at 150 Cleveland Avenue Southwest?
So between these 2 points here, approximately a mile straight line distance.
Is there any gaps between the phone calls we just discussed, starting with 7:38 p.m. or 7:39 p.m. and 7:50?
No, there's no other activity during that time period.
And Agent Berni, after that 7:50 outgoing call at the bottom of the screen, where does the device associated with Mr. McMullen travel next?
So next is another call at 7:53. We see the tower and sector used. Again, going to be in this general area here.
And where does it travel next?
The next activity is at 7:59, and we see the tower and sector used here. Now it's, again, here's that I-20/85 interchange. It's north and east up in this area.
So in general, Agent Berni, from that call at 7:29 p.m. till the last call depicted on the slide at 7:59 p.m., what is the general direction of travel for the device associated with Mr. McMullen?
So the device has activity in this general area the last time at 7:31. We then see the device travel southbound, eventually using this tower and sector here in close proximity to this associated address number 2 at 7:50. And then shortly thereafter, we see the device start moving northbound again. And this slide ends at 7:59. We can see the tower and sector used there again, just north of that I-20/85 interchange.
And Agent Berni, the two numbers on this slide that end in 0102 that don't have a name associated with it, do you see those?
I do.
Is that or is that not the same phone number that the device we looked at of Mr. Copeland interacted with when at 7:51 p.m.?
It is the same phone number, yes.
Agent Berni, I'm going to publish slide 16. What is the first call on this slide?
So again, this is the review period between 8:01 and 8:30 p.m. still on the 10th. The first activity we have is at 8:21. You see it there. It's an outgoing call to the device associated with Mr. Treadwell. You see the tower and sector of that device used right there.
And for that 8:21 outgoing call to the device associated with Kevin Treadwell, where is the device associated with Mr. McMullen in relation to 1080 West Peachtree Street Northwest?
Again, you can see the towers and sectors used. I would say that tower and sector would provide coverage in this general area here that would also include the Williams Condo.
So between the first call we looked at 7:29 p.m. to this 8:21 p.m. call, what is the general movement of the device associated with Mr. McMullen?
Yeah, so it departed, again, the area around the Williams Condo, 7:31, went south near that associated address number 2 at 7:50 p.m., had an activity down there, and then moved back north, eventually arriving in the area around the Williams Condo at 8:21, having activity in that area around 8:21.
Agent Berni, I am publishing slide 17. Were you ever asked to
All right, so now we're going to
analyze
Justin
a
Cobb,
phone number ending in 31?
who, by the way, yes, he's in the indictment, but has anybody seen Justin Cobb? Has anybody seen Justin Cobb? Because he hasn't been arrested. He's been on the run. So, good times, good times. But that's the third device we're about to look at here. That is Duwop, is also known as.
45 associated with a Justin Cobb.
I was.
What was the time frame you were asked to analyze that phone number?
Again, I looked at between 6:30 and 8:30 p.m. on the 10th.
Agent Berni, can you indicate for the jury and show them where the first call, the time and tower and sector for the first call from this phone?
Yeah, so again, looked at 6:30 to 8.
Speaking of Duwop, don't forget Club Classy tonight, 8 p.m. We'll do our regular music programming. It'll be a good time. That's 8 p.m. Eastern.
8:30. Right? The thing to remember is, again, we can only see towers and sectors associated with activity. So this device during that time period only had 2 activities. The first of which is at 7:31 and 37 seconds. And we see that's an outgoing call. And we see the tower and sector used, again, would be one in close proximity to the Williams Condo on West Peachtree Street.
And Agent Berni, I'm republishing slide 15. Where is the device associated with Justin Cobb at 7:31 p.m. in relation to the device associated with Mr. McMullen at 7:31 p.m.?
Yeah, so those devices, again, are in the same general area. Obviously, with call detail records, we can't say specifically where a device is, but we can say a general area based on the towers. And both of those devices, again, would be in the general area around the Williams Condo at 7:31.
And Agent Berni,
just dropped the link to tonight's Club Classy stream, so make sure you hit the notify button. It says there's already 2 people waiting to get in. It's a YouTube event, you guys.
The calls from the device associated with Mr. McMullen and the calls associated with the device of Justin Cobb, are they calling the same number? Or receiving calls from the same number?
They are.
And who is associated with that number?
That's a device associated with Mr. Bradford. You can see right there.
Republishing slide 18. Agent Berni, how long a gap in time is there between the 7:31 p.m. outgoing call to the device associated with Mr. Bradford and the next call depicted on the slide?
Yeah, so the next call, it's hard to see on the Zoom down there, but it's down here. You can see it on the bottom of the slide at 8:29 p.m. So again, 7:31 to 8:29, just under an hour.
Publishing slide 19, were you ever asked to analyze the phone ending in 8935 associated with an Antonio Sledge?
I was.
And what was the time frame you were asked to analyze that phone?
Again, reviewed roughly the same time. This is 6:20 to 8:22 on the 10th.
Publishing slide 20, what is the time and location of this call depicted on slide 20?
So again, the only activity during this time period for this device associated with Mr. Sledge is at 6:20 p.m. on the 10th, and we can see the tower and sector. Again, that puts that device somewhere in this general area here.
And who is the outgoing call at 6:20? Is it to any other phone number that you were asked to analyze?
Oh, well, it's associated to Mr. Zachary.
Publishing slide 21. Agent Berni, can you explain this single tower, but what's depicted there from 7:55 to 8:22 p.m.?
Yep, so again, activity of the same device ending in 8935 associated with Mr. Sledge, 7:55 to 8:22 p.m. We can see the tower here, and it actually used 2 different sectors. One we see is associated with 30, and one says -1. The -1 there just shows that the tower list didn't specifically have the sector orientation. I had to go back and verify that with the provider themselves. So in this case, this is an AT&T device. So AT&T provided that the azimuth for what's listed here as -1 is actually 90 degrees. So what we see is, again, tower and sector activity between 7:55 and 8:22 puts the device in this general area here, as it used, 2 sides of the same tower.
And Agent Berni, in this window from 7:55 to 8:22 p.m. depicted on slide 21, is there any communication between the device associated with Mr. Sledge and the device associated with Mr. Zachary?
There is.
Can you show the jury the time of those communications?
Yeah, so the Mr. Zachary associated device is the 5726 last 4. So we see one at 7:55, and then we see one again at 7:56. Both outgoing calls.
Agent Berni, who is associated with the phone number ending in 5991?
That device is associated to Mr. Copeland.
And is there a call between the device of Mr. Sledge and the device of Mr. Copeland depicted on this slide?
There is 8:22 p.m. an incoming call to Mr. Sledge's device from Mr. Copeland's device.
Agent Berni, I'm publishing slide 22. Were you ever asked to analyze?
Wait, hold on. I just wanted to catch that timestamp. This is me. They said 7:55 p.m. Is Sledge calling Copeland? I broke it. Oh no, I broke it. It's
Between
just
the device
us
of
with
Mr.
the
Sledge and the
Valley
device
looking
of
at the
Mr. Copeland depicted on this slide?
There is 8:22 p.m. an incoming call to Mr. Sledge's device from Mr. Copeland's device.
Okay, so Copeland calls Sledge at 8:22 p.m. when he was at home with a headache. Right? 8:22 Copeland calls Mounk Tounk, January 10th.
Agent Berni, I'm publishing slide 22. Were you ever asked to analyze a phone number associated with Mr. Bradford ending in 8008?
I was.
What was the time frame you were asked to analyze that device?
Again, we have 6:36 p.m. to 8:27 p.m., both on the 10th.
Publishing slide 23. Agent Berni, can you walk the jury through the movement of the device associated with Mr. Bradford with the towers depicted from 6:36 p.m. to 7:19 p.m.?
Again, so again, this slide, January 10th, 6:36 to 7:19 p.m. Again, location of interest was the crime scene at 330 McDaniel Street. You see that as the red box there. The first call during this time period was this one down here. It's hard to see, but it says 6:36 p.m. We see the devices in this general area. 6:38, the device is now using this tower and sector here, has moved northbound. And then at 6:52, we see the device now using this tower and sector here. Uses that at 6:52. 6:56, now we're using this tower and sector here. And then eventually it bounces back to this one here at 7:12, 7:14, and 7:19.
Now, Agent Berni, from that first call at 6:36 p.m. In what appears to be Peoplestown from the map, do you see that?
I do.
When does the device associated with Bradford, or the travel from that Peoplestown tower till the last call at 7:19 p.m., how is that movement in relation to the crime scene at 330 McDaniel Street?
Yeah, so the initial call, 6:36, again down here on the south side of the slide, moves up to the I-20/85 interchange area, and then it moves westbound, first having an activity in this general area here at 6:52, and then again, it uses this tower, bounces to this tower, and bounces back to this tower again. Again, think of the sprinkler system, right? There's going to be some overlap between the two. We have this tower initially, and then we bounce to this one, then we bounce back, which means that there's probably some of the overlap between this tower and this tower here. And then eventually, 7:19 is the last call mapped on this slide.
So, Agent Berni, to be clear, between 6:52 p.m. and 7:19 p.m.
Okay, so guys, Javaris Bradford, I just want to say this out loud. Javaris Bradford, also known as Tuda. We don't hear about him all that much, but he is charged with the murder of Donovan Thomas as well as Rico, count one, like everybody else. He's a severed co-defendant, so he's still awaiting his trial.
p.m. is the device associated with Mr. Bradford in the general area of 330 McDaniel Street.
Yes, again, I can't specifically say it, but I would say it's an overlap between those two, and that overlap would be, again, in this general area here.
Publishing slide 24. When is the next call after the 7:19 p.m. call?
The next activity is at 7:24, and we can see the device has moved again from where it was up in the vicinity of the crime scene. Now it's moved south and east over here at 7:24.
And Agent Berni, do you remember when you testified first, we published two Yankee, which was a CAD report?
Yes.
How long after that 911 call was received is this call at 7:24 p.m. depicted at the top of this slide?
I think approximately 2 minutes.
And after that call, Agent Berni, where does the device associated with Bradford travel?
So it goes from this area here to, again, this area down here. It's hard to see. We'll jump to this screen here. But it's in the vicinity of that associated address number 2. It gets down there approximately 7:31 and has some activity in that area until 8:08.
And, Your Honor, maybe take a brief.
Sure, let's take
break.
our morning break.
So even though we're skipping breaks to catch up, I want to make sure I get caught up with the chat. I'm really trying to focus in on some of these timestamps. And so far we've heard, Kenneth Copeland. They spent a lot of time on Kenneth Copeland's cell phone records compared to Demise McMullen, Justin Cobb. We had a quick squeak in of calls going to Sledge. And now we're talking about Javaris Bradford, aka Tuda. So keep in mind that when it comes to the Donovan Thomas murder, because we're still focusing on January 10th, everything that we've looked at today from Agent Berni is all about this 7 p.m.-ish time frame, the day Donovan Thomas was shot. Those co-defendants that we're really talking about, Javaris Bradford, who's severed, awaiting trial in this indictment, Justin Cobb, who's charged but on the run, they haven't arrested him yet, Diamante Kendrick and Shannon Stillwell, who are both sitting in this courtroom, and Demise McMullen. So remember, Kenneth Copeland isn't charged in this indictment, even though he was initially charged. So those are the names. Those are the 5 names that we're really looking for. And we've gotten to everybody except Yak, Diamante Kendrick, that's Doug Weinstein's client, and Shannon Stillwell, Max Shart's client. So, and notice that each time we transition, we get a new PowerPoint slide. Atkins is asking, were you asked to look at a device or records, whatever, for this person's phone number? So it's all who was asked. It's all who was asked. So they're going to use a break. We're going to skip it, but we're going to use it to get caught up. Tons of gifts in the chat today. Thank you so much, you guys. Stephen T. Satchel sniping another slime out there, gifting one. Shannon B. had became a member. Thank you so much, Shannon. Love to see you smiling in your picture. Elizabeth Wright came in and slimed 5. So, Elizabeth Wright, looking forward to seeing you over at Club Classy tonight. Thank you so much for making 5 people green in the chat. We appreciate you. And hold on, I flipped over to the chat. That ill kid J says evil band instrument is the Tuda, like the tuba. Oh man. Oh gosh. Oh, and hey, Thugger Daily. So my take on this, and to be honest, guys, I want to be clear that with what I think is limitations of the precision of cell tower data, I think this witness is doing a great job explaining it. I don't expect it to be the most interesting subject for people in general to sit and listen to. It is helpful that we're watching it faster, right? So it takes longer for me to tune out and get bored of it. But I really think the big picture is they're trying to show that this crime is committed, and then everybody either meets up at this McDonald's and then goes to Jeffery Williams' condo, or at least an area close to these places, right? And to me, Thugger Daily, my take is, since the theory is everybody followed each other in their cars and then went to these places, I think the state just wants to bolster their own storyline that, hey, all these people went to discuss this murder after they committed it to make sure they could tidy up the loose ends, because it was all one thing that they planned out in advance and conspired to do together, and conspired to make sure everybody had their story straight after the fact. That's the state's storyline. And when it comes to Kenneth Copeland and placing him in the area, they want to be able to say that, well, back in 2015, when Kenneth Copeland spoke to police, he said he heard this information from these guys who actually said they did it. So we need Copeland, we need to show that Copeland was there to have heard, to have been told right after it happened, the details. Like an utterance, if you will. So I think this is just them trying to bolster their storyline. But I see a ton of holes and a ton of open questions and a ton of things that aren't precise enough to be conclusive of who was where and who wasn't somewhere. Because to me, they just gave us a timestamp of 4 minutes after the 7:22 p.m. shooting. It might have been Nard. I forget who he was talking about. It was either Nard or Bradford just now. 4 minutes after the shooting, they point to a spot on the map, which is exactly where they pointed and said Copeland was 6 minutes after the shooting. So I still don't think we've eliminated Copeland from being around the same area at the time of the shooting. And I think the defense has made a good case for a potential third-party culprit. So I don't really know. I think a lot of this is going to... this gives us some structure to the state's storyline as a possibility, but it does nothing to narrow my focus towards that being the likely possibility, if that makes sense. So, but there we go. That's my summation of it. I think we're going to hear a lot more about these people, where their phones were, whatever, as the trial goes on. The difficult part about that is, how do you keep it all straight for the jury? How do you keep it all straight for the jury? Also, big shout out here. Again, thank you, Miss Love's Disappointed Father, for bringing this story to the attention. And thank you guys in the chat for using language like, I've heard. And, did you hear this? Is it true? We can always discuss possibilities of stuff. We just got to make sure it's clear that it hasn't been confirmed. Stephen T. Satchel says, my question. Do these cell phone records report calls from other areas? That's not made clear here. And I think it's not going to be made clear because we're looking at a narrow time frame. But when we move on to other incidents, I'm sure we'll get a better picture of, is Agent Berni going to be aware of, maybe something not registering right because a person's out of area, if they were even asked to look at that person's device. So we'll have to wait and see on this one. It's a big question. It's an important question. Nick Starro. If you're still in here, I know he said he was tired. Shout out to Nick Starro. Nick Starro says, I tried to explain cell tower data with the aid of beer, moonshine, and hot sauce. So I'm imagining was this on his stream, guys? If you guys watched him this morning before he got tired, was he like triangulating with his drinks and his hot sauce? I'm definitely going to rewind. I caught some of it this morning before my meeting. Oh, man. Nick Starro is one of the funniest people you'll ever come across. And you don't expect it because it's like delivered in his like regular manner of speaking. It seems kind of serious sometimes. And then you catch the joke and you're like, that guy is hilarious. Shout out to Nick Starro. Oh, boy. CLK, glad to see you here. Love this channel. Always wait for your live. Thank you so much. That's really kind. Steven sniping somebody else, giving another membership here, just one by one. One by one. You know, Steven's gifting faster than they're getting through these witnesses. And I see Barb K also gifted one. Thank you so much, Barb K. Super generous of you to do that. And guys, you know, I know sometimes you don't know who gifted you something, but just say thank you if you notice your name got green. Chloe Albert's Revenge. Were you in here earlier when Mark Wardle said that Agent Berni could be the son of Lally? It's so good. Chloe says he really could liven this up with an auto-tune mic. No, can you imagine all of this delivered with like the T-Pain app voice changer? I'd be with it. I'd be with it. Flesh of the Gods, when he does his streams, he changes some of the voices to make them sound like chipmunks, and it's also really hilarious. So you guys definitely need to check out Flesh of the Gods for some entertaining voices. Chloe also says, another day without Miss Love's objections and the Tourette's outbreaks. I thought it was Columbus Day, not Christmas. Does this mean I miss Thanksgiving? Well, I think the Thanksgiving early treat is that we have a smooth day without... Can you just imagine if Love was questioning Berni? This would be a totally different direct testimony. It would be 3 times as long as I'm sure this is already going to be. So I think in early Thanksgiving, we're going to treat this like an early Thanksgiving gift. And I personally am very grateful for this not being a Love witness. Thank you so much, Chloe. Jennifer Devine said they will never object on 403 because the jury probably hates prosecution right now. Yeah, I would imagine the jury is like sitting there like, holy moly, when is this going to end? Can we stop? Can we make this stop? So in moments like that, when you feel like the jury's not paying attention, you as a defense attorney probably don't want to object and bring the attention, waken the jury back up, because then they might start paying attention again. So good strategy there, and great to see you, Jennifer. Thank you so much for the super. And then 403 is ready. I missed your hello earlier, so I'm going to say hey again now. And again, happy birthday all day long. And I also saw Fatima. We celebrated Fatima's birthday a bit on the 9th. We can celebrate again. Big party today. Stephen T. Satchel has a theory here about Love's absence. I was thinking that Love may be taking a couple of cooling off days. I highly doubt she's been replaced. Yeah, I don't think she's been replaced either, you guys. I think she just had something else to do, and somebody had to sit in for her because she's lead on this case. And I wonder if it's just like personal time off or if she's working on something else. I mean, I don't really think any of us would know the answer. But in my head, it's funny to imagine, you know, maybe she really got her feelings hurt by that email from the kindly from Germany. Needed the pep talk and just needed like a mental health day for it. So, oh boy, she just needed a day to get it together. That's my imaginary hypothesis. Thank you so much, Stephen. Chloe says, I can see it. Oh, this is the Lally comparison, so you must have been here. I can see it, except he appears to have an actual spine, and his voice doesn't sound like a dial tone. There was nothing funnier than in the Karen Reed trial than when prosecutor Lally went over his time limit during closing statements, and they go to him, the judge goes, you have 1 minute remaining. It sounded just like the jail calls, when we listen to the jail calls and they give the 1 minute alert. And then Lally was standing up there, and again, if you didn't watch the Karen Reed trial, imagine a boring, less charismatic, dry version of Agent Berni. That is their prosecutor. You had to listen to him deliver a slow, winding, blah, 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 it was snowing closing argument. And then he gets interrupted and kind of turns red in the cheeks because he only has a minute left and he's not anywhere close to his finishing his close. What a trial that was. Thank you so much again for all your support, Chloe. Marb, the producer, says, best strategy is to not have Love there. I agree. The judge hasn't yelled or anything. Absolutely. I have to say the state has been doing a lot better, clear and honest. Still no clear evidence. Anyone could have those phones, but less mess for sure. And I agree, and I don't think it's necessarily wrong. Sometimes in trials, you're going to see circumstantial evidence. That's the truth of the matter. But there's a big difference when you're trying to stretch everything to be some type of definitive conclusion when it's actually highly circumstantial and highly interpreted. You know, we just looked at Brian Steele's motion in Limine to limit jargon, the use of jargon by expert witnesses. So or officers, whatever you want to call them. You can't just put Detective Viverito on the stand and have her tell the jury what slang terms mean and that there's only one meaning that these words can have. If there's something that can be interpreted by common sense knowledge, you shouldn't have someone on the stand making a factual conclusion about what the word meant or what the user using the word intended when they used it. Can't do that. So great motion in limine filed by, and necessary. It shouldn't be necessary because the state shouldn't be trying to elicit the interpretation of jargon or the state of mind behind the use of certain words, certain things that people are doing through an expert witness. And yet they're trying to do both of those things. So Steele had to file 2 motions in limine he should not have had to file. But but who's surprised? And going back to Marv, the producer here, I think it's exactly right. You know, we're not really seeing Atkins try to do anything improper with this witness. They're presenting what's there. We're seeing holes in it, but they're not really trying to embellish much. And the defense is going to get up there and cross how they want to cross. And that's kind of how a prosecutor should deal with circumstantial evidence. It's just a much cleaner presentation, and it's a rarity. So thank you so much for your support. Savvy Amira, good to see you. I swear you have been a member before, but welcome back to the green. Good to see ya. Chris Hayes out here sliming one. Thank you so much for giving a membership out there, Chris Hayes. Norma Jean says, I'm so lost. This has to be just noise to the jury. Now, on a scale of 1 to 10, you guys in the chat, 1 being you're lost, like you're not following this. 10, you're following it. Not a question of if you think it helps the case, but as far as this witness and his delivery and what he's given to present, what he has to present, are you rating this like a 1, I'm not following this at all, or a 10, I'm following it? What do you guys think? I think it's boring and easy to tune out, but I'm trying, and I think he's getting this across to me, and this isn't my first time looking at an expert witness deliver this type of testimony, so I feel like got to bump up there, right? But I think it's a better presentation than some of the other stuff I've seen in other trials. Again, I don't think that means that it makes the state's theory any more likely than not. And yeah, mixed thoughts here. Carrie says 10 when I'm tuned in, 5 out. Got a bunch of 1s. A lot in the middle between the 4 and 6 range. Stephen, I call him our tech guy, says 9, so that's good to hear. Wilma says 10. We got a lot of 5s. Like a great range here, and I think a lot of it is how much you can pay attention. The attention span. And Obi, that's true too. Difficult to follow at 1.5 and then also while reading the chat. So, and yeah, we just get no one saying boring. So yeah, wide range there. Definitely wide range. And I think that's normal. And then also Natasha Robert's gifting a membership. Great to see you, Natasha. You guys say thank you to Natasha in the chat. Decamp 824 says, can someone count how many times Atkins says Agent Berni? No, we're going to run out of numbers. And you guys, if you watch the CCs, it's like Asian Berni. Sometimes it's calling him Barney. So the CCs are giving some entertainment there each time Atkins says the whole Agent Berni. So at least there's that. Thank you so much for the 5 Decamp. Yaya Styles is out here styling somebody with a green gifted membership. Thank you so much, Yaya. Innocent Bystander Channel, my friend. Great to see you. You guys, we need to take a moment. We're paused anyway because of me. I'm stopping us. Innocent Bystander Channel is doing the legwork that, quite frankly, I don't want to do. And doing these broader backgrounds. The how did we get here is on the YSL trial. So if you aren't already familiar with Innocent Bystander Channel, I'm going to call it IBC. I just dropped the link in the chat. You guys make sure you head over there. Because really good stuff, like how did Jeffery Williams get here? What's going on with how we got to this court date? Why are we at trial? All of these broader questions, great for anyone who tuned in late. Hop on over there, give a subscribe, and come on back. It'll be a great time over there. And then thank you so much for gifting the 10 memberships. Highly appreciated. Stephen T. Satchel can't stop. He gave another 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much, Stephen. And Peter Ortiz came in dropping 10. Yesterday, Peter Ortiz was like hybrid gang sliming out there. Oh, man. Great to see you, Peter Ortiz. D-Mom says, if they have cell phone evidence of the day of, why didn't they provide cell phone evidence on the day they allegedly planned the killing? I don't know. On 2 Fridays ago, or would that be 2 Wednesdays ago, before they closed court down or whatever, I don't remember exactly what day it was. The last day before they had that no jury break, when Agent Berni was on the stand. They did talk about some other phone calls like earlier in the day on January 10th, but they didn't do a deep dive and go backwards with cell phone records before that. So it looks like they're looking at a narrow scope, and that might be an evidentiary argument that I'm not familiar with, but maybe the defense fought to keep it limited in scope to this January 10th timeframe for this incident, right? So just because we're seeing a narrow focus, that might not be because the state didn't try to look at more. They just might not have had permission to look at more or introduce a broader scope, a broader time frame as evidence on the record at trial. So I think it's probably an evidentiary issue that kept a broader timeline out rather than they just didn't look. I'm sure the state tried to look at everything that these people have done since the day they were born. So I would say evidentiary rulings are the explanation here. Thank you so much. That's a great question. Yaya Styles, thank you for becoming a member after you gifted a membership. Love that. You said I'm going to make myself the +1. Give somebody else the invite, make myself the +1. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Oh, and hold on. Wait. SGB says prayers out for Amy E. I love Amy E. Is this like, did something happen? One love for sure. And then I see Amy E is in the chat. Amy, I didn't know something was going on. You guys drop a blue heart in the chat for Amy E. One of the nicest people you'll ever meet on YouTube. Well, in real life, you know. I treat them kind of synonymously. I didn't know something was going on, and I see that you're here. Thank you so much for the 10 and the support, Amy. And I'm looking forward, I've been talking about Club Classy all day, so I'm looking forward to seeing you over there tonight. I hope everything's going well, because I'm not sure. No, Amy, you lost your mom. That makes me want to cry. Oh. I can't even imagine. I'm like scared of the day that I have to say that. So I don't have good words to say, but I really like feel a tug at my heart hearing that. I'm so sorry, Amy. All the blue hearts for you guys. Oh, Amy. Oh, shout out to moms, man. Amy, look at all the blue hearts in the chat. We love you. And then Amy's like so nice. Amy's over here like going through a moment and she's out here gifting 5 memberships. Amy, you're like too sweet. Look at all the love in the chat. But yeah, shout out to moms. I know that's not easy. And like, I'm just gonna guess based on everything I know about you that your mom was awesome. So much love. Thank you guys in the chat for sending all the love. Like, oh, I love the chat. Oh man, Amy. Thank you so much again. I'm so sorry I didn't know. I feel like I've been out of the loop. Let's see, I don't have words for stuff like this. I'm gonna put some blue hearts. Let's get caught up. Amy, I'm gonna chat you. Oh. We'll get back into this, you guys. And so much blue. Thank you. Look at the chat. Amy, so much love your way. Seriously. And others sharing in the chat too. It's never easy, Nana Banana. Lost my mom in March. Oh my gosh. And they say time heals, but there's no definitive number on the time it takes.
Okay, I think we have everybody. All right, let's get the jury back. Hey, Laura, is it still like 60 something?
And it's Fief, I agree. You deserve all this love, Amy. You do so much for people. And I'm sure that's like, you know, mom raised you. I'm sure that's a tribute to your mom in a really beautiful way. Or I'm being bad with keeping up with when they're actually starting and stopping. My bad, you guys. Did we like sit down for the jury and then we stood back up?
Agent Berni, picking up, where does the device associated with Mr. Bradford travel after that 7:24 p.m. call?
Yeah, it's 724. It moves from this general area here southbound and uses a tower and sector here. Again, on this screen we can see a little bit better. That's in the general area associated with associated address number 2 between 7:31 and 8:08 p.m.
Agent Berni, within that time frame of 7:31 p.m. to 8:08 p.m., starting at the top, do you see any phone calls with other numbers you analyzed?
I do.
Where are they at the top?
So the first one is that we see is this Justin Cobb, an incoming call to the Bradford device at 7:31 and 50 seconds. And then the next one down is a incoming call at 7:31 and 53 seconds to the McMullen device.
And Agent Berni, when at that 7:31 call, where is the devices associated with Mr. Cobb and the devices associated with Mr. McMullen on these two 7:31 p.m. calls at that time?
Well,
And
can you repeat that question again?
Yes. Do you see the location here for those 7:31 calls at 7:31 and 50 milliseconds and 7:31 and 53 milliseconds?
Seconds, yes, right here.
I am going to republish slide 15. Do you see on slide 15 that 7:31 p.m. call between the device associated with Mr. Bradford and the device associated with Mr. McMullen?
I do. The McMullen device, 7:31 p.m., again using a tower and sector in the general vicinity of the Williams condo.
And Agent Berni, I'm going to publish slide 18. Do you see that call at 7:31 p.m. between the device associated with Mr. Bradford and the device associated with Mr. Cobb?
I do.
And where is the device associated with Mr. Cobb at that point in time?
Again, using a tower and sector in the vicinity of the Williams condo.
Going back to slide 24. So Agent Berni, do you see the call, or do you see that the device associated with Mr. Bradford has a call at 7:47 p.m.?
I do.
And is that in the general area of 35 Oak Drive, Southwest Atlanta, Georgia?
It is.
Agent Berni, I'm going to publish slide 15. Do you see a call on slide 15 at 7:50 p.m.?
I do.
And Is this 3 minutes after the call that we just discussed with Mr. Bradford?
It is.
And where is the device associated with Mr. McMullen at 7:50 p.m.?
Again, using the tower and sector here in close proximity to the general area associated with associated address number 2.
So is the device associated with Mr. McMullen and the device associated with Mr. Bradford at 7:47 p.m. or 7:50 p.m.? Where are they in relation to one another?
They're in the same general area around associated address number 2.
Going back to slide 24. After that, or what is the only other tower depicted on slide 24 that is that we have not discussed?
Yeah, there's a tower here at 807 out here that's used for an outgoing call.
Agent Berni, I'm publishing slide 25. Where is the movement of the device associated with Mr. Bradford between 817 and 827?
So again, the slide covers that time period, 817 to 827. We see the tower and sector used, again, put that device in this general area here, 817 to 823. And then we have activity on this tower and sector over here to the west at 827.
Agent Berni, I am publishing slide 26. Were you ever asked to analyze a phone number ending in 3904 associated with Jeffery Williams?
I was.
And what was the time frame that you were
All right, so now we're getting Jeffery Williams' phone. So, is he going to be at a condo?
requested to analyze?
Yeah, so I looked at calls between 7:03 and 8:22 p.m. on the 10th.
Publishing slide 27. Now, Agent Berni, when is the first call on this slide?
First call is at 7:03. We see the tower and sector here used, and we can see this tower was used at 7:03 to 7:31.
And when is the next, or do you see a call at 7:03:39?
I do.
Is that call at 7:03:39 to any devices you were requested to analyze?
It is. It's to the 1990 device associated with Miss Dolly Group.
And when is the next call after the 7:03:39 call?
7:29 and 30 seconds, an incoming call from the McMullen device. Sorry.
Now, how much of a gap in time is there between 7:03:39 p.m. and 7:29:30 p.m.?
Approximately 26 minutes.
And with the records you, with the call detail records you had for phone number 3904, were you able to plot any tower locations between that window of time?
No, again, we're dependent upon phone activity, and there were no activity that had towers and sectors during that time period.
Now, after that gap in time, who is the device associated with Jeffery Williams communicating with, and at what time?
Between the 7:03 and 7:31?
Between 7:03 and 7:29, or at 7:29.
Yep, so you have a 7:03 call, again, with Dolly Greer, and then a 7:29 incoming call from the McMullen device.
And for all of these calls depicted on this slide, is the device associated with Williams, where is it in relation to 1080 West Peachtree Street?
Again, we can see the tower and sector that's used here. One thing to note is this is T-Mobile, right? All the green dots. There's a lot more green dots than in some of the other providers, right? So T-Mobile loves putting lots of smaller towers in there, and some of which are taller towers. I obviously didn't look up every tower in here, but I did look up the tower that was used here at 7:03 to 7:31. And this is a very large tower. It's about 156 feet, I think, in height. So again, that would, again, put that phone in this general area here.
And Agent Berni, where is the device associated with Mr. McMullen located at when the 7:29 p.m. call is made?
So it's also in the same general area here. Obviously, it's a different provider. The McMullen device is a Verizon, and we saw in the previous slide, I think it used a, like a tower located right here. There's a Verizon tower that would have put the device, again, in the general area of the Williams condo. So these two devices are in the same general area.
And Agent Berni, looking at your slide 7 with the phone numbers analyzed, who was the phone number ending in 9596 associated with?
Miss Dora Greer.
And so this last call on slide 27, is that the same number, 9596?
It is.
So although it has Jeffery Williams listed there, is the associations provided to you by the Fulton County District Attorney's Office for this case associate that number with Dora Greer?
It does. Yeah, so when I originally put in all the phone numbers and associated names provided to me by law enforcement, we went off of the subscriber's name, which was E. Williams. But then afterwards, it was identified that that number was being utilized by Ms. Dora Greer. However, my system just shows, again, that it's Williams, but know that the 9596 is actually associated to Ms. Dora Greer.
Agent Berni, I am publishing slide 28. So after that 7:29 p.m. call we just discussed on the slide before, where does the device associated with Jeffery Williams travel?
Yeah, so the next activity is 7:33. You can see it down here, but kind of cuts off some of the bottom. So at 7:33, there's an outgoing call to the Treadwell device. Again, the device associated with Mr. Williams is in the general area of the associated address, number 2.
Now, Agent Berni, going back to slide 27, do you see the 7:31 p.m. call we just discussed?
I do.
Now, publishing slide 28, can you explain for the jury, does that tower at 7:33, how long after is that call?
Approximately 2 minutes.
Is that a small, average, or large distance to travel in 2 minutes?
That's a large distance.
Can you explain for the jury some, what do you make of that, or how do you explain that?
Yeah, so again, between this tower and the tower used on the previous slide, I think it's about 7 to 8 kilometers. Again, that's about 4.5, 5 miles approximately. Don't hold me to the map there. And that's about 2 minutes in between those two calls. In discussing this with T-Mobile folks and other folks within our industry, if you go back to page 27, what we believe happened is
I'm proposing objection to confrontation clause.
Ready response?
Your Honor, I need to approach to appropriately respond, but it'll be brief.
All right, so they are approaching. I was actually about to say I think this part might be interesting because I want to see why they're trying to get ahead and address the distance issue and the time frame. Sometimes when you see a prosecutor, and I think this is a strategic thing for prosecutors to do, they'll get ahead of their own weakness in the testimony or evidence that they're trying to present. And I always think that that's interesting because it gives you a clue to what the prosecution expects the defense is going to try to argue. So we'll see when they come back from the sidebar here. You guys are gifting a ton of memberships today. I love you guys. Dirty Old Sailor's out here dropping 5. Shout out to Dirty Old Sailor. Oh man. 5 new slime memberships out there. Sailing Slimes. Anyone that got a gifted membership from Dirty Old Sailor is a Sailing Slime. There would actually be 15 because he gifted another 10. So big thank you to Dirty Old Sailor. We guys all got to go on a boat trip out here, all of the slimes. Also, Barb K had a recent birthday. So Barb K celebrated her birthday. So we'll celebrate that today too. Even though it was the 9th, we'll celebrate that again today all day. And yeah, the happy birthday Yak thing was cute from Doug. Although I think Yak's actual birthday is in November. But he was just saying, like, since the post is talking about the birthday, we're just going to say happy birthday to this human being sitting in this courtroom right next to me. So adding Barb K to the list of birthdays we're celebrating today. Renee Stevens says, Kat is the YouTube plug for channels. Guys, you don't understand how much time I spend watching YouTube. I watch YouTube way more than movies and TV. And I love it. I love being part of the chat. It's like hanging out with friends because I don't really like have a friends group in person. I chat online with my friends from New York. So when I say I consider people on YouTube and even on X like they're becoming my friends, I really mean it. I love YouTube as an app. So shout out to all my friends on YouTube. Love to support them. Compound Cochran says, look, I'm going to gift somebody a membership today. I want to see a new slime. So thank you so much, Compound, for gifting a membership. Peter Ortiz coming in and dropping 20 slimes. Holy moly. Holy moly. And you guys know I love shouting out Peter in the chat because you just get to drop a bunch of boom emojis and yell Peter. So thank you so much, Peter. That is super generous of you. And let's see, they're getting back. Bernie's coming back in the room.
Agent Berni,
Have you worked? Stand or sitting. If you're not using that, you feel free to sit.
Agent Berni, have you worked with records from cell phone providers that are from the year 2015 or older?
I have.
And when specifically related to towers, have you ever heard of the phrase camping on a tower?
I have.
Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, so again,
Hearsay as well.
Overruled.
You may answer, Agent Berni.
So overruled on
so
hearsay.
again, in the network, when your phone is on, it's scanning the environment, and then the phone picks the tower and sector with the best signal. Sometimes that device will finish a call and just go exactly to the next call, or maybe you ended a call because there was an incoming call and a tower and sector was already assigned and being used by the device, and that device then continues to use that tower and sector. That would be a term of an example of the tower camping or holding on to a tower a little bit past its normal range.
And Agent Berni, that phenomenon, camping with cell phone towers, how has that changed from 2015 to 2024?
Yeah, 2015, you gotta remember that's almost 10 years ago. The technology has obviously advanced. There's more towers. The processing and speed rate of our communication is significantly faster than it was, 9 years ago. So we see less of it now in 2024 than we did in, 2019 and earlier.
And Agent Berni, without stating or relying on any conversation with T-Mobile, based on your training and experience, what is what is an explanation for the movement between 731 and 733 on these slides we just discussed?
Your Honor, I'm going to pose the same objection. I don't believe that's foundation too late.
Well, we'll see whether he can answer it that way, but given the way the question is phrased, I would overrule that objection.
You may answer, Agent Berni.
Yes, so what we see when we look at page 27, we see an incoming call at 7:29 and 30 seconds. And then the next is a outgoing call placed at 7:31 and 17 seconds. Those two are in close proximity of times to the time period that those two calls. So in my expert opinion, I would say that device obviously still shows that tower and sector as the best signal and was in the footprint, meaning usable coverage area of that tower and sector for both of them. It had to happen, otherwise it would have went to another tower and sector. And then we see the next call, again, is at 7:33, again, maybe between the two towers, a distance of like 4 miles.
Now, Agent Berni, I'm publishing slide 28. What is the general movement of the device associated with Jeffery Williams depicted from 7:33 p.m. to 8 p.m.?
May I stand again?
You may, yeah, please feel free to. I just didn't want you to feel like you had to continue to stand.
So again, 7:33, we see the call using this tower and sector in the area associated near the area of the associated address number 2. We have that call at 7:33, 7:43, and one at 7:55, again using all the same tower and sector. And then we see the device start to move northbound. 7:58, it uses a tower and sector in this area, and then eventually at 8 o'clock, the device is continuing to move further north. So again, first call is 7:33, last calls start to move in the northbound general area.
How many calls are depicted on this slide between 7:33 and 8 p.m. total that you were able to plot?
5.
How many of those 5 calls are between the device associated with Jeffery Williams and the device associated with Kevin Treadwell?
3.
Now, Agent Berni, do you see the call at 7:55 p.m. on this slide?
I do.
And where is the device associated with Jeffery Williams to the associated address at 35 Oak Drive?
We can see it here. Again, the tower and sector would provide coverage in this general area. So again, I would say the device is in proximity, close proximity to associated address number 2 at 7:55.
And Agent Berni, I'm going to republish slide 15. Do you see the 7:50 p.m. call on the device associated with Mr. McMullen on slide 15?
I do. It's kind of cut off right here. You can see the tower and sector here. That's for that 7:50 call right there.
And Agent Berni, who is the device associated with Mr. McMullen speaking with at this time?
This is a call, again, to the device associated with Mr. Treadwell.
And is the call we just discussed with Defendant Williams' phone, how much time is apart between those two calls?
So this one's 7:50, and the one associated with Mr. Williams, that call is at 7:55.
And in that time frame, with the call detail records you have, where are the devices associated with McMullen and the devices associated with Defendant Williams in that time frame, 7:50 or 7:55?
Again, the same general area. We see 7:50. Obviously, the device is in this general area, and the same on page 28. You'll see that at 7:55, the Williams device is in the same general area.
And Agent Berni, I'm republishing slide 24. Do you see a 7:47 p.m. call on this slide?
I do. Excuse me.
And for the device associated with Mr. Bradford, where is his device at 7:47 p.m. in relation to the 35 Oak Drive address?
So again, at the 7:47 outgoing call, you can see the tower and sector that's used. Again, putting that device in this general area here, the same general area associated with associated address number 2.
And is that same general area in relation to 35 Oak Drive Southwest? Where is that in relation to the location of Mr. McMullen's the device associated with Mr. McMullen and the device associated with Defendant Williams we just discussed.
Yeah, again, that's still the same general area here all around the address, the Oak Drive address.
Agent Berni, going back to slide 28, is there any gaps in time from the southbound tower in terms of when calls are made?
Yes, there's a 7:33, and then approximately 10 minutes later, 7:43, and then approximately 12 or 11 minutes later, you have 7:55.
And is it possible for the device associated with Defendant Williams to have traveled to the McDonald's from the area near the 35 Oak Drive Southwest as depicted on the slide?
Just speculation, Your Honor.
I can ask additional questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Agent Berni, how far, or what is the scale on this map, Agent Berni?
Yeah, we see the scale at the bottom down here.
And using that scale, how far is the distance between 35 Oak Drive Southwest, Atlanta, Georgia, and 150 Cleveland Avenue Southwest?
So the distance between this point here at 2 and this point here at M, which is the McDonald's straight line distance, is probably around a mile.
And Agent Berni, have you driven vehicles before?
I have.
Can you travel 0.8 miles in 10 minutes?
You can.
Objection to 28 miles. Well, I'll do that.
All right, overruled.
Agent Berni. Publishing slide 29. Where is the first call on slide 29?
So again, just a continuation of, again, a phone number associated with the Williams device. We see the first phone call here is at 8 o'clock and 15 seconds. We see that device here, and then the next activity is at 8:22, again, around the area of the Williams complex.
And Agent Berni, are these two towers, where are they in relation to Highway 85?
Yeah, so Interstate 85 is this yellow road that goes right here. So you can see this tower here, very close to Interstate 85. And then if you look at this second tower over here, it's obviously very close to Interstate 85.
So Agent Berni, with this call at 8:22 p.m., is the phone associated with Defendant Williams, where is that in relation to 1080 West Peachtree Street Southwest?
Again, you can see the tower in the sector that's used, and it's in very close proximity to the Williams condo on the West Peachtree Street Northwest.
And Agent Berni, going to page 27, from this 7:29 p.m. call incoming from the device associated with Mr. McMullen till the 8:22 p.m. call we just discussed, what is the general movement of Defendant Williams' device?
Yeah, so the device obviously starts up here in the area around the Williams condo. It moves southbound, eventually being in the general area around associated address number 2 at 7:33. Again, there's activity at 7:33, 7:43, and 7:55. And then the device starts to move northbound again, eventually reaching the area around the condo at an activity around 8:22.
And Agent Berni, with that general route of travel you just described, I am republishing slide 15. How does the travel of device associated with Mr. McMullen between 7:29 p.m. and roughly 8:21 p.m. compare with the movement of the device associated with Defendant Williams in that time frame?
Yeah, they're similar. Obviously they start around the same location, around the same time period. They move to the general area around associated address number 2, around the same time period, or roughly the same time period, and then move back. So again, similar travel patterns.
And Agent Berni, is the device in this time window, is the devices associated with Mr. McMullen and the devices associated with Defendant Williams, do either, none, or both have communication with the device associated with Kevin Treadwell?
They both do.
Agent Berni, I'm going to publish slide 29, or sorry, excuse me, slide 30. Were you ever asked to analyze or plot the device associated with Quindarius Zachary?
I was.
And what was the time frame you were requested to analyze Mr. Zachary's phone?
You see it listed there, 6:53 to about 7:56 p.m. on the 10th.
Publishing slide 31. Agent Berni, where is the first call on for the device associated with Mr. Zachary in this time frame?
Yep, so the first time is, again, we have this tower and sector used right here at 6:53 p.m. An outgoing call, we see that tower and sector again. We put the device in this general area here. And that's activity between 6:53 and 7:56, with one tower being used here at 7:25.
And so other than that one call at 7:25, does the device associated with Mr. Zachary in this time frame appear to remain in the same general location?
It does, other than the 7:25 call, yes.
And Agent Berni, do you see a call at 7:56 p.m.?
I do.
Is the call at 7:56 p.m. incoming or outgoing?
That's an incoming call.
And is it associated with any device you were requested to analyze?
It is. It's associated to the 8935 device associated to Mr. Sledge.
Agent Berni, I'm going to publish State's Exhibit, or it's not State's Exhibit, page 32. Were you ever requested to analyze the phone records related to Kevin Treadwell with a phone number ending in 2643?
I was.
And what was the time frame you requested to analyze that device?
Again, on the 10th, 6:23 to 8:22 p.m. for this device.
Publishing slide 33. Now, Agent Berni, where is the first call on this slide?
So the first call on this slide uses this tower here, and it uses the north side. But again, we can see based on these numbers here, 0 being the azimuth of north, we know that it used the north side at 6:23.
And Agent Berni, when does it leave that tower in sector? Where does it travel next after the 6:23 p.m.?
Yeah, so it's on this tower and various sides of that tower until approximately 7:33, and then it uses this tower and one of the sides of this tower at 7:35.
And Agent Berni, with that 7:33 p.m. call, was that an incoming or outgoing call?
You see the 7:33 right there is an incoming call.
And is it connected with a device you were requested to analyze?
I was the device ending in 3904.
And after receiving that call at 7:33 p.m. from the device associated with Defendant Williams, where does the phone associated with Mr. Treadwell travel?
So again, it's in this vicinity to start. Now it uses this tower, specifically the north side, because 330 degrees would be this side right here. So at 7:35, it's on this side of that tower. Right?
And is that side of that tower, Agent Berni, where's that in relation to the McDonald's at 150 Cleveland Avenue?
So the McDonald's is located right here. We see that as kind of the yellow or orange M right there. And that tower, specifically that sector, we can see would most likely be in the coverage area. The McDonald's would most likely be in the coverage area of that tower in sector.
And after that 7:33 p.m. incoming call from the phone associated with Defendant Williams, what is the next call?
Yeah, so you got 7:33 over here, again using this tower in sector, and then you have the 7:35 outgoing call using this tower in sector.
And Agent Berni, in this towers depicted, is the device associated with Kevin Treadwell ever in the general vicinity of the 35 Oak Drive, Southwest Atlanta, Georgia?
It is. That's the blue square right here with the number 2 in it. So anytime the phone uses this sector here or this tower in this sector here, the phone could be, again, in the general area of associated address number 2. So that would be starting at 7:45 right here. It's still using this tower, but we're using the sector that's oriented to 210 degrees, which is this side over here. And then in this box here, it uses this tower and sector, and those calls are from 7:49 until 8:11.
And Agent Berni, do you see between the 7:33 p.m. call from Defendant Williams, do you see a call after that, or when is the next call after that, if any, that the phone number associated with Mr. McMullen appears?
The next time is at 7:38.
And how far apart time are those two calls?
Well, you got 7:33 to 7:38, so approximately 5 minutes.
And Agent Berni, do you see the call with tower 1616 depicted in the bottom left at 7:56 p.m.?
I do.
Is that an incoming or outgoing call?
That's an incoming call.
And who is that incoming call? Is it from a phone number you were requested to analyze?
It is 6080, device associated to Mr. McMullen.
And what is the next call on that tower after that call?
It is 7:58 right here, and that's an incoming call from 3904, device associated to Mr. Williams.
And how much time is between those two calls?
Approximately 8 minutes.
Now, Agent Berni, zeroing in on that 7:50 call with the device associated with Kevin Treadwell and the device associated with Demise McMullen. Do you see that?
I do.
And I wanted to publish slide 15. Where is the device associated with Demise McMullen at 7:50 p.m.?
Again, you can see the tower and sector used puts that device in the general area around associated address number 2.
And is those two devices between McMullen, or the devices associated with Mr. McMullen and Mr. Treadwell, have calls between each other on that at that 7:50 time?
They do.
Agent Berni, I'm going to also publish slide 28. Do you see the 7:55 p.m. call on this slide?
I do.
And for the 3904 associated with Defendant Williams, who is the call at 7:55 between?
That 7:55 is an outgoing call from the Williams device to phone number ending in 2643, which is the device associated with Treadwell.
And where is the device associated with Defendant Williams on that call in relation to the device associated with Mr. Treadwell, the device associated with McMullen around that time?
Yeah, all of those devices, again, are in this general area here around the associated address number 2.
And Agent Berni, between the movements of the device associated with McMullen and the device associated with defendant Williams, do the towers utilized in that window of time of roughly 7:29 to 8:22, where are they in relation in general to I-85?
The towers that are utilized are very close to I-85 as they travel. The devices travel from the general vicinity around the Williams condo to the vicinity around the associated address number 2 and then back up.
Publishing Agent Berni, slide 34. Were you ever requested to analyze the phone number ending in 9596 associated with door rear?
I was.
And what was the time frame for that?
Again, you can see that here, 6:20 p.m. to 8:11 p.m. on January the 10th.
Agent Berni, can you describe for the jury the general movement of the device associated with door rear in this time frame?
Yeah, so again, 6:20, first activity that we looked at here, again, puts that device north 75 area near Bindings. The device eventually moves southbound and then has activity around the area associated with the Williams condo there. First activity is at 7:37 and then remaining in that area until this slide, the last activity on this slide at 8:11. Again, using towers and sectors in this general area here.
And Agent Berni, does the phone number associated with door rear ending in 9596 have any communication with the device associated with Kevin Treadwell?
It does.
When, can you show for the jury where and when those communications are?
Yeah, so that device, the Treadwell device ending in 2643 are these calls right here, again, at approximately, or at 7:35 and 53 seconds, and then 7:36 and 2 seconds, and then 7:38. So 3 activities.
Agent Berni, publishing slide 36, were you ever requested to analyze the phone records for the device associated with Dolly Greer ending in 1990?
I was.
And what was the time frame for that request?
Again, looking at 6:44 to 8:27 p.m.
Publishing slide 37. Agent Berni, when is the first call on this slide?
So the first call on this slide is at 6:30 right here, is an incoming call. You can see the towers and sectors there.
And can you describe the general movement of the device associated with Dolly Greer between 6:44 p.m. and 7:04 p.m.?
Yep, so at 6:30 and 6:40, we can see the towers and sectors that are used here, 6:43, and then it uses this tower and sector over here, 6:44 to 7 o'clock, and then we see that device use various towers and sectors as it moves northbound. Eventually, the last call on here is 7:04, using this tower and sector here.
And in this time frame, is there any communication between the device associated with Dolly Greer and the device associated with Dora Greer, ending in 9596?
There is.
Is there any communication with the device associated with defendant Williams, ending in 3904?
There is.
Agent Berni, publishing slide 38. Where does the device associated with Dolly Greer, can you describe for the jury the movement of that device?
Yeah, so the first activity on that device is at 7:08. Again, we see the tower and sector here, and then that device moves northbound, appears to be, along the 85 corridor there, eventually arriving in the area around the Williams condo at approximately 7:11.
Agent Berni, publishing slide 39. Now, in addition to specific time ranges for individual phone numbers, were you ever asked to analyze activity around specific locations?
I was.
And were you ever asked to analyze the phone activity near 330 McDaniel Street Southwest?
I was.
And what was the time frame you analyzed that?
Yeah, so you can see that here, 6:56 p.m. to 7:28 p.m. on the 10th.
And Agent Berni, do you see the 7:28 p.m. call from the device associated with Kenneth Copeland?
I do.
I'm going to publish slide 12. Excuse me, slide 11. Is that call the same, or is this the call at 7:28 in relation to the Green Store?
It is. It's this one right here that we discussed previously, the 7:28. Again, you can see the tower and sector here.
And is that the same call?
It is. It's the exact same call.
And the activity before this, where is the device associated with Kenneth Copeland at 7:24?
Yep. So again, here's that crime scene. We're looking south of that along 85. You have the, the associated address, Copeland's girlfriend here. The device at 724 and 725 again puts that device in this general area here, somewhere around the vicinity of that the other additional residence.
The 178 Maury Avenue?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
So the device associated with Mr. Copeland, is it further or closer from the 178 Maury Avenue address or 330 McDaniel Street at 7:24 p.m. call?
Yeah, it's significantly closer to the 178
Why are we
Maury
buffering?
Avenue. Again, the device is going to be in this general area here.
Going back to slide 40. And Agent Berni, is the device on the left, ending in 8008, is that the device associated with Mr. Bradford?
It is.
And are these calls depicted on this slide ones we discussed previously in relation to the device associated with Mr. Bradford?
It is.
And when is the last call that the device associated with Mr. Bradford can be plotted that is near the vicinity of the crime scene?
Again, you see that one here. That's 719 incoming text message.
Publishing slide 41, Agent Berni, were you also asked to analyze phone activity near the McDonald's at 150 Cleveland Avenue?
I was.
And what was the time frame you were requested to analyze phones in relation to that address?
Yeah, you can see that listed here, 7:35 to 8:48 p.m. on the 10th.
So, Agent Berni, on slide 42, can you walk the jury through what this slide shows?
Yeah, so again, I was asked to take a look at phones near the McDonald's. The McDonald's location is shown here. I looked at any activity with towers and sectors that were in close proximity around that time period, and we see several devices that have that. So we kind of go through those. The first device is this red device, 6080. That's the device associated to Mr. McMullen. We have this silver device here, ending in 8008. That's the device associated with Mr. Bradford at the top there. This tower and sector here is Sprint towers. Again, provide coverage in this general area here. And we have the 5626 device associated with Mr. Zachary and the 2643 device associated with Mr. Treadwell using this tower and sector here. Then the closest tower and sector to the McDonald's obviously is this one here. We have that 2643 again associated with Mr. Treadwell. That's kind of this purple device having those activities. Kind of cut off down here is the 5991 device associated with Mr. Copeland, again using this tower and sector here.
And Agent Berni, roughly in the time span of using the time span of 7:45 to 8 o'clock, are the devices associated with Kevin Treadwell, Mr. Copeland, Demise McMullen, where are they in relation to the McDonald's?
Yeah, the McMullen device, that red device here, is using this tower. Again, there's a Verizon tower there, a Verizon tower, and a Verizon tower. Those are the three closest. So we can see, again, that device can be somewhere in this general area. That's at 739 and 753. What are the other devices?
Treadwell, Copeland, and McMullen.
Okay. The Copeland device, we just have one activity during this time period. You can see the tower and sector it uses here. That's at 7:51 p.m. And then the Treadwell device, it uses this tower here and these two sectors here at 7:35 to 7:45. And then it also uses this tower out here at 8:32 p.m.
And Agent Berni, were you ever asked to plot phone activity near Defendant Williams' condo?
I was.
What was the time frame that you plotted phones in relation to that address?
So I looked at devices between 7:31 and 11:22 p.m. On the 10th.
Now, Agent Berni, can you help unpack this rather busy slide for the jury?
Yeah, so this obviously has a lot of information on here.
It is a really busy
The
slide.
biggest thing is just seeing which phones have activity all around the general area of the Williams condo, and that is a significant number of these phones.
And Agent Berni, is in this time frame from 7:30 to 11:22, is there any devices that are at that location, both close to 7:31 and also close to 11:22 in general?
Yeah, I mean, we see this, the red device associated with McMullen has 7:31.
And I know I'm behind on chats. I am really trying to focus on this, and I think this is more difficult to keep up with because there are so many more data points and timestamps to follow for ever since I've been talking about Jeffery Williams. But Breeze just caught this, and we're supposed to have this very incriminating statement made, and Quindarius Zachary changed his story between 2015 and 2017. Did he tell you before he left the condo to go see his girl, or was he going to see his girl already and you got wind of it? It was conflicting with Quindarius Zachary. So what I would want to see from this, and we haven't gotten it so far, Yak, Shannon, where exactly were they? When, if at all, were they at this condo? Because if they weren't there at the same time frames that they would have been in the same vicinity of Quindarius Zachary to relay certain information, there's huge questions up in the air. And, I mean, maybe we'll see that on Cross. But that's what I'm looking for. What about Yak and Shannon?
And 11:22, there's 6 activities that use this tower, and specifically this sector, during that time period. It also uses this tower in sector 1. There's another one down here that has 2 outgoing and 1 incoming call using this tower in sector there. Let me just quick look at some other ones. You have the 3904 number associated with Mr. Williams. It uses this tower in sector up here at 822 through 1057 for 5 different activities. It also uses this tower in sector here at 908 to 1042 for 2 activities. I believe that's it.
And Agent Berni, were you ever asked to analyze any out-of-state movement in relation to this case?
I was.
I'm publishing slide 45. What did you analyze in relation to that?
I was just asked to take a look at, did any of these devices leave the Atlanta, Georgia area and travel to Miami on the next day?
now we're on
which was
January 11th.
2015.
Publishing slide 46. Can you describe for the jury what this slide shows?
And right before we move on too far, but Stephen, this is another great point, and sometimes this is the limitation of demonstratives or choosing how to organize data, visualize it. Data visualizations can be so powerful, but if you don't do it right, you could miss the story you're trying to tell. There is a ton of books on Amazon about storytelling with data and data visualization, and I think it's something that trial attorneys and expert witnesses might benefit from reading. And here Stephen T. Satchelis is a great point. The McDonald's slide, for the jury to follow the relevance of McDonald's. Who's going there? Who actually goes to that location? Because the McDonald's is a centerpiece part of the state's theory of the Donovan Thomas murder timeline. The McDonald's slide would be more useful if the data from all 3 of the cell phone providers was overlaid. Give us the full picture. Give us the full story. And, maybe something like that could make it punch a little more. So great point. Wanted to get to that before we move on to the next day and everybody starting to go to Miami.
In relation to the device associated with Mr. McMullen.
Yeah, so again, you'll see the device that it's associated with in the top left-hand corner. This one's the 68 associated to Mr. McMullen. And then I looked at, hey, when did the device approximately leave the Atlanta area, and did it travel southbound? So this device, has activity in the Atlanta area on the 10th at approximately 11 p.m. And then
He's a little
I looked
fast
at
here.
when did it arrive approximately in the Miami area, so I reviewed activity until 2 p.m. the next day on the 11th. And what you see here is these dots are different towers used by the device as it as it made its trip from Atlanta to Miami. So the dots in this case are phone activities, either calls or text messages. This is a Verizon device, so these are just calls. And then I just put in some of the times of those to kind of get us a gauge at approximately how fast was the device moving and approximately when did it arrive, over into the Florida area. So this device, again, had activity 11 p.m. up in Atlanta. At 4 a.m., we see it's near Macon, Georgia. 7 a.m. on the 11th, it's getting near the Florida-Georgia line. And then eventually it had some activity down in Miami at 1:25 p.m. The one thing you can't see on that slide is cut off on the bottom is, obviously I compared all the devices and their activity to see if did some travel separately on different days or times, and which one had similar travel patterns. And so the devices of McMullen, associated with McMullen, Williams, Dolly Greer, and Dora Greer all have very close activity along the same time periods in the areas I looked at, which are like Macon, Georgia, the Florida-Georgia line, and then arriving in Miami.
Agent Berni, publishing slide 47. What does this slide show in regards to movement of the device associated with defendant Williams
Yeah, so again, had some activity at 1:28 a.m. in Atlanta, some activity just north of Macon at 4:38, and then activity in Miami at 1:43. So this device obviously didn't have as many calls or text messages as the other ones. Again, that's the only time we can see towers and sectors, is when there's phone activity.
Publishing slide 48. Can you describe for the jury the movement depicted, if any, on this slide from the phone associated with Dora Greer?
Yeah, so again, really only two activities during this time period. We have an 11:41 activity up in Atlanta, and then down here at 9:21 near Orlando.
Agent Berni, publishing slide 49. Can you describe for the jury the movement depicted, if any, on this slide from the phone associated with Dolly Greer?
And so again, we see that phone number listed there. Had some activity at 3:28 a.m. A little bit further down is the next one at 6:04 a.m. And then eventually some activity in and around the Miami area at 1:43 p.m. on the 11th.
Publishing slide 50. Can you describe for the jury what movement, if any, you see for the device associated with Mr. Copeland?
Yeah, so again, here we have the Copeland device, the 5991. We see on the 11th, the first activity is at 7:56 p.m. This device and the next device associated with Mr. Zachary have very similar travel patterns, but these travel patterns are different than the slides we just previously looked at. By 7:56 p.m. on the 11th, the other devices were already in Miami. So this one departs Atlanta approximately 7:56 or so, has some activity there. Around 10 o'clock, it's just, there's Macon, has some activity south of Macon. And then the next activity we have is at 6:58 a.m. on the 12th, and that's down in Miami.
And in general, does the device associated with Mr. Copeland travel closely with any other devices you requested to analyze?
Yeah, you can see on the bottom of the slide here, those two, the Copeland and Zachary device, have more similar travel.
Oof, buffer. It's probably my fault for pulling that book link.
7:56 p.m. on the 11th, device is still in Atlanta. Now we have 10 o'clock p.m. on the 11th, south of Macon along that, and then some activity, the first activity we see in Miami is at 6:58 a.m. on the 12th.
And Agent Berni, is this, can you describe for the jury, is this what you were just discussing with the phone associated with Mr. Zachary?
It is. So again, activity at 7:37 a.m. and then we see it reaches the Florida-Georgia line around 11:45 p.m. Has several other activities near Orlando, 2:30 a.m. and then into the first activity in Miami is at 7:19 a.m.
And Agent Berni, in relation to the report you generated for the January 10th, 2015 murder of Donovan Thomas, is that in your generated report?
It does.
Now, Agent Berni, were you asked in relation to this case to analyze multiple incidents in regards to cell phone historical cell site data other than the January 10, 2015 murder of Donovan Thomas?
I was.
I am going to approach you with what's been marked as State's Exhibit 180 Echo. And Agent Berni, let me know if you recognize State's Exhibit 180 Echo.
I do.
What is 180 Echo?
It is my report as it associated to an incident that occurred on April 26th of 2015.
And is that in relation to the April 26, 2015 shooting of Mr. Dwayne Carter's tour bus?
It is.
Your Honor, and is that a fair and accurate depiction of the report you created in relation to that shooting?
It is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to tender into evidence State's Exhibit 180 Echo.
Admitted.
Your Honor, same objection. Thank you.
And Agent Berni, I'm going to publish, or you can reference in physical copy, slide 7 from that report. Now, Agent Berni, what were the phone numbers you analyzed, or I'll start this way. Are any of the phone numbers and associated parties the same from the January 10th, 2015 that we just walked through with the jury?
Yes, several are the same.
And I wanted to ask you about if there's any either new phones, or I'll do it this way. Is the top row, does that appear or not appear to be the same last 4 digits and associated names with that device from both the January 10th and the April 26th records you analyzed?
Yeah, the devices associated with Sledge, Valley Greer, and Mr. Zachary are the same numbers and devices.
And for that middle row, the device associated with McMullen and the T-Mobile device associated with Dora Greer, do those appear or not appear to be the same associated name and number?
Yeah, those are the same devices, names and numbers.
Now, can you describe for the jury the remaining numbers and names we have not discussed that are either new or different than what we just went through?
Yeah, we have a device associated to Mr. Winfrey ending in 3383, T-Mobile device. We have a new Sprint device associated with Mr. Williams ending in 2920. And then we have an AT&T device ending in 8553 associated to YSL Enterprises. And then the last addition is a T-Mobile device associated with Mr. Garlington ending in 9229.
Now, Agent Berni, I'm publishing slide 8, and I wanted to ask you, what is the yellow icon that is marked with a V that's depicted on this slide?
Yeah, the V is associated with the Vault Studios. You can see it in the top right corner. I was given that address as 675 Metropolitan Parkway.
And what is the time frame for when you analyze phone activity in the vicinity of the Vault Studios?
Yeah, between 11:27 p.m. on April 25th to 6 a.m. the following morning on April 26th.
And Agent Berni, with this slide, is there multiple cell phone providers, cell towers depicted?
There are. So you have all 4 of the main providers that were in existence in 2015. That's Sprint, AT&T, T-Mobile, and Verizon.
And Agent Berni, with the device associated with Mr. Winfrey ending in 3383, when is the first call that's in the vicinity of the Vault Studios?
Yeah, we see that first call is at 11:27 p.m. on the 25th there. And we can see the tower and sector that it's used right there.
And in relation to that tower and sector, is there any number that primarily seems to be interacting with the device associated with Winfrey in that time frame for that tower?
There's a lot of interaction between that device and the device ending in 1990.
And who's associated with the device ending in 1990?
Yeah, we see that there as Ms. Dolliger.
Now, is there a gap in time, or let me ask you this, Agent Berni. Do you see the call at 1:15 a.m. for the phone associated with Winfrey?
I do.
Can you show the jury where that call is?
Yeah, it's listed right there, 1:15 a.m.
And is that call, what device is that call between, other than Mr. Winfrey?
Yeah, it's an incoming call to Mr. Winfrey's device from that 1990 device associated with Ms. Dolliger.
And do you see a call that's depicted on the right at 1:19:38?
I do.
Is that also a call associated with defendant Winfrey?
It is.
After that 1:19 a.m. call, when is the next time that the device associated with Winfrey appears in the vicinity of the Vault Studios?
3:38 a.m.
So is it roughly or almost exactly a 2-hour gap between those calls?
Yeah, it's about a 2-hour and 20-minute gap.
Now, Agent Berni, when is the first call from the device ending in 1990 associated with Dolly Greer in the vicinity of the Vault?
We have this one down here at 1:14 using this tower here.
And do you see the call at 1:39 a.m. by the device associated with Dolly Greer?
I do.
When is the next call that device has in the vicinity of the Vault?
The next call after that 1:39 call is this call, it's hard to see it, it's on this one here, at 3:53 a.m., again using this tower right here.
And is that roughly the same or a little over a 2-hour gap between those calls when that device is in the vicinity of the Vault Studios?
Again, that's a little bit over 2 hours, 2 hours and 10 minutes or 15 minutes approximately.
Do you see the device associated with McMullen have any activity? Can you show the jury or tell the jury when the first time that phone associated with Mr. McMullen is in the vicinity of the vault?
Yeah, we see that is right here at 11:49 p.m. on the 25th, again using this tower in here.
And when is the last communication, if any, other than that call between the device associated with McMullen and in the vicinity of the Vault Studios?
Yeah, the next activity in the vicinity of the Vault Studios is this one here at 2:38 a.m. Again, I'm still using this tower.
Do you see the phone number associated with Sledge?
I do.
And when, if any, is there any activity from the device associated with Mr. Sledge near the vicinity of the Vault Studios?
We have this tower down here with the call-out box kind of cut off there, but you can see it's at 12:01 and 12:34 it uses this tower in sector. Again, that's the number ending in 8935.
Do you see any activity from the phone associated with Mr. Zachary near the vicinity of the Vault Studios?
I do.
When is the first time that phone, or that device associated with Mr. Zachary has any activity in that location?
We have this 4:13 a.m. outgoing call, again using this tower here.
And do you see any phone activity from the phone number ending in 9596 associated with Dora Greer near the vicinity of the Vault Studios?
We do see that 9596 at a couple seconds after midnight on the 26th, again using that same tower.
And when does that activity stop from that device?
You know, from the 95, 96, you have midnight, you have 1:16 a.m., 1:39 a.m., and 1:40 a.m. And then that's the last time that device is seen during this review period.
Agent Berni, I'm going to publish slide 9. What is depicted on slide 9?
So slide 9, what we have now is all of the devices in the vicinity of the compound nightclub. So the compound nightclub is going to be this blue box with the number 1 in it. We put it right there. So then again, any and all devices that I was asked to review that had activity in close proximity to that compound during this time period of 1:42 a.m. to 3:04 a.m. on the 26th.
Agent Berni, with the device associated with Mr. Winfrey, does it have any activity near the compound?
It does.
When is the first time that device associated with Mr. Winfrey has contact, or not contact, but is in the vicinity of the compound nightclub?
Yes, we see it here at 2:01. Again, that device ending in 3383. It's using this tower, right? Specifically this side on this.
And Agent Berni, between that call at 2:01 a.m., when is the last call and tower that the device associated with Winfrey is in the vicinity of the compound nightclub?
So we have, the last one is this one here at 3:03 a.m. And you can see the tower that it's using right there, specifically this side.
And Agent Berni, do you see a call at 3:04 p.m. or a.m. from the device associated with Winfrey?
Right here.
Does that appear to be traveling in a different direction?
Yeah, so we have, so if we're looking specifically at the 3383 device, again, it had tower and sector I'm using over here. But then we can see it's using this tower, 2 different sides. The first is the 150 side, which is going to be this side. The second is going to be the 270 side, which is this side. So we can see that device consistently uses the 150 side until about 257, and then it uses the 270 side at 303 several times, and then eventually using a completely different tower at 304. So again, I would say that device is now traveling westbound.
Now, Agent Berni, with the phone associated with Dolly Greer, does it have any activity around the vicinity of the compound nightclub?
It does.
What is the first time it has any activity near there?
It is at 2:01 a.m., and we see that, that tower right there.
When is the last activity that the phone associated with Dolly Greer has near the compound nightclub?
It's at 3:03.
How does that first call and last call compare with the calls we just discussed related to the device associated with Mr. Winfrey?
Yeah, so we have these over here at 2, and then 235 and 238, and then we have the towers used on this device down here, 232 to 302, and then we have this device here, or a tower at 303 using the north side over here. So again, at 201 to 303, using these 3 different towers. This last tower, it's hard to really see. 303, it's using the 248 side, so this side down.
And Agent Berni, is there any activity from the phone associated with Mr. Zachary in the vicinity of the compound nightclub?
There is.
When is the first activity near the compound from that device?
So the first activity with the 5726 is at 2:50 a.m., again using this tower here.
And when is the last activity from the device associated with Mr. Zachary in relation to the compound nightclub?
Is at 301, using the same tower and sector.
Is that 301 last activity from Mr. Zachary, how does that compare when the devices associated with Mr. Winfrey and Ms. Greer stopped having activity near the compound?
Yeah, again, it's around the same time period. You know, we had 301 for the 5726 device associated with Zachary. I think the Greer device was at 303 for the last activity, and then the black phone associated with 3383, Mr. Winfrey, was also at 303 and 304.
Was there any activity from the device associated with Demise McMullen near the compound nightclub?
There was.
When was the first time that phone was near the nightclub?
First time is at 2:31 a.m., and you can see it used this tower right here.
And when is the last time that device had any activity near the compound?
Again, it's hard to see, it cuts it off down here, but the last time is at 2:33 a.m.
And Agent Berni, is there any activity from the device associated with Dora Greer near the compound in the time frame that you analyzed?
There is.
When is the first time it appears near the compound?
The first being this 1:42 a.m. Again, you can see the tower that's used here, same as the one here.
And when is the last time that device associated with Dora Greer has activity near the compound?
221 right here, you can see that tower in the sector that's used.
Agent Berni, I'm going to publish slide 10. Now, were you ever asked or did you ever analyze any phone or historical tower analysis between the devices associated with Mr. Winfrey and the device associated with Ms. Dolly Greer?
I was.
Can you describe for the jury between this window of time of 7:14 a.m. to 1:39 a.m. what this shows?
Yeah, so what we have here is, again, activity of the orange phone of 1990 and also the black phone of 3383. And we have, you know, very similar kind of phones in the vicinity down here. We look at the orange phone, we have 114 and 115, you know, again, using these towers and sectors here, and then 139 for the orange phone, the device has moved up this direction. If we look at the black phone, what we have is...
All right, if anybody's opposed, I am happy speeding it up because there are too many data points on this map for me to follow just by what he's saying without being able to see the other information on the screen. It was manageable when there were less data points. I could listen and piece what he was saying together, but this is much, so let's speed this up.
We have activity at 115 in this general area, then 119 and 138 using these towers and sectors. So again, we see a similar pattern.
How long will he be
between these two
testifying?
devices. Again, 114 starting in this sector, moving to this sector, and then here, and then the black device, again, using this sector to that sector. One thing to note is that these two devices are different providers. And so they don't use the same antennas and maybe not even the same towers. So you could have a device two devices be in the exact same location, but because one's T-Mobile, or one's Sprint and one's AT&T, they could be using different towers to provide coverage in that area.
Now, Agent Berni, I'm going to publish slide 11. What is the time frame depicted on this slide between the devices of Mr. Winfrey and the device associated with Ms. Dolly Greer?
Yeah, so again, we continue to look at these two devices. This is from 2:01 to 3:03 a.m. And now we're looking at the devices moved into the general vicinity of the compound nightclub.
And Agent Berni, for that tower that is 3090 and 2090 in the top right, do you see that?
I do.
Who is the device associated with Mr. Winfrey speaking with between that 2:45 a.m. call and the 3:03 a.m. call?
Yeah,
I would object, I apologize. I object to speaking. I understand you can say this, the associate handset.
Sustained. Rephrase, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Agent Berni, the phone or the device associated with Bally Greer ended in 1990, and the phone associated with Mr. Winfrey ending in 3383. What is the communication between those devices between 2:45 a.m. and 3:03 a.m.?
Steele
there's
is
several
sharp.
calls between those two devices. 245, you can see them, 245, 248, 249.
And maybe I should explain. So it seems like what just happened there is the phrasing that Atkins used made it seem within his question that definitively that device was in the possession at that moment of Jimmy Winfrey. And Steele objected immediately to the phrasing of the question, and Atkins corrected it to the number associated with that device. So very sharp.
257, 303, several calls. So you can see those all listed here.
And Agent Berni, do you see any calls in this time frame from the 6080 number associated with Demise McMullen?
A demonic McMullen in the captions.
When are those, or where are those?
Yeah, so you got one up here at 2:35, an incoming call to the 1990 device from the 6080, the Demise McMullen device. There's also down here another call at 2:33, an outgoing call from 1990 device to the 6080 device right here. And that's the last one. That's it.
And Agent Berni, without stating the tower sector, do you see any communication between either Mr. Winfrey, the device associated with Mr. Winfrey's phone, or the device associated with Ms. Valley Greer's phone between Mr. Zachary?
Can you say that question again?
Yes. Do you see the phone number ending in 5726 associated with Quindarius Zachary in communication with either phones plotted on this slide?
I do.
And do you see any communication with the phone number ending in 9229 associated with Demikion Garlington between either Mr. Winfrey or Ms. Greer's phone during this time frame?
I do.
Publishing slide 12. Now, is this a slide depicting between 3:07 a.m. and 3:08 a.m.?
It is.
Can you describe for the jury this slide in relation to the phone associated with Mr. Winfrey and the phone associated with Ms. Greer and one another?
I can, yeah. So again, these are the two devices, 3383 and 1990, between 3:07 and 3:08 a.m. on the 26th. And so if we kind of break it down, we see the first device, the black device, 3:07, it uses this side of the tower here, and then at 3:08, it uses this side of the tower here. So that device moved from this sector to this sector here. Now, if we look at the same time period for the orange device, we see 3:07, it uses this tower in sector here, then it jumps to this tower, 3:07 using this side, and then 3:08 using this side right here. So again, these two devices, very similar travel pattern during these kind of 2 minutes to show, hey, the device was in this side and kind of moved up to this side during that 3:07 to 3:08, and both of those devices during that time period.
Now, Agent Berni, I'm publishing slide or page 13. Between 3:14 a.m. and 3:17 a.m., can you describe for the jury the movement of these devices?
Yep, so
Wait, so this is all the dot. Oh my gosh, this is so many. You can't even see the dots. Like, this is zoomed in right now, so we get a better look because it's full screen. But what? I feel like this isn't even adequate for Bernie to decipher based on the way this is mapped at the zoom, the current zoom.
at this point,
And then this data point is like cut off here. You see how like this overlay, it's really tiny. If you're looking at mobile, you might not see it, but where I'm circling with my mouse, there's like data point circles, but they're cut off as if it was like cropped as a square overlay and then pasted right in this area, or maybe didn't load correctly when they grabbed this screenshot.
At the earlier slide, it looked like the devices were in close proximity or had very similar travel patterns. Now we see the devices have actually looked like they've separated. If we break down the devices, we go to the black device first. We see the first activity at 3:14. Again, using the side of 3:30, which is this north side, then goes to 2:10, then it goes to this tower here and this tower here. So starting at 3:14 in this general area and 3:17 down in this general area. Now for the orange device, we have our first activity at 3:14 here, 3:15 now using this tower, and 3:16 now using this tower. So again, in summary, the black device somewhere here heading south and east, and the orange device first activity here and heading north and east.
And Agent
Hold on, this definitely, remember that day that we were listening and trying to decipher through the dialect if they were saying riding round the scene or riding round the city? These data points definitely make it seem like we like to ride around the city.
Berni, for the calls from the device associated with Mr. Winfrey from 314 to 317, where are they in relation to I-75?
Yeah, these towers are obviously right along this I-75 interstate. So,
Now, Agent Berni, I'm going to publish slide in page 14 of your report. From 3:28 a.m. to 5:21 a.m., can you describe for the jury where the devices associated with both Mr. Winfrey and Ms. Greer travel and end up?
yeah. So again, this is same date. Now we're looking at 3:28 to 5:21. We put area of interest of the vault back on here. We can see that location down here. So if we kind of step through each of the locations, what we have here is at 3:38, we have the black phone in this general area here, and then it moves to this tower here. It's hard to see, it's right underneath the vault, but in the general vicinity of the vault, getting there approximately 3:38 and having activity from 3:38 to 4:27. Now with the orange phone, the first activity we have on the orange phone is 3:28. The device is, obviously up in this general area. It then moves southbound 3:36, having activity in this area, and then 3:37 in this area. 3:38, it uses a tower and sector down here, and then the device moves back to a tower located close to the vault here that has activity at 3:53 and at 5:21. So in summary, what we have again is the black phone's first activity is here, then it went over to use a tower in close proximity to the vault. And for the orange phone, we had activity up here. It traveled south along here, and then eventually made its way back to the area around the vault, having activity around the vault around 3:53.
Now, Agent Berni, I'm going to publish slide 15 for the device ending in 8553 associated with YSL Enterprises. Where was that phone during this time frame?
Yep. So again, this is in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. You can see kind of Baton Rouge downtown area here. Again, this is the device ending in 8553 associated with YSL Enterprises. And we can see all of the phone's activities in and around the Baton Rouge area. And again, it looks like the first activity of that device heading away from the Baton Rouge area is at 9:03 p.m. on the 25th.
Agent Berni, I'm publishing slide 16. Were you able, or where was the phone associated with, or the phone number ending in 2920 located during this time?
Yeah, so that device had all of its activity in the Miami, Florida area during this time.
And is that a device that when you analyzed it, you had listed as who was associated with that device on the phones you analyzed?
Yeah, let me go back to that page. 2920 was a device associated with Mr. Williams.
And for the 9229 number associated with Demekion Garlington, were you able to plot any location information for that device?
No, the records that were returned for that device from the phone company did not provide cell site information.
Just answer the inquiry.
Yeah, do you need to approach or?
I just wanted to know if it's okay, the 9229 number. Ms. Atkins, you say that's associated with Mr. Garlington?
That is what the report that Agent Berni has. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure.
You're welcome, Mr. Steele. Court's indulgence, Your Honor.
Right, and Peter Ortiz, right, we got to remember the good things. So notice how smooth this questioning is without Love. This would be like 10 times longer if Love was questioning. I think the witness would have to like pause to correct Love because she wouldn't even be questioning using the right names or devices. Oh man. So, got to remember the good things. And seriously, Peter, you were not wrong. My eyes were glazing over.
With what all we've discussed, are you able to, or do call detail records, are you able to plot FaceTime calls?
No.
Are you able to plot WhatsApp calls?
No.
Are you able to plot any other app or program that someone could use to communicate with someone that's not using the cell towers from those providers?
No, during 2015, all that was provided in the call detail records are calls made using your phone number. So it's calls and some text message using the phone number provided to you by the provider. So those would be what's considered data. In 2015, we were not obtaining data records.
Now, Agent Berni, I want to go back to slide 44 of your January 10th, 2015 report. States Exhibit 322 Yankee.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So Agent Berni, on 322 Yankee, I'm orienting you to slide 44. And I'm going to be publishing that for the jury. Can you walk through the jury what names are associated with these devices that appear in the vicinity of Defendant Williams' condo between 7:31 p.m. and 11:22 p.m.?
Okay. So you have the device ending in 9596 associated with Dora Greer. You have the 3904 associated to Mr. Williams. The 5726 associated to Mr. Zachary. The 3145 associated to Mr. Cobb. The 5991 associated with Mr. Copeland. The 1990 associated with Dolly Greer. The 8935 associated to Mr. Sledge. The 6080 associated to Mr. McMullen. And I think that covered all of them, yes.
And Agent Berni, I am going to draw your attention to 180 echo pertaining to the April 26, 2018. And I'm going to draw your attention to slide 12. And I'm going to publish that slide in 180 echo, slide 12 for the jury. Now, 180 echo. Now, Agent Berni, do you see Highway 285?
I do.
And do you see any area depicted as Atlanta Road?
Atlanta Road? I do.
Can you describe for the jury, using those as reference points, where these devices are in relation to those?
Yep. So again, 285 we see is right here, runs north and south right there. And then that Atlanta Road is right here and it goes across this way.
Thank you, Agent Berni. One brief moment, Your Honor. So, Agent Berni, in relation to this, is that tower 2051 TAC 2 and 2051 TAC 3? Do you see that? 307, 308 a.m.?
I do.
Is that tower, if that device associated with Mr. Winfrey was traveling on Atlanta Road, is that consistent or inconsistent with that tower?
That would be consistent. Obviously, again, Atlanta.
Just out of curiosity, and I want everybody to try to like answer blind without looking at the chat, just for a thought experiment. There's nothing wrong with you not knowing what we're talking about. It's actually good feedback for me, good feedback on how this is being presented. What incident are we talking about right now, currently? What incident are we talking about? First answer is I have no clue. Now, this is the way this has been for a while, and like I'm realizing I should have given the cue when we started talking about April. But this is the Wayne bus shooting. And from looking at there you go. But this is great feedback. You guys are saying no idea, no idea. We have a few that are saying the tour bus. And I was looking at the chat before I stopped to ask this question, and I'm like, I'm thinking maybe we don't know what incident we're on, and I should have said something like 30 minutes ago to cool you guys to it. But I'm a YouTuber, right? That has nothing to do with how the jury is taking in this information. And, you know, to be fair, Atkins can't just get up there and start testifying. You know, on the day that these people that are responsible for the Wayne tour bus shooting, where were their devices? He can't just like inject that in a question. But I think it's really great feedback that because I didn't cue you guys in, I got to ask this question, and so many of you are saying I have no idea what we're talking about. And this is a great answer. Sir Frank Otter just says the murder. Keep it vague. Yeah, we're talking about the bus shooting. Jimmy Winfrey, Baton Rouge. So Jeffery Williams was at his concert. The YSL Enterprise phone was over in Baton Rouge. But this is great feedback. I mean, the jurors have to think somewhat like some of us real people, right? There's no way the jurors are picking up that we're talking about different incidents. So thank you so much for the honest answers, you guys. This is incredible feedback. Mercy. Oh, man. And no, we talked about Donovan Thomas murder earlier on. Really, the January 10th and 11th. Who said Pearl Harbor? Stop it. Yes, I think you were the reason that I stopped and asked this question. So thank you for the feedback, you guys. I mean, what a great thought exercise here. But we are talking about the Lil Wayne bus shooting.
Atlanta Road runs like this. And at 3:07, 17 seconds, it's using this side, and at 3:08, 46, it's now using this side. So that would be consistent with the device traveling along Atlanta Road north and west.
And with the phone associated with 1990 Dolly Greer, does it have any activity around Atlanta Road on this slide?
It does. So again, we have the first one at 3:07. Atlanta Road, again, is this road that travels right there. So the first tower would be this one at 3:07 here, and then again at 3:07 and 3:08. So again, that would be consistent with a device traveling north and westbound on Atlanta.
Thank you, Agent Berni. One brief moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, no further questions for Agent Berni at this time.
Okay, let's
That's
break for lunch, and then we'll do any cross of this witness.
There we
So let's
go.
Let's take an hour.
So we're gonna skip that lunch. Thank you guys. I haven't been trying to ignore the chat. It's just I'm really like not kidding when I'm saying this is harder for me to follow. Oh, and I'm not on the screen. My bad. I'm here. But I'm trying to focus, so I'm like trying not to. I lose focus if I start looking at the chat. So if I seem like I'm zoning out, it's because I'm actually zoning into the lawn crime feed to really follow this. It is definitely complicated. It is not the most fun data set to look at. I will probably, unwillingly, but I'll do it, rewatch some of that again. If we don't see it broken down further with other witnesses, right? I might revisit this nice, fun testimony and presentation. So we will skip this lunch. Sorry, I'm so behind. Big shout. I know we have a bunch of birthdays rolling in, so thank you guys for saying happy birthday to anyone celebrating today. Compound Cochran came in and gave another Slime membership to somebody. Thank you so much. And then Peter Ortiz, this is incredibly generous. Put this towards a Starlink. Now, guys, I'm going to pull the trigger and either grab Starlink or some sort of, I don't know what provider, but a fixed wireless service provider. Starlink is cool. It's like local, so I like to watch the Constellation satellite launches. However, for whatever reason, the Starlink mapping, it looks like their upspeed isn't the best for this area. There's other states that have much better upspeeds, and upspeeds are important for me to be able to carry on a live stream with. So unfortunately, some of the fixed wireless internet actually seems like it might have more reliable upspeed. So I'm going to pull the trigger. I'm going to pick something today and order it so I have a backup internet, because the Spectrum outages are just, they are not a good time. So this is super generous, Peter Ortiz. There's a 50-50 shot it'll be a Starlink or a fixed internet, but I'm going to do something today. Casey Dog, this was incredibly sweet. The shout out to Amy in the chat. That was so great, you guys. I really appreciated it. And then you guys were nice to me. Like I don't have good words. Like I love to be there for people, but I don't always have like a poetic way to say things. And you guys in the chat were like, it's okay, Kat. So thank you so much for your overwhelming support of Amy E., one of the nicest people out here. And also for the it's okay, Kat, that you don't have the perfect words to say. Thank you so much, Casey Dog, for the 2. And then Steven Satchel, incredibly generous too. I'm going to get something. I might just like spin a roulette wheel. Because I know some of you guys have recommended T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T for the fixed wireless. And then Starlink's an option. So maybe if we just put the 4 options on the board, we'll let the wheel pick, and I'll just do it. I will just do it. It's been awesome. I see a lot of Starlink recommendations. Same thing, Starlink's putting up more. And that was kind of the thing. I was like, hey, they launch a lot of those Constellation satellites from right here, but they don't really seem to be prioritizing the service in Florida. So, but maybe in the future, it'll be top tier. So great consideration there. Also, speaking of birthday shout outs, Jenny, not from the block, says, if we're shouting out birthdays, mine was on October 10th. So you had that Thursday off too. So we didn't get to have a court stream when it was your birthday. So happy belated birthday to Jenny Not From the Block. We're going to celebrate today for Jenny Not From the Block. And thank you so much for the dancing lemon. When life gives you lemons. Oh man. Lots of birthdays. October is such a good month. Casey Dog, love this. Casey Dog says this chat is like family. So much love in here. It really is, and it's an awesome feeling. And above all things, a lot of that has to do with the work that the mods do. The mods are great. They hang out, they chop it up with us, but they're also sitting there clicking away and making sure this stays a good chat to be in, a happy chat. So mod love all the time. Thank you, Casey Dog, for the kind words. And then Dirty Old Sailor, this makes me sad. Oh, Dirty Old Sailor says, lost my wife January 19th after 23 awesome years. It's been so hard. And guys, like, there is no, I said it earlier, but the time heals phrase. It's just like, how do you define that? And here you have, and I love that you phrase it as 23 awesome years. That is beautiful. And it's been 23 years. It's still hard. Like, I don't know if you guys ever have those moments, you like 10 years after the fact, you're doing something random and then suddenly a thought pops in your head and it's just like, you have that grief all of a sudden right then and there. It's just like you're doing something totally different and it just pops up in your mind. So Dirty Old Sailor, I don't know exactly what you mean, but I can relate in kind to what you mean. And what a beautiful way to put that, 23 awesome years. Thank you so much for sharing, and shout out in memory of your awesome wife. So, and I'm sure you guys in the chat have tons of similar experiences and stories. There is no definitive timeline on how we're supposed to heal. It's just crazy. I think grief, I forget thanatology, and I only remember that because when I first heard of thanatology, they gave the easy way to remind us what it means, the heuristic, that thanatology, you just think of Thanos. So there is actually like a study on death, and part of that study is how we as humans deal with grief, the grief of loss and mourning. And it's kind of like a newer emerging field. And I think it's something that's really underrated. You know, previously I think a lot of people think you have a funeral, you move on, and everything should be good, and that's not how it works. So it's been awesome to see you guys in the chat support each other as you guys are sharing your stories. And hopefully in the upcoming years, we see better resources grow for dealing with grief. And likewise, again, PJ EDW, thanks for being a member, but PJ says, best chat ever, chat and mods. Like, I'm so happy that this is a good space and people are happy to be here for this exact reason. KL, same thing, says, I love it here. That's exactly like my goal, my forever goal. And then Army Nurse, so now we've got another thing on my radar here. Army Nurse says prayers for the families and farmers in the Wisconsin fires. Holy moly, I feel out of the loop. And shout out to Wisconsin. You guys have heard me mention my roommate. We were coworkers before I left and worked for myself. They still work at our old company. The reason I moved down from Florida to here, they moved from Wisconsin to here for a company called All the Leads. They do data procurement in the probate space, speaking of loss and grief, which is why like grief resources are kind of like something that I've tried to learn more about and be able to relay information to more people to help them. My roommate will be out of the loop. I've heard no mention of this Wisconsin fire damage, but that sounds crazy. And a shout out to people in Wisconsin that have to deal with that. Fires are scary. Fires are very scary. And all this crazy stuff going on in the world, you know, thank you for bringing it to our attention, Army Nurse, because I always hate to see an issue go unnoticed. And that's kind of a big deal. Drought conditions I'm seeing. It's just crazy. So thank you so much for putting that on our radar, Army Nurse. And guys, if you're in Wisconsin and have some feedback on that, let us know. Stephen T. Satchel out here noting all the birthdays, gifting 5 memberships out here. Thank you so much to Stephen. Ms. Kim's, and I know we're going to get some positivity here. Always happy to see Ms. Kim's. Happy Monday to everybody. Be nice to someone today and every day. I hope that everybody has a wonderful day. Ms. Kim's, love it. Every time I see Ms. Kim's, I know it's always going to be great words, great affirmations. So thank you so much for your support and for the kind words, Ms. Kim's. Gigi O'Brien's been hanging out with us for a month. Thanks for sticking with us. Peter Ortiz dropped 10 gifted memberships. This is a little bit behind, but if you guys want to throw some explode emojis in there, feel free in the chat. Thank you so much, Peter. That's like I know I'm behind in updating my banner. This is like the worst banner management day for me yet. So my bad on the banner. I'll get around to it. But big shout out to Peter Ortiz gifting a ton of memberships today. You guys make sure you check out those channel emojis too. Drop some in the chat. HVAC for Dummies, one of my favorite profile pictures, says, "Good morning, cat, mods, and peeps." And you're making me think we're going to put us in the microwave and like those marshmallow peeps. Good to see you, HVAC. PJ EDW, got to add you to the banner here. PJ said, look, 5 people are getting gifted memberships today. Take it or leave it. So thank you so much. Make sure you guys say thank you to PJ if you got a gifted membership. And yeah, Viv Franz, you might be right. I don't think a lot of people check the banners. This is true. I'll do a banner and it'll be like, this is a rewind from June 22nd, 2015. And 30 people will join the chat and be like, what day was this? What are we watching? So I think you're right, Biff. But that's okay. Forever Nerfed. Love the name. My awesome mother-in-law introduced me to your channel earlier this year. Her birthday was on October 8th. Shout out. Oh my gosh. Shout out to the mother-in-law of Forever Nerfed. She's getting a gratuitous nickname there. That is awesome. I always think it's cool when people talk about how their family members are following this trial, right? That's how big it is. You don't just need to come to YouTube and find somebody that's in your niche interest. This has gotten big enough that people you know in real life are paying attention. So that is super cool, Forever Nerfed. Shout out to mother-in-law. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, I have loud new neighbors upstairs and I believe their stomping and jumping is in furtherance of YSL. How do I turn them in? Oh man. You've got to find out in your neighborhood. I know you're up in New York and I don't know exactly what neighborhoods this thing was in. I forget the acronym for it, but Neighborhood Safety Team, NST. In New York, they tried to create like this new police force unit with the stated intention of reducing crime on the street and doing better traffic stops, stop and frisk. And then they bring out the analytics report last year and the exact opposite outcome ends up happening. But in my head, I think it's NST. I think it's like Neighborhood Safety Team. Maybe it's NSU, Neighborhood Safety Unit. But call them. That might be your version of, what do we have? The Scorpion Team, the Red Dogs. Oh man, Chloe, you're always hilarious. But in all seriousness, just a sidebar, every time there's like some organization, a unit that forms within a police department that's meant to have some purpose to do things better, it kind of seems to backfire more often than not and give us the opposite outcome. And I think it is neighborhood safety teams. There were a lot of reports, data released, I think in January, that tracked the analytics from 2023. So interesting stuff. I have it linked somewhere. I'll link to it eventually in the chat. Stephen T. Satchel says, the lesson, when committing a crime, a burner phone is cheaper than a lawyer. Now, what's interesting is, like, I don't actually know where I stand here. Like, do I think people do dumb things and leave a paper trail all the time? Yeah, I think that's really possible, and I think that happens a lot. Do I think if this is supposed to be some type of enterprise level with more coordination, more conspiring, that it would probably make more sense if people tried harder to cover their tracks? They were aware of their guilt and they took precautions to make sure they couldn't be tracked. In this particular scenario, with the way the state is arguing how YSL exists as an enterprise and how they've been conspiring in this organized fashion, I would expect that even though people do unlawful things and talk about it on social media and broadcast it, I would think with the way the state is characterizing it, we wouldn't see so much of this. It seems a little bit incompatible. So to me, and I don't know if they can really present these questions, cross-examination, like, don't you think it's weird that if this was some big conspiracy, they weren't hiding their phone numbers? Were they that bold to just hide in plain sight all the time? And maybe that's like a closing argument thing. I don't know. But it's something I don't know. I don't know what I think. I don't know what I think. It's great food for thought. And that's Ambu became a new member. Thank you so much. Dirty Old Sailor says, love's upset for being called a banana. They say, get the banana out of the courtroom. That day with Whitaker getting mad someone was eating a banana. That's the reason she's not there today, you guys. She dressed as a banana, and Whitaker said, look, no bananas in the courtroom. Gotta go. Dirty Old Sailor says, out buying a red suit, would rather be a strawberry. Man, she's gonna come back wearing red. There's a high chance of that. Thank you for the good laugh there, Dirty Old Sailor. And then Leo Senpei, I was reading your guys' stories in the chat. Super awesome. And thank you for shouting out the other creators along the way. Saw lots of mentions of Nick Starro, Lead Attorney, AV, Legal Vices, DWC. So that was awesome to see. And you guys, if you see anyone mention someone in the chat, by all means, take my vouch. Go check them out. Feel free. This is not a... This is really a hybrid gang. You don't have to only be exclusive with Cat Not Williams. So Leo had started all of that and said, I have a game. How did you discover/join the KNW gang? I'll start. I Googled why the YSL trial was taking so long and wound up on YouTube searching for trial coverage. KNW is linked by a different account and I've been here ever since for the laughs. Love that story. I love to be like down a trail in a way of like a Google search. I talk a lot about how Google search has kind of gotten funky. So that's really cool too. Leo, you started a great conversation. I was really enjoying reading some of the stories. So big, big thank you to you. And big thank you for this generous, holy moly, $50 super chat as well. Thank you so much. And I'm going to get you in the banner. I'm just late. And then Chloe says, stop asking for love. She's right there in her seat. She decided not to come in drag today. There's no way that love, and I would love a storyline where someone, like a movie, like prosecuting a case, also, like say they're a dirty prosecutor and the plot is that they dress up and fabricate a whole witness. Like, that would be kind of an interesting, like a comedy parody style criminal trial movie. But I don't think love could spit out these data points without the buffers. So unfortunately, I'm gonna call BS on your theory here, Chloe. Thank you so much for the 5. Dirty Old Sailor, we are almost there. We were going to get to, I think you guys said Brian Steele's Crossing first. So I feel ya. Thank you for the patience while we get caught up at the chat. And looks like we're gonna get some Steele, so I think we'll be woken up. Stephen T. Satchel, this is true, says, consider that these excruciating baby steps are not for us. They're not for the jury. It's for the record and any appellate review. And you might be right, but I hate that because think of how far away that is. Think of how far away. So it sucks that, a lot of the time trials are the trial strategy. You've got to keep the longer game front of mind. That sucks. That sucks that that's the way that works. But great point, valid point, and crappy reality. That ill kid Jay, we're talking about birthdays. It's my puppy's, my puppy's 7-month birthday. His name is Mr. You need to change your profile pic real quick so we can see. Shout out to Mr. And then thank you so much. We're getting some gifted memberships one by one here from Steven Satchel. Thank you so much. And then John Coleman gifting 5. That's super generous. And it's followed by a my birthday is the 17th of October. So, you guys might not know, but I do try to mark these things on my calendar when I see them so I can remember. And the 17th is going to be Thursday. So guys, we've got something to look forward to on the 17th. So thank you so much for the early celebration by gifting 5. And I can't wait till the 17th. You can celebrate a little bit today. You can pregame a little bit today, but we're really going to do it big for you on the 17th, John. And then heck yeah, Leah's dad, happy belated birthday. My birthday was October 12th. Love my Libras. So shout out to Leah's dad. Great friend of the channel in the chat. Always love to see ya. And heck yeah, Libra season. So many Libras. October is a busy month. Casey Dog says 10-7 was mine. Shout out to Libra gang. PJ Hood is like, look, all these birthdays, I gotta gift a membership. So PJ just made someone green. Thank you so much, PJ. Oh, and I'm sorry, Steven. Steven says, Google has gone funky. That's an insult to funk. Apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't mean funky, like the music genre. I meant like funky, like something in the back of your fridge. You forgot about funky. Thanks for the call out, Steven. I apologize. And then, yeah, so I think we were going to skip this lunch. Shout out, we also have a belated birthday for KT Thompson on the 10th. So a lot of these birthdays happened on that Thursday where there was no court. And you know, a great place to celebrate your birthday, you guys, is Club Classy at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight. Listening to tons of music, new artists. That Ill Kid J said he's going to be dropping a love diss track. And then let's see, I think we haven't updated. We have a puppy picture. If you aren't looking at your screen, that Ill Kid J, I appreciate you. So here is Puppy Mister. Very adorable. What a good dog. What a good dog. So there we go, with the dog on the screen. The symbol of good things coming. We're going to get past this hour-long lunch break and continue with Berni on the stand, but for cross-examination by Brian Steele. Oh, it looks like they come back for a little bit and then take another quick break. So let's see what happens there. Maybe they didn't have it all together. And that Ill Kid J is dropping the love diss track at Club Classy.
Yeah, I'm trying to get it warmer in this courtroom, but to no avail.
And that was a squeak.
All right, maybe 2 more minutes on the jury.
All right, so they're going to break.
Actually, counsel, can y'all approach for a minute? I want to ask y'all a scheduling issue.
All right, scheduling issue. Let's find out the right place to start this cross. And then I'll finally update my banner.
You have questions for this witness?
All right, Brian Steele, cross-examination.
Agent.
Hey, good afternoon, sir.
Good to see you. Can I ask you some questions, starting with State's Exhibit number 180E, which should be the April 26, 2015 discussion and conversation that you gave to the jurors?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, do you know that date to be a shooting of a bus or a tour bus?
I do.
All right. And is it fair to say that the locations that you put up in front of the jurors entitled the Vault or the Compound Establishment and 285, those are all Atlanta locations. Is that fair to say?
They are.
And Jeffrey Williams, you know I represent Mr. Williams, right?
I do, sir.
And Jeffrey Williams' cell phone was not in Atlanta during that date and those times. Is that fair to say, according to the records?
Yeah, that's correct. His device.
And his device would have been in the city of Baton Rouge, state of Louisiana.
Yeah, there's 2 different devices. One's the YSL, the 8553. That one's in Baton Rouge. And then there's another one, 2920, with a 504 area code. That one's in Miami.
On April 26, 2015?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, how many contacts, if you were asked, first of all, let's be fair to the jurors. You did not personally investigate this case, didn't interview witnesses and things like that. Is that fair to say?
100%.
You were just tasked or requested, and your agency, but specifically you, by the district attorney's office in Fulton County to look at certain records that they gave to you.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And then they gave you from those records what they specifically wanted you to target, like this phone number on this date or this time, et cetera. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And then you would do what I think you call it draft report, and then send it over to the district attorney's office and say, here's what I think you asked me to do, here's my draft report, and they would say, actually amend this or do this, or we wanted you to do this, and then they send it back to you, and eventually you get a final report.
Yes, sir, that's how it goes.
And the person that you dealt with at the district attorney's office, maybe more, but at least District Attorney Adrian Love, is that fair to say?
I dealt with her and Ms. Hilton for the drafts and final.
Now, going back to my question, were you ever asked, or do you know, dealing with the April 26, 2015 date, according to the records that you analyzed, how much contact Jeffery Williams' phone had with any of the other phones? And by that I mean Mr. Winfrey, Mr. Zachary, Mr. You could help me here if you want to.
McMullen,
Go ahead.
Zachary, Sledge, all of those. No, for this incident, the only toll analysis, meaning who called who at what date and time, is listed in the report itself. So, you know, if you looked at various pages, you'd see this phone had some activity and had it with this phone. So I didn't create a chart with the toll analysis on this date.
How about did I interrupt you?
No, sir.
Were you finished?
Yes, sir.
Okay. For Jeffery Williams' phone, though, what other phone numbers, according to records, had any contact with the phone number records assigned to, had you assigned them, or the district attorney's Jeffery Williams' phone?
Yeah, the two devices, again, one was the 2920 number. Again, that one was located in Miami. I don't recall any of the calls to or from that number. And then there was the 8553, the YSL Enterprises phone number, the one that's in Baton Rouge. During this time period, I can take a quick look. But I was not asked to analyze calls between those numbers other than what's in the report.
Okay. And the number that you said is in Miami, is that the 2920 number?
It is, yes, sir.
Okay. And is that number, do you know if it's been designated? If it's not, just say, I don't know, or to a man named Brian Williams, also known as Birdman. Do you know that?
That does ring a bell now that you brought that up. Again, my analysis just shows Williams in the phone analysis on page 7.
Okay.
So I don't recall, but I think it may be associated with the Birdman Williams or whatever you would call it.
Okay. And then I think you answered it. I think it's clear, but no calls, contacts, communications that we can tell from the records with Jeffery Williams' phone or the phone in Baton Rouge. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. I'd like to now go to what I believe to be State's Exhibit number 532Y, which I think is your report focusing on what I call the Donovan Thomas shooting, killing January 10th and thereabouts, 2015. So if you could focus on that date, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, what year were you asked to review these records, you think?
Probably sometime in early 2023, maybe late 2022.
So we're talking from January 15th to late 2022, or I'll just make it January 2023, just to make it easy, approximately 8 years.
That's correct.
Now, if you were going, you explained to the jurors that you found out the height of a cell tower. Do you remember that? Explain that to jurors.
I do.
And that was important because you said it's a larger tower, so possibly, I'm not saying you know, it might give more of a range. Is that?
Yes, consistently when we, see towers, the towers with the taller line of sight have more range than the shorter towers.
My question is, did you do that analysis on height for each of the towers that are in play that you discussed with the jurors?
I did it with the majority of the towers, probably not every single tower that was used in that analysis, because again, the height of the tower isn't always important. It can be important if we see something that might be different with the analysis.
And were there other towers that are tall? And if
There are.
yes, are they frequent? Is it the aberration
To have a tower that's 150
in
feet tall?
2015?
Yeah, I think, I wouldn't say it's an anomaly, but it depends also where the towers are. So towers in downtown Atlanta, most of those were not 150 feet up in the air. We see more of those kinds of towers as you get outside of the city of Atlanta. Most of the towers in Atlanta, there's some that are that tall, and then there's some that are obviously just put on corners and other kinds of things, and they're, maybe 15, 20 feet tall.
And did you designate for us in your report the height of each tower that was employed or used in this case?
I did not.
All right. You could do that, though, if needed?
I could review the records, and if those records, not all the providers keep the height of the tower in their records. Some do not. But if that information was available, I could put it in my report.
And just to be fair, since we're just dealing with the records, how about like maintenance records, like a tower's down? Does that come into your analysis at all today?
Well, we know if a tower is down, it didn't get used, right? Because only the towers that are used are shown up in the CDRs. Also, in part of our trainings and meetings with service providers, as part of our routine business, we learn that obviously it's a big business. So if things go down, that's an emergency situation for the provider, and they get them fixed within hours. So no, we don't typically review maintenance logs because, again, we can see the towers that are used because they show up in the call detail records.
So let's say, just for purposes of what you're explaining to us, that a tower is, I don't know, it's been hit or damaged in some way, so it's not usable. How would we, but that tower still comes up on your report, I presume, because you went back and looked at all the towers in 2015, January 10th, 11th, 12th, whatever dates are, right?
So the towers that show the tower and sector activity were the ones used in the call detail records. So if those were used, we know that those are operational because they're obviously used by the phone at a specific time period on January 10th or 11th. Could there be other towers that are down? Potentially, there could be.
Okay, and I think that's my question, and I'm just saying because the handset or the cell phone really is designed, the whole premise is to get the strongest signal, so we have a clear connection. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And generally, I'm not saying this always is happening, but the strongest symbol could be the closest tower. It doesn't have to be like you explained, but that would make sense to the company building all the towers.
It normally is. Yeah, not always, but normally is.
So if my handset that I'm going to use was closest to a tower, but that's inoperable for whatever reason, my handset would still go to the next potentially closest tower or the strongest signal. True?
That is true. Correct.
But on our diagram, we wouldn't know if a closer tower is unusable, and that's why the handset used a different tower and sector. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah. So again, obviously it's feasible, but in discussions and in the training we received directly from T-Mobile, Verizon, the percentage of towers that go down for maintenance is minimal. I don't recall the exact percentage, but it was very, very small, like less than 1% to 2% of towers are down at any specific time. So could it have happened? I can't say in 2015 that it didn't happen, but again, it wouldn't really change the analysis too much because I'm not saying that a device is at this side, at this location right here. I'm saying it's in this general area, which again is serviced by a tower that we know was used because it's in the records.
Now, do you know what a geofence is?
Yes, sir.
Would you mind explaining that to the jurors?
Yeah, so a geofence is a way to request activity from different providers. So the most common geofence is from Google, to ask Google, hey, provide any and all devices that are within a certain area, a geofence. So you provide a latitude, longitude spot on the earth and say, hey, provide me every device that's within 100 meters of this one spot I just asked for. And so based on activity on those devices, if it responded with a certain location within your area of interest, Google would say, yeah, hey, these 100 devices were located within your area of interest.
And that doesn't have to be a text message or a telephone call, is that true? From the device?
So are you talking in today's 2024 or 2015?
I'm sorry, I'm limiting it to January 10th, 2015.
Yeah, so in January 2015, the cell phone providers were not providing any information for geofences. They just couldn't pull information that way. What they could pull would be a tower dump. So instead of a geofence asking for a spot in an area, we ask, hey, for this address, give me all the towers that service this address, and they could provide the cell phones that use the towers in that area. That's called a tower dump. But in 2015, geofence was not really a thing yet.
Okay, all right. Now, I want to talk with you about some of these records, if you don't mind. Do you remember telling the jurors before a long break that there was a call at approximately 7:29 p.m., January 10th, 2015, from the device or the number that we associate or the record we associate with Demise McMullen's phone to Mr. Jeffrey Williams?
I do, sir.
Records. and told the jurors, I believe, that it was a 40-second phone call. Do you remember that? And if you don't.
I do.
Okay. Whose records did you use to get that duration of that call?
So that came from the calling party, which was Demise McMullen, the McMullen phone.
Okay. Did you, and if you need to see it, we're going to show it to you. Did you ever analyze the records associated with Jeffery Williams on that exact date and time of that call? Did you?
I did.
And tell the jurors what the number of seconds that call shows on Jeffery Williams' records, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I believe it's 17 seconds. Correct me if I'm 16, 15.
We could show it to you if you want, but I'm going with 17. But
Yeah, I believe it's 17.
But if you want to see it, there's no problem. That's a 30-second gap, and I've asked you about that before, right?
You have, sir.
Can you explain why whose records, if you remember, and this is not a quiz, if you need to see it, Demise McMullen, who keeps his records?
Those Verizon records.
And who keeps the Jeffery Williams associated records?
Let me just take a quick peek here.
If you look at something, just
Those
say
are
what you're
T-Mobile
looking at.
records.
Okay, just say what you're looking at.
Oh yeah, I referenced 532 Yankee, my PowerPoint analysis, to see that the number associated with Mr. Williams ending in 3904 was a T-Mobile record.
Okay. Do you know why on the T-Mobile record 17 and on the Verizon record of Mr. McMullen 47? And if you do, just say yes or no, and then I'd like you to explain.
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so again, the calling party was the Verizon phone number ending in 6080 associated with Mr. McMullen. And again, that's a 47 seconds. And then the records on the receiving side was the device associated with Mr. Williams, 3904, T-Mobile record. That showed 17 seconds for T-Mobile. 47 for Verizon, 17 for T-Mobile. The difference is when you place a call, so each provider keeps records slightly different, meaning they're not mandated to, in their duration time, that it's only talk time or only time in which voice is transmitted. Verizon keeps their records for what's called seizure time and elapsed time. So seizure time is the time I hit the green button till that call is routed through. Sometimes it takes a while, and then the ring on the other side, and then the voice conversation altogether. So the total time from when the device associated with Mr. McMullen hit the button until that call was terminated, Verizon tracked that whole time as 47 seconds. Thanks, sir.
All right, you guys. So I think this is a very honest witness with no intent to help either party. I think Steele has respect for this witness. And are you guys catching what Steele is getting at? There's two different people we're talking about, Demise McMullen and Jeffery Williams. They both have different cell phone service providers. Steele asks a question, hey, there's a 17-second call, but there's a 30-second gap if you look at the records between the two service providers for the same call. So Steele, without needing to prompt, gets this witness to explain why that might be. We're about to hear the answer.
T-Mobile, on the other hand, only keeps their records for the time you talk. And so that was 17 seconds. So on Mr. Williams' phone, it showed he picked up the phone and talked for 17 seconds before that device was terminated. So the difference of approximately 30 seconds, again, is the phone routing to the destination. The ring time must have been a combination of 30 seconds.
You said Mr. Williams picked up the phone, just to be fair.
Yeah, the device associated with Mr. Williams, whoever had the device at the time, whenever that was connected.
Now, could it also be where, using those two people, Mr. McMullen hits the send, or the call button, and then Mr. Williams' cell phone records show that it's 17 seconds actually connected to Mr. Williams' associated phone?
Correct.
Okay. Could it be also that Mr. McMullen, whatever, he dropped, I'm making this up, he or whoever had that phone drops the phone, forgot to hit end call? Could it be that as well? And that's where you have the additional time. And if you don't know, just say, I'm not sure.
So both calls, the call is terminated at both ends. So whenever one person hangs up, the call is terminated on both sides, be it T-Mobile or Verizon. So Verizon wouldn't keep their side of the call open if T-Mobile had terminated the call on their side.
All right. Now, you were asked about whether the phone associated with Mr. Jeffery Williams, it had what I'll call dark. between 7:00, and we have to check me, 7:04 and 7:29. Please check it.
Yeah, I'm
And-
finding that here in my.
And for the jurors, because they're going to have this in their notes, can you just say what you're looking at and what page of the report?
Absolutely. All right, so I'm,
Oop, I caused a buffer. My bad. It was going so clean and smooth, and I opened YouTube to grab the link to Club Classy. Look at me breaking
again
stuff.
referencing States Exhibit 532 Yankee, and looking at specifically page 27.
Okay. Would you mind showing that on the screen? Your Honor, it's in evidence. Is that okay to put it on the screen? I'm not, if you need to, you don't have to, but if you need to stand up and point to things, just ask this honorable court if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
While that's being pulled up, so the actual, from what you know by doing your work, the actual time, that 47-second Demise McMullen record from Verizon versus 17-second T-Mobile record from this phone associated or the record associated with Mr. Williams, you fell out that it may be a 17-second
The total voice
connection.
call?
Yes.
Yeah, it's 17 seconds. Yes, sir.
Do you know why it was written on one of your first exhibits, which is behind you, 47 seconds?
Yeah, again, that time came, I take the call at the time from the calling party when I just did the total analysis. So again, that came from the McMullen phone, which placed the phone call.
Okay, but the jurors need to know, as far as you're concerned, it's a 17-second, not 47-second communication.
Yeah, the voice time of that call is 17 seconds.
All right, thank you. All right, I believe, is this the document that you just referred to, sir?
It is.
All right, and this would be then, Your Honor, we're showing State's Exhibit number,
532 Yankee.
thank you, and it's on page 27. Is that what you
Yes,
asked
sir.
for? All right. Now, there's a gap, and I think I said 7:04, but it's 7:03:39. Is that fair to say?
7:03:39 incoming call, and then the next incoming call is at 7:29 and 30 seconds.
Okay. Now, do you have any, you see the CS on here, a crime scene in the red in the kind of center lower part of what's on the screen for the jurors, the same exhibit number, same page we just announced?
I do.
Do you have any evidence to show the jurors that the handset, according to the records associated with Mr. Williams, was anywhere in the vicinity of that crime scene where Mr. Donovan Thomas was, God forbid, shot during the time of 7:03 and 7:29?
I do not.
Okay. Now, the prosecution asked you, well, I'm going by my memory, but if I said it wrong, just please correct me.
Yes, sir.
WhatsApp, FaceTime, those are not captured by these type of records. You remember that question like that?
That's correct.
All right. And do you have any evidence that FaceTime, WhatsApp, or any other application was being used by that handset during this break in time?
I do not. We can't tell, based on the records we received from T-Mobile in 2015, whether any of those devices were used.
All right. Now, I'd like to talk with you about, and I believe it's going to be on the next page, but you handle it. You tell us. From the 7:29 call that is already for the jurors, and then there should be the next series of calls or connections with Mr. Williams' targeted phone or the phone associated with Mr. Jeffery Williams, where it is by the number 2. You know what I'm talking about,
I
location
do,
2?
yes, sir.
Can you-
That's 7:33
Can
and
we
14
turn-
seconds. And that's
All right.
on page 28 of that same exhibit, 532 Yankee.
Your Honor, is it okay to turn to that?
Yeah.
I believe before you is exactly what you just said, same exhibit, page 28. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, I'd like to talk with you about the 7:33:14 outgoing call from the records of Mr. that we're calling associated with Mr. Jeffery Williams to the Kelvin Treadwell. You see that? What I'm
I
talking
do.
about? Okay. Now, the call before is the 7:31 call, but it's not on the same diagram. Is that accurate?
That's correct. It was on the previous page, page 27.
All right. I'd like to ask you some questions, and we may have to flip between the two exhibits if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
Or the two document pages in the same exhibit. Now, the time of the 7:31 call, how many seconds was it?
17, 7:31 and 17 seconds.
So we are just 3 seconds shy of the next recording on these records of associated with Mr. Williams because it's 7:33:14, correct? There's a 2-minute minus 3-second difference. Does that sound right? All right. Now you said, and if I misheard you, just please, I was sitting over here, just please say that you didn't say that. But you explained that there's 4 miles between where the cell tower that was used at the 7:31, 17 p.m. call to the 7:33:14 call, which is on the screen. Is that?
Yeah, I think I said between 8, or I measured it with just general measurement. I think I found like 8 or 9 kilometers, which again, I estimated to be between 4 and 5 miles.
Did you drive the distance from around the cell tower that's on the page before at 7:31:17 to the cell tower at 7:33:14?
I have not, no.
Did you Google map it? And if that's, you use other devices, that's fine, but to see the number of miles between those two locations?
No, I just did an estimate, straight line distance estimate between those 2 towers.
When you say straight line, like a bird may be able to fly over
Yes,
all the
sir.
building? Okay.
Yeah, straight line from one to the other, not going along the roads.
Do you know the distance going along the roads between those two locations, and specifically point 2, associated address 35 Oak Street Southwest, and I used Jeffery Williams condominium address?
I do not. I've never put them in Google Earth to see, or whatever mapping software to see the distance, driving distance. I don't know what it is.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you about the sectors. You see on State's Exhibit that is shown, page 28, do you see the sector pointing south? Is that?
I do.
Beta, is that what it would be called? And if it's not, just?
Yeah, they've kind of gone away from those terms. It's more like 1, 2, 3, or whatever. But yes, it's the south side sector.
Does that mean, if it's, the records are correct and if it's working accurately, that the handset of Jeffery Williams by 7:33:14 is beyond where that cell tower is? Is that accurate? Meaning, when I say beyond, it's further south from the cell tower that it used.
Yeah, it's probably slightly further south than the tower. Again, I think we have it on the map. You're on a map point? Okay. So again, yeah, there's that tower we're referencing here. Again, the sector, the general left and right boundaries are these. So again, that device would have to be somewhere in this general area, here, or down in this part at 7:33.
And if you just stand there 1 second, if we go back 1 page, I believe that would be correct, and that should be page 27. Can you just show the jurors at 7:31:17 which tower is being employed?
Yes. So we got this tower up here, and again, the south side of that tower. So down here.
Now, all those green circles, that signifies other towers along the way that's in the system of T-Mobile. Is that true?
Correct. In 2015, January of 2015.
So, and then if you could go to page 28, if you don't mind, sir. So, the connection 2 minutes later, well, whatever, 1 minute and 57 seconds later, does not use any of the other towers. Is that true?
That's correct.
All right. Okay, thank you. Now, these towers are not done for law enforcement, meaning the records, rather. They're not kept for law enforcement purposes. Law enforcement uses them and accesses them, but they're really for the internal workings of the companies trying to make the money and give the best service.
That's correct. Yeah, these are business records used by the providers on a daily basis.
Did you analyze, I know that there's an incoming call, according to these records, 17 seconds, the way you explained it, not the 47, but you explained the difference, with Mr. McMullen's device associated with him to Mr. Jeffery Williams' device associated with him. How many times in all these records that you have did Jeffery Williams' device ever communicate, being the initiation of a communication with Mr. Demise McMullen's device?
I'd have to reference the call logs. I don't recall off the top of my head.
Will that take a long time or no?
I could probably, if they're all back there.
It's me with the link. I
could probably review them.
was gonna mention to you guys, I've seen some talk about other cases in the trial, and if you guys are interested in Sarah Boone, that is the suitcase case. That's a little bit of a mouthful. That's a Florida case. That's East Coast. It's really running at the same time as YSL because that's in Georgia. They're in the same time zone. But Hella with Excited Utterance, she lives in Australia. She's starting 6 p.m. streams throughout the week to go over each day of the Sarah Boone trial starting today. Dolly Talk, friend of the channel, a lot of you guys know Dolly Talk as well, is co-hosting while they're going over the Sarah Boone trial stuff each and every day. So if you've been wondering how to pay attention to both trials, I think Hella is a great person to follow in general, but it's an awesomely convenient timing. Court ends for YSL, Sarah Boone starts. So I'm going to drop a link to that in the chat if you are interested in following the Sarah Boone suitcase case.
In, 2 minutes or 3 minutes.
Okay, well, let me give you a couple, and then maybe it saves time if you're going to review them. I'd like you to tell the jurors how many times Mr. Williams' device, associated with Mr. Williams, contacted Kenneth
Thank you,
Copeland's
Steph JK.
device associated with Kenneth Copeland. And if you know these answers, just say, I'm aware.
I don't recall that one. Again, as we've seen, there's a lot of calls and a lot of towers, so I don't recall every one of them. I'm glad or happy to review any and all of them, so we make sure we get all the relevant information.
Okay, should I go on, or is it a waste of, I don't want to burden you.
I won't specifically remember any direct calls to or from an individual. I'd have to reference my notes,
Okay.
Which would also be what's presented in those toll analysis.
Okay, well, that's going to be my questions. If it's going to take more than a minute or two, though, maybe we could do it over a break.
Yes, sir, that's great.
Okay, but if you want to take time now, Mr. McMullen, and if it helps you, Mr. Copeland, I'm going to ask you about Mrs. Zachary, Mr. Garlington's phone associated with him, Mr. Cobb's phone, Mr. Bradford's phone. So that's a lot of work.
Yeah, if it's several, I would probably like a couple minutes, so maybe over the next break might be the best.
Okay.
If that's fine. Okay.
Can you just write that down or just remember it? But that's what I'm going to ask you over the break, okay? All right, let me ask you this. Can you go to I think it's labeled Dolly, it might be Alexis, but Dolly Greer's phone calls. Do you remember a 911 call being made?
I do.
And do you remember it being for 104 seconds?
I don't remember the exact. I do remember it being longer than a minute or so. So 104 seconds seems like it's probably about correct.
Were you ever given, did the prosecution ever give you, to review in your records, ever give you that actual recording of that 911 call?
They did not.
Right. And that was on January 11th, 2015 at 12:04 a.m.?
I'd have to review the toll
I think
record.
that should be right behind you, too.
Okay. You want me to do that now?
Sure, if you don't
Okay.
mind. That's just that one, you know what I'm talking about, right?
I do, Your Honor, may I
Yes, you
review
may.
those?
And while he's doing that, I was trying to jot down, because I doubt if he was able to jot down what you wanted him to check was which names?
Mr. Cobb, Mr. Bradford, Mr. Copeland, Mr. Zachary, Ms. McMullen, Mr. Garlington,
All right,
Mr. Rontrez Brock,
Brock,
B-R-O-C-K,
okay,
Mr. Sledge.
all right,
Thank you, Your Honor.
sure.
Were you able to refresh your memory?
I was, yes, sir.
Okay. Is it 104 seconds?
It is, yes, sir, at 12:04 a.m., just like you brought up.
Okay. And that's a call. Do you remember which cell tower that call was made from? And if yes, can you tell us what you're looking at? And then
Yeah, I'd have to review this. Okay.
and you're looking at, again, your report, which is 522Y?
532 Yankee.
Thank you.
And I should probably mention, I see Delphi being mentioned in the chat. I'm not laughing about the trial. I'm laughing about Biff's comment here. So I had shared a link to Andrea Burkhart on X. So if you want to follow her on X for updates on the Delphi trial, I put her X. I shared her YouTube yesterday, and she might do YouTube videos as well. But that trial is closed off, very limited access. And getting coverage on X after she's able to get in and out of the courtroom and give us updates, I think that's going to be a great platform to follow her. So follow her there. Delphi trial is going to be very interesting. But Biff said Andrea Burkhart is going to the trenches. Only 25 people are allowed in, and she knows MMA. She does boxing. She seems to be very good at sparring. So that is hilarious. Andrea Burkhart's going to fight her way in. Love this comment here. A lot of interesting trials, and Jennifer in the chat pointed out at this point, of course, the YSL trial is going to run concurrent with all these other trials because this is day 142. 3.
So the analysis for those devices, again, went from about 620, I think that specific device associated with Dolly Greer ending in 1990, The towers and sectors I mapped out were from 6:44 to 8:27 p.m. So I don't have in there specifically where the 911 call occurred at, which was at 12:04 a.m.
Okay, on the next morning, right after midnight.
Correct.
But that's in the records. We could do that.
We could, yes, sir.
Okay. It's going to be a longer break for you. I'm going to ask you to get to. All right. I'd like to talk with you about Mr. Copeland's cellular telephone records activity, if you don't mind, and tell us what you need to look at.
Again, I'm referencing my report, 532 Yankee, and Mr. Copeland's records start on page 10.
Do you mind showing that, if you don't mind?
All detailed records, Mr. Copeland?
Your analysis, is that what you referred to?
Yes, I'm looking at the PowerPoint analysis.
What page, Agent Berni?
Page 10.
Thank you. Okay. So, Mr. Copeland, and you made this clear earlier with the jurors, at least you discussed it. Mr. Copeland's call at 7:01:58, you see it on the left-hand lowest,
I do.
lowest number? And if you could just point that to the jurors on the screen, if you don't mind. And then show us the next
7:01.
time the phone is used, if you don't mind.
The next time the phone is used is 7:24:09, and we see the tower and sector that the phone is in, this general area.
And that is approximately a 22-minute, 11-second gap. Is that, and if I did it wrong, please correct me.
No, that's a fair number. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in that 22-minute gap, do you know where that phone was powered off?
I do not. Again, the analysis just shows the towers and sectors that were used.
Okay. Do you know something, and if you do, just explain to the jury, airplane mode, you know what that is?
I do.
Can you tell the jury? Well, did they have that in 2015?
They did. Yeah, so airplane mode, obviously, your cell phone resides on the cellular network. So when you place and receive calls, it's with cell phone towers, but you can switch your phone into what's called airplane mode. That basically limits the device, the cell phone, so it can't talk to cell phone towers. It can only be used as either a Wi-Fi device or as a computer.
What is the distance, if you can tell us, between, you see where it says CS or crime scene?
I do.
And that's the shooting of Mr. Thomas, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
The plotting, on the map, on the Google Earth. What is the distance between that and the cell tower that is the 7:01:58?
Okay. So let's see. So about 6 kilometers, which would be, I don't know, maybe 3 to 4 miles.
Okay.
3.5 to 4 miles.
And can you, and then you don't know traffic conditions or road conditions on January 10th, 2015?
I do not.
Okay, is that the law and crime feed? Hello? What are we doing, law and crime? All right, so it looks like I'm going to refresh the feed. It looks like we're an hour and... It says it's playing, so why is it doing that? All right, we are an hour and 28-ish minutes behind, so let's get this going.
How do
Right.
you answer that question with your training experience?
All right, well, we got through cross-examination by the end of the day. Let's get
All the
this queue
pieces
back
we
up,
have,
right? We'll go back like an hour and 30 so we get the full question.
cell phone resides on the cellular network. So when you place and receive calls, it's with cell phone towers, but you can switch your phone into what's called airplane mode. That basically limits the device, the cell phone, so it can't talk to cell phone
Okay, so it was their feed.
It can only be used as either a Wi-Fi device or as a computer.
What is the distance, if you can tell us, between, you see where it says CS or crime scene?
I do.
And that's the shooting of Mr. Thomas, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
The plotting, on the map, on the Google Earth. What is the distance between that and the cell tower that is the 70158?
Okay, so let's see. So about 6 kilometers, which would be, I don't know, maybe 3 to 4 miles.
Okay.
3.5 to 4 miles.
And can you, you don't know traffic conditions or road conditions on January 10th, 2015?
I do not.
Okay, so I'm gonna double mess it up. All right, you guys, my bad. All right, let's just look for body motion from someone in the courtroom. Dang, so did they miss? So then there's no words there? We're just gonna be at another point. And I assumed it was me because, you know, why wouldn't it be me? Dang, how long was it freezing for? I feel like the law and crime chat was
I
probably
believe
going crazy.
the coverage area would be. And then again, you know, I just kind of measured that distance in straight line distance between my estimate of the coverage area to the crime scene's about 3 miles.
Right, but that's the tower itself, right?
So
How about the tower when it goes out, you know, away from the tower?
yeah, so the tower to the crime scene is approximately 6 kilometers. So, and we know 5K is like 3.1 miles, so it's probably 3.5 miles. So the edge of the footprint to the crime scene, straight line distance again, because I don't know the zigzags of the roads, is probably under 5, right around 5 kilometers or under. So again, that's going to be under 3 miles. So just under 3 miles, would I say the coverage area to the crime scene in a straight line distance.
And a car that's already moving, can it go in approximately 2 minutes? And if this is just guesswork, just say, look, this is just too much. I have no idea. Could it go the distance from the crime scene to an area that would be depicted by the records of the tower that's in use here?
I mean, again, because I don't know the driving distance as opposed to the straight line distance, I think it's hard to say. Could it possibly? Maybe. I'm not sure. But I can't. I haven't driven it, and I don't know the distance, so I don't want to be able to say yes or no.
That's fair.
I don't know the road distance between the coverage area and the crime scene.
Thank you. Now, were you ever told or given records for a second or multiple cellular devices that are associated with Mr. Copeland?
I don't recall another device associated with Mr.
You
Copeland.
were just given records for one device.
I believe so. Remember, I looked at this incident, the January 15th, or January 10th, which is the first incident. But I think I looked at 4 other incidents and lots of phone numbers. So during this time period.
That's what I'm talking
Okay, I don't recall another phone number associated to Mr. Copeland.
All right. Agent Berni, I'd like to ask you, I think it's on page 24 of that same exhibit. Is that Mr. Bradford's analysis that you did when the records associated with Mr. Bradford's phone?
It is.
Okay. I'd like to ask you, if you don't mind, about a couple of calls on here, according to the records that you pulled out for us.
Yes, sir.
Do you see a call on the left-hand side lower at 8:03:54 p.m.?
I do.
And then approximately 20 seconds later at 8:04:14 p.m. using the same exact cell tower and sector?
Yes, sir.
All right. Then the next call I'd like to ask you about is on the right-hand side of your exhibit. And if you need to show anything to jurors with the Honorable Court's
I can.
permission. Okay.
So the 2 calls he's referencing are this 8:03 and this 8:04. Again, here's the tower and sector there.
And then if you go to, while you're standing, if you don't mind, on the right-hand side, you see 8:07:03 contact?
I do.
And can you show the jurors which sector and cell tower we're talking about?
Right here. Yep.
And then the next call on the left-hand side again is approximately 1 minute and 23 seconds later. Do you see that at 8:08:26?
I do.
Can you, and it's again using a different cell tower, fair to say?
It is. Yeah. So we start at what is 8:03 and 8:04 using this tower, 8:07, and then back to 8:08.
Can you explain, if you have an explanation, and I know they're just records, but how the device picked up, and I understand it can move, picked up the 8:07:03 at the Constitution cell tower versus the cell tower closest to number 2 on your diagram?
Yeah, when I was analyzing this records, obviously we see this and you wonder kind of the same question. So what I did was look up, again, the heights of these towers, because line of sight plays a big portion. Taller towers have a longer, higher line of sight than shorter towers do. So what I noticed, again, is that this tower is really tall one. It's about 100, I think it was like 130 to 140 height here. This one was still a pretty large tower. I think it was like just under 100 feet tall. So in reviewing the records, all we can say is that the device, again, which chooses the tower in the sector with the best signal, the strongest, best signal, at 8:07, it shows this tower that was out here as the best signal. And then at 8:00, all these other ones, it shows this tower. So all we can say is potentially line of sight, that this tower, which is slightly larger than this tower located here, for this one call, the signal was in a stronger signal than these towers here. Could have been a matter of somebody being in one area and then turning, and something just alters the signal strength enough that this tower, when they hit the green button to receive this or place this outgoing call, that this tower's signal strength is the same. What I would say in reviewing that, though, is obviously we will look at all the calls in the totality of the time period that we review records. And we can see in the totality, calls placed here, a significantly more number than this number here, which is one call at 8:07. So it's using this for a significant number of calls, jumps to this one at 8:07, then jumps back to this one here. Again, I work a lot of Amber Alerts, a lot of those kinds of things. If I am reviewing and these records looking for an individual, I'm concentrating on where the vast majority of calls are, and then trying to figure out why maybe we have this call at 8:07.
Can I ask you, while you're standing, hypothetically, if we didn't have all the calls that you were kind enough to generate and put into the box on the lower left, and we just were left with the one call at 8:07:03, which is on the middle right, it would make it appear, I'm not saying you would make it appear, but it would make it appear as if that handset was closest to the 8:07 cellular tower. Is that a correct statement?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if we had no other calls, and this is the only call we had was at 8:07, and I was looking for an individual using this device, I'd obviously go to an area that was closer to that. But again, I would never do that, right? If I have all of the information, I'm going to use all of the information to formulate opinion. I'm not just going to use some of the information.
With regards to Mr. Bradford's device that we're looking at, does he have any calls, according to the records associated with Mr. Bradford, does he have any calls that places him with a cell phone tower where that M is, or that's a McDonald's, correct?
Yeah, there's no activity on that side of the cell phone tower.
Okay.
So,
How about Jeffery Williams? Cell phone records? If you can look at that and just direct us to the page, I'm going to ask you the same question. How many times does Jeffery Williams' records show that he is using a cell phone tower close to the McDonald's?
Yeah, I'm referencing the same Exhibit 532 Yankee. Just trying to. So in that exhibit, page 28 would be the time period covered by the device associated with Mr. Williams.
Your Honor, can we show page 28?
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
And again, there's no tower and sector activity that would show the device to be in the vicinity of the McDonald's.
If we can go back to Mr. Copeland's records, and if you can help us with the page, I think I know it is, but just to make sure, I'd like you to tell us what page to go to.
For Mr. Copeland, device associated with him, the 5991, that's going to be page 12. Actually, page 11, I'm sorry.
Does Mr. Copeland's device, according to these records, and They vary, obviously. I mean, you're telling us that. It's not GPS coordinate, here I am, it's a range, fair to say?
Correct. We know the tower and sector where the device is. So again, a general area of where the device is.
And it could be, I guess, miles away. Is that, and if I'm saying something wrong, just please correct me.
It could be depending upon the towers in the area. Obviously, more towers, the closer the phones are to those towers. The towers that are farther apart, the more range those towers could be away from each other. On page 11, you asked about the McDonald's. This is the slide where the McDonald's is not on there, but there is a call at 7:51, which is in the vicinity of the McDonald's.
And I'm going to ask a different question while it's page 11 of that same exhibit is before the jurors. Do you see where the crime scene is?
I do.
Does Mr. Copeland's cell phone ever contact a cell phone tower that, in your expert opinion, could encompass that crime scene?
Yes, this 7:28 and 45 seconds, this one.
That is the 6-minute ping that piqued my interest earlier. Steele just harrowed in on this. Yes, this could have actually pinged in the vicinity of the crime scene.
Here. Again, we see this device was a Sprint device. So we see the towers that are listed here around the crime scene. So this device here, which is used at 7:28 p.m., you can see that here. That coverage could potentially cover the crime scene and the other location, the green store that's in there, because those locations are close together.
And then Mr. Copeland continues, I believe, on the next page, am I correct? Page 12, and if I'm wrong?
Correct. It does continue on page 12.
If you can go there. Is there any time on page 12 that, it's going to be the same question, Mr. Copeland's device is at or around the crime scene? Well, using a tower associated with and encompassing that crime scene.
Yeah, we have this call here at 9:52 p.m. You can see the towers right underneath this box for the crime scene. And so again, that's in the vicinity of the crime scene. Put the device in this general area at 9:52 p.m.
Do you have any records that you were asked to work on and prepare for your testimony by the District Attorney's Office of Fulton County? Do you have any records that show between, let's say, 7:20 and 8:30 that Mr. Copeland's handset that are associated with the records that you targeted go towards and encompasses Jeffery Williams condominium?
Between what time periods again?
It could be 6 in the evening on January 10th, 2015, and we'll say 10 in the evening, January 15th, 2000. January 10th, 2015.
Yeah, during that period, we do not. There is a slide in here that covers phones in the vicinity of Williams Condo. That extends from 7:31 p.m. to 11:22 p.m. And where did that slide go?
And just announce what page it is when you.
44.
Thank you,
I
sir.
must have gotten my pages out of order. I don't see it.
And if you could focus on Mr. Copeland and show the jurors the time that, according to these records, that a cell phone tower is employed by Mr. Copeland's phone that are associated with the records that you've been provided at Jeffery Williams condominium.
Yeah, so we see it right here. The phone number associated with 5991 has two events, 1114 and 1117, an outgoing and incoming call, and you can see it uses a tower right here, again, in close proximity to the Williams condo, 1114 and 1117.
And then before you sit down, do you remember the name Mr. Treadwell? Do you remember using that name?
I do, yes, sir.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen jury when Kelvin Treadwell's cellular telephone records show that he is using a tower that is in the vicinity of the Jeffery Williams condominium?
So again, his number ends in 2643, the device associated with him. Let's see. And I don't see that. So that device must not have been in that area during that period.
You could sit down if you want. If you want to, you can stand if you want. All right. So hypothetically, if the phone was being used, because it has to be used to capture on a record, either a text message and or a telephone call in 2015.
Yes, sir.
And hypothetically, it was that the cellular telephone number associated with Mr. Copeland
Okay.
followed to Jeffery Williams condo between I'm just broadening it, but 7:30 and 8:30 on January 10th, 2015, from the McDonald's to the Jeffery Williams condo, you don't have record of that. Followed Mr. Treadwell, if I didn't say Mr. Treadwell.
So between 7:30 and 8:30, did you say?
Yes.
Yeah, there's no activity in Mr. Copeland's records that would show that during the 7:30 to 8:30 time period, he had any phone activity in the area of the Williams condo.
And the same question for those times, I think you answered it, so I don't want to waste time, just say it's the same answer. Mr. Treadwell, same times, doesn't go up near the Jeffery Williams condo, according to the records.
Yeah, I'll just confirm that. So my phone's in here. Hold on. So again, looking at page 33 of that same report, and at no time between 7:33 and 8:33 is there activity on the device associated with Treadwell 2643 that would be in the vicinity of the Williams condo.
I would like to go to your efforts on explain to us the records showing devices associated with certain people going to Miami, Florida. So we're starting some people, and I'm not trying to confuse anyone, some people on January 11th, some people on January 12th. Is that fair to say?
It is, yes, sir.
And again, the year is 2015 for all of this.
Correct, yes,
Okay.
sir.
Now, how long did Mr. Zachary's records show that he is in the Miami, Florida area?
I don't recall how long the device was in there. Again, I was just asked to show did the device make a trip to Miami. And so that's, in my analysis, all I did. So I don't recall.
I love this witness. I was just asked to see if the device was ever in Miami. I wasn't asked to look at a time frame. Honest witness.
How long the device stayed in Miami.
Okay, and to be fair, you weren't asked, that's easy to figure out, but you weren't asked to do that by the district attorney's office. Is
That's
that-
correct.
It's going to be the same question, so I assume the same answer, but I don't want to presume. Mr. Copeland's phone.
Same answer. Again, just to review the trip down there, not necessarily say how long the device was there.
Okay, and I believe it's going to be the same, but Mr. McMullen's device, same answer?
Yes, sir.
All right, who else besides Mr. Williams' records, Miss Dolly Greer's records, Miss Dora Greer's records? Who else did go down to Miami that we didn't discuss?
Mr. Williams.
Ignore it, well. Can you tell the jurors when he came back? I'm assuming.
I cannot.
Okay. Now, how about in Miami? When these records show that certain people actually made it to Miami, whomever they are, all of them, were you ever tasked or asked or requested by the district attorney's office in Fulton County to then figure out how many times did any of those devices contact Jeffery Williams?
I was not asked.
I'm going to say Jeffery Williams. I should be better. Jeffery Williams' phone records associated with his phone records. You were not asked.
I was not asked to do that.
Okay. How about, were you ever asked to pinpoint, like you did in your exhibits? Once in Miami, does Jeffery Williams' cellular telephone records show that he is using a cell tower near and in the vicinity of person's cell records, such as associated with Mr. Copeland, Mr. Zachary, Mr. McMullen, Mr. Cobb, whomever else? Were you asked to do that?
I wasn't asked to specifically map or analyze that. I did kind of review that when obviously they arrived, and that was part of my mapping process. They're in a similar area when they arrived, but again, that was just at the time that they arrived.
Okay.
So,
Did you ever get any details that Mr. Williams stayed at a location the same as Mr. Copeland, Mr. McMullen, or whomever, or a different location? And if you don't know, just say, I was never asked that, I was never given that information.
yeah, I don't have any of that information.
All right. Okay. Your Honor, may I have just a moment?
Sure.
Thank you. Agent, I'll be right back, okay?
Okay, and just to trying to tie in some context here, and I'm not fully grasping the entire theory line. Not theory line, but what Steele is dismantling. I think more of that will be dismantled when we get detectives talking more about why they thought certain people were in the same place at the same time. But Woody had told police. We heard a lot of conversation questions from Bryant Steele, like, okay, wait a minute. So you looked at the device associated with Calvin Treadwell, aka OG Bentley. His cell phone, his device isn't really in the vicinity of Jeffery Williams' condo, right? So he's not over there. Same thing, we asked the same question about Kenneth Copeland. there's no activity showing that Kenneth Copeland was near or following wherever Mr. Treadwell was moving around that night. We also, from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m., don't have anything that would show that the device associated with Kenneth Copeland was in the vicinity of Jeffery Williams' condo. But Kenneth Copeland had told police in one of the interviews that he thought Bentley, OG Bentley, Kelvin Treadwell, Shannon Stillwell, and Jeffery Williams were involved in Donovan Thomas's murder. So I'm trying to piece some of that together. I think it's interesting that of the certain people and the placements, Brian Steele is focused on OG Bentley, who is not indicted, not charged here. So I'm going to keep racking my brain, but throwing that out there, see what you guys make of it.
Were you ever asked about January 12, 2015, approximately 1:30 in the afternoon, when an Infinity rental car was returned to the airport, the Atlanta airport? Were you ever given that information?
I don't recall that, no.
By January, I may have messed up the date, by January 11th, 2015, in the afternoon hours, is Jeffery Williams' records have him on the way traveling to Miami, Florida.
At what time?
1:30ish.
Yeah, so there's activity around 1:30 a.m. on the 11th in Atlanta. And then the next activity outside of Atlanta is approximately 4:38 a.m. on the 11th.
And that would be?
South, near Macon, Georgia.
Okay. Do you ever know whether Mr. Copeland's, the records that you have, I'm not talking about any other record, just the records that you were given, that Mr. Copeland's phone, was he in the area of Atlanta on January 11th, 2015 at 1:30 in the afternoon?
So again, in reviewing he has phone activity in Atlanta at 7:56 p.m. on the 11th. And then the first time there's activity outside of Atlanta is at 10:12 p.m. on the 11th. And again, that's south of Macon, Georgia.
Okay. All right. Yeah, just one second.
It'd be interesting if there was some recross. And also, shout out, happy birthday to Bay. I had it up on the screen, waiting for a break. You guys are saying happy birthday in the chat. And then I forgot myself. So big shout out to all our birthdays in the building. Bay is celebrating today. And my guess is that Steele is going for the, if you listen to some of what Woody said, why didn't you look at and charge Treadwell? If you wanted Jeffery Williams, like what's the difference? Why were you going after Jeffery Williams, Shannon Stillwell, but not Treadwell, if Copeland also said he was involved?
Okay, Your Honor, may I just ask one serious question?
I'd like to just ask you a couple questions.
Yes, sir.
And if you don't have this expertise, just say, I don't know. When we use and I use the 7:22 p.m. 911 call on January 10th, 2015, when Mr. Thomas's report of the shooting,
Yeah, I recall that, yes.
do you know how much time passed between the actual shooting and the actual 911 call being made?
I do know.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, sir.
And Mr. Steele, are you going to want him to check?
Yes.
this? Okay. Do you mind if we just
No.
have whatever other cross there is
No, not at
before
all.
we break? Okay. Mr. Weinstein, looks like you've got some questions.
Just a few.
Okay.
Doug Weinstein, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Agent Berni.
Good afternoon, sir.
And we've spoken once or twice before.
We have?
And I believe I told you I represent Diamante Kendrick.
Yes, sir.
So let's talk about something other than Auburn football for a moment.
Please.
I don't know who's working the machine, but could you all pull up 532Y page 5. I believe this is your kind of sector orientation and illustration slide, correct?
It is.
One thing I just want to try to get clarified is when we're talking about locations of these cell phone or mobile phones. So you have a sector here pointed north 0 degrees, correct?
It is in this illustration, yeah.
And in that sector, you've got these hard red lines that extend 60 degrees out in either direction to form a 120-degree arc, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you state the shaded arc solely indicates the general direction of radio frequency signal, correct?
That's correct.
Because those edges that you show there, while in the illustration, they seem to be a hard edge. That's kind of theoretical. They're not exactly a hard edge. Is that correct?
That's correct. There's no line painted on the concrete that says at this point you're going to switch from this sector to this sector. It's, again, it's kind of fuzzy at the boundaries. It could be 118 degrees. It could be 123 degrees. It could vary.
Right, because the radio, even if you have a directional antenna, the radio signals don't just hard cut off at a certain point or necessarily extend exactly to that point, right?
That's correct.
Okay, we can take that down. Thank you. The other thing is, you keep testifying about general location of the mobile devices, the cell phones. But what you're actually talking about, what you actually know, are the antennas that are being hit by the signal from the cell phone, correct?
Yeah, we're getting the general area based on the information, meaning the tower and the sector, and those antennas in that sector.
But again, you don't know where the device is. You just know the antenna that's being used by that cell phone, correct? The other thing is, when you're talking about the cell phone selecting the tower, that's not exactly right, is it? Because don't these cell phone networks, these 3G and 4G cell phone networks, don't they use something called, mobile assisted handoff?
So yes, they do use the handoff, but that's not at the initiation of the call. So the device, when it's on, scanning the environment, looking for the strongest, clearest signal. The device chooses the tower and sector to use based on the signal strength, the best signal. Once that call is initiated, that tower and sector is put in your records, your CDRs. Hey, this is the tower that Jay's phone picked. Once the phone is in the network and you travel, say I drive from here back to my house, the network is then in charge of any handoffs that are associated with the device. So once you're in the network, as you're driving, the network may say, hey, use the phone can see this tower and sector, use this one instead, and the device would use that. Again, that's not what's shown in the CDRs. The CDRs is the first tower, the first sector selected by the mobile device.
Yeah, and there's a lot of factors that go into that selection, right? I guess we're talking about signal strength, correct?
That's one of the criteria, correct?
Quality of service?
Correct.
Would you explain quality of service, please?
Yeah, so quality of service is just, is the signal a good signal, or is it, reflecting and other things to make it a weaker signal? So again, it's based on signal strength and signal quality.
Signal to noise ratio is another factor that's used, correct?
That's part of it, correct?
Would you explain that as well?
Yeah, signal to noise ratio is again based on the signal strength. Hey, how strong is the signal versus other interfering signals in there? So is it a good usable signal? Again, there's a lot of categories that go into the device picking the tower and sector to use.
So we kind of used closest tower as a shorthand, correct? But the reality is there's a lot of factors that go into which particular tower a cell phone is going to use.
There are a lot of categories, but in discussions with the providers themselves, signal strength is one of the largest or biggest choosing factors. Because again, it's based on call quality, right? If we get on a call and it's crackly, we're like, this is awful, I'm going to go to another provider. So the call quality, signal strength is the largest thing, which has a lot to do with the closest tower. Again, not always the closest tower, we've said that before, but typically the device chooses the closest tower.
Okay, but again, as you said, not always the closest tower, correct?
Yeah, because not all towers are created equal, right? We talked about heights of towers, what kind of towers they are, which also goes into the play of it as well.
Right, and when we're talking about tower selection, if we can just continue on that, there are other things that affect what tower necessarily may have the best signal strength, or what tower may grade best for all of these factors combined, right? For example, terrain may play a factor, correct?
Terrain plays a factor if there's interference, meaning obviously if you're on the east side of Georgia, they have Stone Mountain. If a tower is on top of Stone Mountain, it's going to have a longer range than one that's not on Stone Mountain, right? So again, the line of sight that we discussed. If you're on the other side of Stone Mountain, and the tower you use is on the other side of Stone Mountain, then obviously terrain would have an effect, because Stone Mountain is in the middle, and therefore interrupting the line of sight.
And buildings may be a factor in the terrain as well, correct?
Buildings can be, but some of the signals used are made to penetrate buildings, so that has a lesser effect than a mountain would have.
Right. But, you know, weather, what else? Maintenance, we discussed maintenance early.
So weather, oh, sorry.
You know, you please go ahead.
Yeah, weather has less of an effect. Obviously, the frequencies chosen have more ability to penetrate weather than others. So
Call volume also has an effect, correct?
call volume would have an effect on the transfer or handoff. Again, most of the time, your phone always is gonna pick the tower with the strongest, clearest signal. If you get in a call and say you're at a concert or something like that, you get in a call, your phone chooses the one with the best signal, let's say that's the closest, but that tower is maybe at 90% capacity. The network may tell you, hey, your phone can also see this other tower that's at lower capacity. Move the phone to that tower. But the CDR still reflects the first tower that the phone chose as the strongest, clearest signal.
And because you have all of these factors that play in, that is why oftentimes a drive test is the best way to really get an idea of where a cell phone tower or sector covers. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you need to get the exact footprint of a cell phone tower, a drive test is the best way to do it. But a lot of times, we don't need that in cases. We know that, hey, the crime scene's in this location, his residence is in this location, separated by 10 miles and numerous towers in the middle. If he's over here and then drives over here, that's good evidence. We may not necessarily need to know exactly the footprint of the tower around his house or the footprint of the tower around the crime scene. What we can say is the phone traveled from the area around a house to the area of the crime scene and then back. So again, it is a great technique to determine the footprint of the tower, but we probably do it in less than 10% of the cases that we have.
But if you want a more exacting idea of the tower coverage, then you would do a drive test, correct?
Yeah, the drive test is the best way currently to determine the full footprint of that tower, if that's the information you need.
And you'd want to get that drive test in, not necessarily contemporaneous, but as close as possible to the time of the incident you're looking at, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let's talk about the coverage area of a sector, and then I'll be pretty much done at that point. Then we can all have a break. When you're looking at the coverage area for a sector, let's assume it's a 120-degree arc, right? So if you have a cell phone tower and the ranges vary, right? You've testified that the range of a tower may vary, correct?
It does, yeah.
Okay. So if you're out, you know, in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the country, you might get a cell phone tower with a range of 25 miles, for example, 22 miles.
I mean, I obviously haven't done analysis in like Nebraska, where you would probably have towers farther apart. The most I've seen is about 17 to 18 miles in rural parts of Georgia and Alabama. But yeah, towers can reach significantly farther when there's no other towers competing.
And if I get this wrong, just stop me and correct me, but I think you've testified today about a lot of towers having, in a city environment, such as Atlanta, maybe a 2 to 3 mile distance that they might cover. Is that correct?
I would say if you're talking downtown, some of those would have smaller, depending upon the line of sight. Again, where's the antenna? Is it 15 feet off the ground or is it 150 feet off the
Or
ground?
what about like 150 feet antenna? I think you've testified that there's at least one antenna that has a height like that. What kind of a range would you estimate based on your expertise, would that antenna have?
Yeah, again, based on the towers in the area, I'd have to review, but I would say 2 miles with 2 to 2.5 miles might be an area that we would see.
Okay.
Again, it depends on the towers in the area, but just to ballpark it, I would say 2.5 miles.
Okay, and if you get one, and I don't want to turn this into a math test, but if you look at the area that's covered, it's like 1/3 pi r squared, something like that in a 120-degree arc. So if you've got about a 3-mile distance, you're talking about roughly a 9, 8, 9, 10 square mile area that's covered by that sector, correct?
You're talking about the total area covered?
The total area covered by that sector, if you have a 2 or 3 mile radius on that antenna.
Yeah, potentially. Again, I'm not a math person for sure.
No, I don't want you to have to do math, I promise.
So again, yeah, if you go out 2 to 2.5 miles plus the arc, that could include 8 to 9 miles. Again, I don't
Square
know.
miles.
Yeah, I'd have to review it, but that doesn't seem too off.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
All right, are there other defense attorneys with questions for this witness? Okay, none? Okay, all right. We'll break right here and give this witness time to review whatever records you needed for those
Yes, Your Honor.
names.
All right. So they're going to take a break.
Yes, Your Honor.
And this is another, what I think is a conundrum of the state's trial strategy. Interestingly enough, we had Sprinkel up, well, we had some people in between Sprinkel, but at some point when Sprinkel was on the stand recently, Sprinkel like primed us up like, cell tower location stuff. It's not really that precise. And then we get this guy to give his best analysis of the data plots that he put on these maps. And we have the defense come up and say, it's not really conclusive at all. So you have your own state's witness, a DA, a district attorney, I forget Sprinkel's exact title, whatever his full title is, telling you like, it's not that precise. And then you get a very honest witness up here that agrees with the defense that not conclusive, not conclusive. So we are going to get some redirect when they come back, but I mean, what do you guys think of this? And this is why I was saying, I think Steele had a smile on his face. He respects this witness. I think this witness is testifying with integrity, like complete integrity, based on what he was asked to do. And he was very forthcoming to say, I wasn't asked to look at this particular thing. I wasn't asked to look at a second device associated with Kenneth Copeland. You know, if I wasn't asked to look at something, you know, personally, I wouldn't cherry pick was the phrasing that he used. Very, very interesting. And I think this is a fatal flaw of the state's whole strategy in presenting this case. But yeah, I wonder what we're going to get on a redirect here. I wouldn't want that job. I wouldn't want that job. And then Quentin Maxwell had asked, is Abbate there for later today? I think he's standing in. I don't know how much we're going to see of him. I don't have any confirmation on any of what I think is a wildfire rumor, potentially misinformation, that Love has been permanently replaced. It's not unusual for someone to have something else to do, especially when a trial's 143 days long. But he's here today, and he has had some other involvement. He's been in the courtroom before. Joseph Papp reported that he was in the courtroom on those days where they were unsure that Quindarius Zachary was going to appear or when he was going to appear to testify. And he's also, it seems like he handles some bond and probation issues. So he's not like a mystery face to this trial. He's just not somebody that we typically see sitting in the courtroom up here. But he has been present before. And don't forget, he has been on the stand. It wasn't in front of the jury, but it was during the, you know, they put Kayla on the stand, Investigator Long, Melnick, and Adam Abbate, and a few other members of the district attorney's office. That day that they were all on the stand talking about the ex parte and John Melnick, attorney John Melnick, Adam Abbate took the stand and said, he said, why do you have to put me under oath? You didn't make John Melnick go under oath. So that was him. We've seen him before in this trial. But I think he's here to handle business today. I don't think it's conclusive why Love isn't here. It could just be ordinary business. Dee, thank you so much for the $1.99. Is this like an excuse for us to see your dog? I love that. Thank you, Dee. Lovin became a member. Thank you so much. You look good in green. And then that ill kid Jay. So Misters took your phone. Hello, this is Mr. I stole Dad's phone. Thank you for the birthday wish. So all the love to the puppy Mister. Peter Ortiz says, OG, you are the best. You engage with your followers more than any other channel. Keep up the good work. We are loyal to you. Well, I appreciate you guys for all of the support, especially even just hitting that like button, because that's free 99. It's really cool to be on the other side of the screen, because I lurk and hang out in so many other chats. And I'm glad you guys feel the same way in the chat that I feel when I'm somewhere else. So thank you so much, Peter. It's my aspiration. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, were there any butt dials? The smoking gun always lies in the butt dials. Oh, man. Oh, man. Shout out to the Karen Reed mess of a trial. That would be hilarious if they asked, is it possible that there could have been a butt dial? And then Jaha Lewis, thank you for the super here asking about the membership link to become a member for an Apple user. And it looks like it worked, so thank you so much for becoming a member. And then Steven out here sniping somebody green. Thank you so much, Steven. Taybiz TV, it's so good to see you. I miss your content. I miss you. Taviz TV is one of my favorite commentators. Great commentary, makes you laugh and makes you think at the same time. Sorry you haven't been feeling well, and sending you like virtual chicken soup, if that's your thing. Virtual whatever makes you feel better. Maybe you're a tea person. But I hope you feel better soon, and it's great to see ya. Miss ya. Can't wait for you to be back up on the screen. Stephen T. Satchel says, no objections from the state during cross. Put a 1 in the chat if you felt like that was a very peaceful cross-examination. Put a 2 if you disagree, but very different when it's Atkins leading the questioning and thus handling any objections that might need to be made during cross-examination. Great observation there. I didn't really think about that, but really no objections. And then Stephen, thank you so much, also says, if I were writing an article about this form of analysis, I would refer to each call's analysis as a serving suggestion. But that's me. A serving suggestion. I'm thinking of like the nutrition label. Oh man. I think this was great all around. I just flipped over to the chat. Everybody says 1. There are 1s across the board here. Super duper 1s. And then, Mark, you might be right. Did Love tell the judge a couple days ago that she'd be out for a few days? You might be right. I miss details sometimes, you guys, so I don't know that exactly, but probably, and I like 99% confident that I could have missed that detail. And I don't think there's anything unusual about her not being present. I think people are hyped to hear that there was a spicy email from Fonnie Willis trying to pep talk Love up, and the coincidence of her not being in the room, and then a tweet people are running like wildfire with. But there's been no article. There's been no publication that has reported anything about a change of fate for Adrian Love. So we're going to pump those brakes, you guys. We're going to pump those brakes. Although it's fine if you say, I wish. I wish that were the reality. That is fine too. So there we go. And it's like, it wouldn't be unusual for someone to be on vacation. I mean, you got to take your vacation days at some point. We're approaching the holidays. We've seen her in the courtroom most other days. Remember, Hilton's been gone too. There are days where we didn't know why Hilton was gone. Some days we did know. But yeah. And did I already skip a break? This is where they're standing up. They go to the seal. Jesse from Law and Crime popping up on the screen. And they come back like right after this here.
Number, if there were some?
I can show you what I have.
No, don't do that yet. Just.
I can see, I've reviewed.
Did you review all of
I
it?
reviewed the calls.
Okay.
I can tally up. If you give me like just 1 minute, I'll tally them up just in case. I reviewed all the calls.
All right. Okay. And then will you have redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And then you'll have your next witness ready.
Excuse
Yes.
me, Your Honor, I'm sorry. I left out just 1 or 2 questions, less than a minute, if I could just do that.
Come on.
Thank you.
Your Honor, just
Yes.
so the agent is fair to him. And also, I think I asked this, but just say, who called, who initiated the call?
Well, your question was, did Mr. Williams' cell phone ever initiate any calls to any of those? So,
I just wanted to make sure. Mr. Steele? Yes, sir. I wanted to use that.
Oh, they're muting us out of the secret whispery whispers.
Looking at the window.
Look at them talking to each other.
Was requested to look at from 7. Mr. Steele's asking about the entire call.
yeah, I know. I think he knows that.
The entire call record?
He does not understand. He is not, it takes a lot of
That is
time
not
to
what he
go
looked up.
through 12 phone record CRs. I don't think Agent Berni has done that in 10 minutes.
Okay. What did you look at?
So what we have there is the calls from January 10th at
Yeah, quiet, please.
7:29 p.m. to 6:30 a.m. So the only period that I did toll analysis is the only ones that I have the ability to do right now. The other stuff is in my computer with me.
Okay.
I do not have
So what time periods are you looking at?
from January 10th of 7:29 p.m. until the 11th at 6:30 a.m.
Okay. Is that a question that you asked, Mr. Steele?
No, but, you know, Your Honor, with the agent's permission, with the court's permission, I'll ask that, and then Agent Berni, I believe, is coming back, and if it's not too much of a
Is he?
test, otherwise the records are in, it's very easy
Okay.
to sort
They're
them.
coming back some other time?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Okay. That's the way we're doing this case, apparently. Okay, that's fine.
He's plotted records.
Okay,
on
all right, that's fine. And Okay, we'll just do what he's figured out for now, and then
And we'll make it
you
clear.
can ask him. Yeah, and
So I do just want to mention, I've been trying to figure it out based on the questioning that we get. What incidents are they looking at? We saw him talk about the time frame surrounding the Donovan Thomas murder and then the Lil Wayne tour bus shooting. And then we also were wondering, like, hey, are they going to talk about phone records for other names that we haven't heard yet? And it's possible that some names that there wasn't an inquiry from the state or that wasn't blocked in some way or another from coming in. Maybe we'll hear a name that we didn't hear here that we thought we would hear. Maybe there will be phone records relating to another incident, another date, that they will look at that person's phone records, because it seems like they're going to call Agent Berni back when they talk about other blocks of incidents.
it may be that it just occurred to you while you were asking it, but if you knew ahead of time, y'all can talk to these witnesses ahead of time and say, I'll probably ask you this, so go ahead and look at it.
Absolutely.
Okay. So you let me know when you're ready, and then we'll.
I'm ready, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, let's get the jury in.
The jury's like, please, do we have to come back?
Thank you, Mr. Weinstein. Turns out you had a couple more questions.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you for the court's indulgence.
Go ahead.
Agent Berni, I'm sorry. I think my eagerness for recess overcame my need to ask you two more questions.
Problem, sir.
My first question is, we're talking about drive tests. You were not asked to do a drive test in 2016, correct?
I was not involved in the case until, again, at the earliest 2022, I think.
And you haven't seen any drive tests that may have been performed back at that time, correct?
I do not, no.
Okay. Also, you were not asked to consider any cell phone records of my client, Diamante Kendrick, correct?
Not during this time period, no.
Let me clarify, make sure we're clear. In that January 10, January 11 timeframe of 2015, you were not asked to consider any of the cell phone records.
I did not, no.
Thank you. No more questions.
All right, and now.
Now, the reason that's problematic, and it goes in line with what we were just talking about, Diamante Kendrick is charged with the murder of Donovan Thomas, so why didn't you look at his phone records here? And that is a great thing to point out, because, cool, if the jury is deliberating later and someone's like, well, they didn't have Diamante Kendrick's phone records, and someone's like, well, yeah, they did, and the jury can't quickly discuss with each other, well, technically they did, but for other instances, not for this one. Now, Doug just like dropped that out loud for us to pick up, and I'm putting it down. I caught it.
Mr. Steele.
Agent, I asked you some questions. Were you given enough time to review your notes?
I was.
Or the records, I guess. Okay, and tell us what you did, if you don't mind. Tell the jurors.
Yep, so what I did was review the cell phone records, the toll analysis, who called who at what date and what time, that I had already prepared from 7:29 on the 10th to 6:30 a.m. on the 11th.
And to be fair, and you weren't asked to do it, but to be fair, the records, let's say, from Mr. Jeffery Williams really go from January 4th, 2015 to January 15th, 2015. Is that fair to say?
It is.
All right, but for purposes of timing, just today, and you're going to come back, can you answer the question, and we'll just go in person order, if that's okay, and you could designate the order if it's easier. Did Mr. Williams contact Mr. Copeland? When I say Mr. Williams, let me change it. Did Mr. Williams, according to the records, did the phone associated with Mr. Williams initiate the contact with Mr. Copeland's phone that's associated with him?
Initiate contact. So you're only asking about, did the device associated with Mr. Williams, 3904, initiate or place an outgoing call to any of these names you're.
Yeah, or a text message.
Okay. Well, we would only have calls in this case, I believe, and there were no outgoing calls from the 3904 to Mr. Copeland's 5991.
And just, if you have it done already, it would be great. Does Mr. Copeland's cell phone records associated with him, does that ever call Mr. Jeffery Williams during this time period that you have?
Yeah, so again, the time period of 7:29 on the 10th to 6:30 a.m. on the 11th. There's no contact between those two devices at all.
What's the next one if we want to go in your order? Otherwise, I'll give you the name.
I have the device associated with Mr. Treadwell.
And that's Kelvin Treadwell, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And did you know him to be working for Mr. Williams at that time?
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
Well, he can say, I have no idea. Overruled.
Again, I just was provided the phone numbers and who was associated with those numbers. So I have no idea whether they worked for each other or what.
Okay. Mr. Treadwell and Mr. Williams, you could give them, but clearly we saw in your charts that there is communication between those two devices according to the record. Fair to say?
There's 10.
Go ahead. Okay.
So there's 10 calls between those two, and there's calls that go both ways, initiated by the 3904 device associated with Mr. Williams, and calls that are initiated by Mr. Treadwell to the 3904.
Okay.
So during that time period, 10 calls.
Next name, if you don't mind.
I have a device associated with McMullen.
Okay, Mr. Demise McMullen. And just go, same way in order, both ways. First, Mr. Williams initiating communication according to the records, Mr. Williams, number associated with Mr. Williams, and then initiating it to the number associated with Mr. McMullen.
So there's only 2 contacts, again, during this time period, 7:29 on the 10th to 6:30 a.m. on the 11th. Only 2 contacts. Both of those contacts were the device associated with Mr. McMullen calling the device associated with Mr. Williams, the 3904.
So Mr. Williams, according to the records, the phone associated with Mr. Williams never initiated contact with the phone associated with Mr. McMullen, according to records.
That's correct.
All right, next name, if you don't mind.
Is the device associated to Dora Greer?
Okay, do you know that? And if you don't know it, just say, I don't know it. Do you know that to be Jeffrey Williams' sister?
I do not know that.
Okay, that's fine. There are communications that you showed us already, fair to say?
There are 4 communications.
All right. If you need to give more detail, I'm not trying to cut you off, but I was going to go to the next phone, but
Yeah, there's 4 communications, and it looks like all those communications were initiated by the 3904 calling the 9596 associated with
okay, next name, if you don't mind.
is Dolly Greer, the device associated to Dolly Greer.
Do you know that individual to be the sister of Mr. Jeffrey Williams? If you don't, just say, I don't know.
I do not know that.
Okay, go ahead with those contact, fair to say?
Yep, and it's 1 contact, and that is the device associated with Dolly Greer, the 1990 device calling the device associated with Mr. Williams, the 3904.
Okay, next one.
Those are the only individuals that contact or are contacted by the 3904 number during the time period of 7:29 on the 10th to 6:30 a.m. on the 11th.
And that includes your search for that limited time period, Mr. Cobb.
It does.
And when I say Mr. Cobb, the device associated with Mr. Cobb or the records associated with Mr. Cobb, correct?
It does.
Mr. Zachary
Correct.
and Mr. Treadwell.
Correct. All the known devices, those are the only ones.
Okay, I want to thank you for doing that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Sure. Mr. Atkins.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So guys, that was to really cast out on the theory that Jeffrey Williams ordered this hit on Donovan Thomas, because he's not out here. Potentially the contact between Treadwell could be explained by an employee relationship, but he never tries to contact Nard, Demise McMullen. There's no communication between the devices for Duwop, Justin Cobb, and Jeffrey Williams, and same for Quindarius Zachary.
Now, Agent Berni, do you recall being asked a number of questions about if the district attorney's office ever asked you to plot X or check Y on cross-examination?
Yes.
If any defense counsel had asked you before testifying here today to look into or plot any of those matters they addressed, would you have looked into it before testifying today?
I would have, yes.
Now,
Wow.
Agent Berni, with
So this seems a little bit like burden shifting, but it doesn't sound like there's an objection. So to try to rehabilitate any damage that could have been done by Weinstein and Steele saying, oh, you were never asked to look at Yak's phone for January 10th? Atkins gets up there and says, well, did the defense ask you to look at their records? As if that's supposed to imply something nefarious and clean up, that the state didn't do their job to investigate. Sounds a little bit like burden shifting, but there was no objection, and honestly, it's such a reach of an argument. It's probably the best Atkins can really work with, but wow.
If the phone toll analysis that you did, if records did not, or let me ask you this, what was the time frame again, or the time window of that toll analysis that you conducted?
Yeah, so it's on the 10th from 7:29 p.m. until the 11th at 6:30 a.m.
And in the investigations you work, do you typically analyze 12 to 10 phone numbers like you did in this case?
No, this is one of the larger number of phones for a specific case.
So with toll analysis with these numbers for times or dates other than the January 10th, 2015 murder of Donovan Thomas, would you be familiar or have looked through the entirety of records on dates you were not requested to?
No.
And Agent Berni, do you recall on cross-examination you were asked a number of questions about factors that go into cell towers and location?
By the phone, yes.
And things such as terrain and wave frequency, things of that nature. Do you recall that on cross?
I do.
Now, how long has the Federal Bureau of Investigation used call detail records in investigations?
CAS started up in 2009 because, we started using them. So 16, 15 years.
And since that was started from the FBI in 2009, would any of those factors related to physics or weather or terrain, would those have applied in 2009 just as they do in 2024 or not?
They would.
And have you, either directly or as part of an investigation, physically located someone based off call detail records in a non-criminal case?
Objection, Abbate.
Overruled.
In a non-criminal case?
Such as a natural disaster or something like that.
I have.
And did you, in those cases, rely on call detail records like the nature you used for the murder of Donovan Thomas on January 10, 2015?
I have, yes. And the most recent being the Bureau just used.
Your Honor, the state feels given some of the cross-examination, it is relevant. Questioning the science behind it.
Sustained.
Agent Berni, are historical cell site tower analysis reliable?
They are.
Overruled.
Agent Berni, can you explain to the jury how you're able to state that historical cell site analysis to include tower information is a reliable method to use?
Yeah,
Objection vague.
Overruled.
You may answer, Agent Berni.
yeah, again, these records, you got to remember, they're business records associated with the company. So they use them every day to optimize their network, right? Where they're dropped calls, where are lots of people placing calls, do I need to use more towers? But as far as law enforcement's use, we use them every single day to locate kidnapped kids, missing kids, runaways, both in the criminal context and the non-criminal context. The last time that we used it the last time I used them in a non-criminal context was the hurricane relief through North.
Bolstering.
What was the other one?
Bolstering.
There you go.
Overruled.
Sustained for
and
bolstering.
Sustained.
Yes, there you
Agent
go.
Berni, on cross-examination, do you recall being asked about the cell tower location of the device associated with Kenneth Copeland?
I was.
I'm going to publish States Exhibit 332 Yankee, page 10. If you have that before you, Agent Berni, it's going to come up on the screen. Now, Agent Berni, do you recall being asked on cross-examination about a gap in time in Mr. Copeland's records?
I do.
And do you recall being asked if the phone was on or off?
I do.
Do you recall being asked? And for the record, I meant 532 Yankee, Your Honor. I may have accidentally said 332, but I meant 532 Yankee. Do you also recall being asked about when the phone is off, if it was in airplane mode?
I do recall that question.
And what is the gap of time as depicted in page 10 between the 7:01 PM call and the 7:24:09 call?
Approximately 23 minutes, 22 minutes and some change.
Now, Agent Berni, I am going to go to slide 27. Do you see a gap in time in the phone associated with Defendant Williams between 7:03 and 7:29 PM?
I do.
Is that gap shorter, the same, or longer than the gap in time in the phone associated with Copeland's records we just discussed?
Maybe a minute or two longer, 24 minutes maybe?
And would the same questions posed to you apply in terms of, are you able to say if the phone was on or off for the phone associated with Defendant Williams in this time with the call detail records?
Again, you cannot. It's just based on activity on the network. And so we can only see when there's towers and sectors used, where the device is.
And Agent Berni, do you recall a conversation about the duration or length of the call at 7:29 PM?
I do.
With the toll analysis that you created in the Excel spreadsheet, did you make that document?
I did.
And for the calls on that toll analysis, did you, for each of the calls on there, calculate the duration depicted the same for the calls you looked at? As in, would how you calculated the duration on that call be any different than how you would calculate the duration on any of the other calls on those boards or the Excel spreadsheet you created?
No, they're the same. Again, I review the records based on the caller and put that in as the duration.
And Agent Berni, do you recall on cross-examination the question was asked about if the phone had fallen and hung up accidentally or something of that nature?
I do.
After this call, when is the device associated with Defendant Williams show movement? As in, how many minutes after this call is there a separate tower from this device after this incoming call from the phone associated with Demise McMullen?
So the next activity where we can definitely see that there was movement was at 7:33, so approximately 4 minutes later.
And Agent Berni, you were asked on cross-examination about toll analysis or who was contacting who. Do you recall?
I do.
Now, Agent Berni, I am going to publish what has been already admitted as State's Exhibit. Your State's Exhibit. One brief moment, Your Honor. The toll analysis you conducted in this case. As State's Exhibit 533, Yankee. It will come up on the screen, Agent Berni. Now, in this toll analysis you conducted, when is the first call that the phone number associated with Mr. Copeland interacted with any of these 12 numbers you looked at?
I'd have to scroll down. I don't recall. It's not right away for sure.
Is the device associated with Mr. Copeland end in 5991?
Does. Yes, it does. There it is right there. So the first time it shows in the toll analysis, again, of known numbers, calling known numbers, is at 8:22 p.m. So it shows in here as 2022, which again is 8:22 p.m.
How long after the 911 call is this 8:22 p.m. call?
Approximately an hour.
And Agent Berni, I'm going to Control F 5991. Do you see this on the screen?
I do.
And I want you to let me know each time the phone associated with Kenneth Copeland speaks with someone new, either outgoing or incoming. Are you following?
I am.
The first time this appears, what device associated with the person's name that you analyzed does Defendant Copeland's phone interact with?
8935 is the device associated with Mr. Sledge.
I'm going to keep going, and when you see another number, just let me know.
Okay, the 5726 is the one associated with Mr. Zachary. Then the 8935 again. Then the 5726 again. 5726, 5726, 5726, again 5726, again the 8935, 8935, again 8935, again the 8935, 5726, again Zachary, 5726, 5726 for Zachary, Zachary again, Zachary again, Zachary, and then Zachary again.
So does the device associated with Kenneth Copeland speak with anyone else in this toll analysis other than the phone associated with Mr. Zachary or Mr. Sledge?
No, those are the only two devices.
Okay, personally, I don't think I would have tried to highlight that. Personally. That Kenneth Copeland is calling up Mounk Tounk, Antonio Sledge, Quindarius Zachary. When we've heard Quindarius Zachary talk about how we had to get our story straight. We heard Kenneth Copeland talk about who told him the story of what happened. I wouldn't highlight that.
And
Personally.
do you recall being asked on cross-examination if Mr. Copeland had, or if you had ever been requested to analyze another phone?
I do.
Now, Agent Berni, do you recall on direct examination being asked about a phone number that ended in 7604? I'm going to show you something, Agent Berni. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 532 Yankee. And Agent Berni, do you recall me asking you about contact with Mr. Copeland's phone in relation to 4090 and 7604?
I do.
Now, does the phone associated with Kenneth Copeland at 5991 communicate with this 7604 or have calls either incoming or outgoing?
Several. You can see them listed both on this side and this side, both incoming and outgoing.
And without counting them up, I'm going to publish slide 11 as well and ask you if that number appears, or my apologies, let me go back. And then I'm going to publish slide 12. Do you see that 7604 on this slide?
I do. You can see it right here, 7604, incoming call.
And is there more than one?
There's two of them,
Now,
or three of them, my apologies.
Agent Berni, I'm going to show you what's already been admitted as 518 Yankee Alpha. It's going to come up on the screen here in just a minute. Let me know when you can see this, Agent Berni.
I have it up.
And what is the last four? Is this the same phone number you see that is associated with, or that I've been asked you about on the records in Mr. Copeland's phone?
It is.
And what is the account name associated with that phone?
Trez Brock.
If you were to try to determine if someone had a physical device on them, would you look at frequently called numbers in the time frame that you were analyzing?
That is a way you could do it, yes.
And would, if you knew associated relatives or friends that a phone you were trying to place a device to a specific person were calling, would that be relevant for you if you were ever asked to do that?
It would be.
Now, Agent Berni, on cross-examination, or let me ask you this too, the slides we just depicted, does the phone associated with Mr. Copeland, does it have a small, average, or high amount of phone calls in those slides that you analyzed?
That's a little vague.
That's subjective, object.
That's subjective, is that what you said?
I'll ask another question.
Sustained.
Agent Berni, with the three slides you plotted, pages 10, 11, and 12, related to Copeland, you have those before you?
I do.
Does the phone associated with Mr. Copeland, does it between those three slides have either incoming or outgoing calls from similar numbers, as in the same numbers?
It does.
And is there one call, is there two calls, is there 10 calls? On average, between those three slides, how much calls, either incoming or outgoing, ballpark, is there from the device associated with Mr. Copeland?
There's several, maybe around 10. The second slide has maybe 8. The third slide probably has 10, and the fourth slide has probably close to 20.
Does it appear from that, what you just articulated, that that phone is being utilized in that window of time plotted on those 3 calls?
Yeah, there's a series of both incoming and outgoing activities.
Now, do you recall also on cross-examination being asked about if Mr. Copeland's phone was hit near the crime scene?
Correct.
And do you recall discussing a call at 7:28 p.m. in his records?
I do.
Was that 7:28 p.m. before or after the 7:22 911 call of the murder of Donald Thomas?
It's after.
And Agent Berni, do you also, or let me ask you this, as a FBI cast agent, when you review cases, are you, you've been asked a lot of questions about hypotheticals. Do you recall that on cross?
I have.
Are you, is it difficult for you to speak in absolute terms when reviewing call detail records?
Yes.
So if someone asks you a question, if a hypothesis is feasible or possible,
Is he gonna say that some call between like Kenneth Copeland and whoever the other party was at 7:28 p.m. was after a 911 call to say that maybe Kenneth Copeland already heard the news because of a 911 dispatch and word got out that quickly? Because I know they wouldn't use that same logic to conceptualize the same possibility for any of the co-defendants sitting in the room. So what was that question for?
how do you answer that question with your training experience?
Yeah, obviously, I take what they asked and obviously look at all the pieces we have, pieces of evidence or information that we have in order to formulate my opinion to answer the question. So, based on time, locations, distances, all of those things, I take all of those things into account when formulating my opinion in response.
Now, Agent Berni, I am publishing 532 Yankee, page 10. Do you see the slide, Agent Berni?
I do.
And do you recall being asked if it is feasible for the device associated with Copeland to be at the crime scene at 7:22 p.m.?
I do.
Is what, in your training and experience of reviewing historical cell site analysis, where is the device associated with Kenneth Copeland with the towers and plots on this screen likely to be?
Objection, I got speculation.
Overruled.
And please use the wood pointer if you need to, Agent Berni.
Yeah, so again, based on all of the information we have, which again is, call it 701 in this general area. The device has been in this general area prior to that. This general area, again, is this area around the QR location here. And then the tower and sector used at 724 here. Again, if asked, I would again assume that the device was probably in this general area here around the time of 722.
And is that time you just pointed out separate and apart from the crime scene at 330 McDaniel Street?
Can you say that again?
Is the location you just pointed out 178 Maury Avenue Southeast, is that not the crime scene at 330 McDaniel Street?
Correct. That's a separate location up here we see on the map.
And Agent Berni, do you also recall being asked about, on cross-examination, towers and if they can be miles apart or ranges of towers?
I do.
And in a city like Atlanta, are towers miles apart like you mentioned they may be in Nebraska, or something different?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, depending upon the provider and how they want to utilize towers, sometimes they're really close, several towers within a mile downtown, and then sometimes they might be, a mile to 3 miles apart in different parts.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Agent Berni, I am going to publish the toll analysis spreadsheet we were just discussing. That is State's Exhibit 533 Yankee. Do you recall there's discussion about the 2920 number and the last name Williams?
I do.
Do you see that 2920 number
Are we getting an
on the
answer
toll
on
analysis
that?
you were requested to conduct on this case?
I do.
And who is the name associated with that?
It's Brian Williams.
So that's Birdman.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Thank you, Agent Berni. No further redirect from the state.
Recross.
All right, and a little recross from Steele.
Agent, when there is somebody missing and you assist successfully in locating them from phone records, is that true?
Yes, sir.
How old are those phone records that you're using?
Yeah, most of the time, we get phone records as soon as we can. So, obviously, we're looking for individuals. If they go missing today, we're getting the records today or tomorrow.
Okay, not 8 years later, is that fair to say?
Again, when we work Amber Alerts and missing kids, no, but we do work cold cases where we assist in locating pieces of evidence using old records, unfortunately.
Now, today's records, cell phone companies changed. I don't know if it's mandated, you tell the jurors, but now they give a distance from the cell tower where the device made a connection to the tower. Is that true?
So there's different records. So the CDRs are the same. The call detail records have, who called who, what date and time, and then the tower and sector used. Those are still all the same for the CDRs. There are now new additional records called timing advance records, and those are records from the phone checking in with the network. And those include the tower, the sector side of the tower, and a distance that device is away. The difference is call detail records kept for a long period of time, the shortest being Verizon at 365 days. Timing advance kept for a much shorter time because there's just so much data. Verizon, the shortest, keeps it for 7 days.
And when you say 7 days, does that mean today's the 14th day of October 2024? Verizon keeps today's records until next Monday, the 21st day of October 2024. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And then tomorrow, today's records would fall off, and then it would be kept from the 15th, Tuesday, the 15th of October, until Tuesday, the 22nd of October. Is that how it works?
Yes, sir. It's a rolling calendar, just like you explained.
Okay. Is that similar to, if you've done this work, surveillance cameras?
I have.
Is that similar?
It is, depending upon the settings on your surveillance cameras of, hey, this camera keeps 30 days or 60 days or 14 days. Yes.
And then as the 14th day comes up, then the first day's gone, and then it goes from originally day 2 to day 15, and then day 2 is gone, and day 3 to 16.
Correct.
All right. Now, let me ask you this. You wrote, and it's on 520, that's wrong, 532Y, it's in evidence, page 10, I believe, and page 11, if you don't mind showing that, sir.
Yes, sir.
And do you see on the left-hand side on page 10 of that exhibit, the fourth number down, it ends in 0102. Do you see that?
I do.
And then on page 11, same exhibit, in the center left, again, 0102. You see that?
I do.
And that is, again, Mr. Copeland's records, correct?
These are.
And Mr. Copeland's records show that the device associated with Mr. Copeland contacted that number 0102, correct?
Yeah, one's an outgoing call on page 10, and the other is an incoming call on page 11.
And the first one is approximately 6 minutes after the 911 call at 7:22. This is 7:28:45. Is that true?
It's at 7:28, so yeah, 6 minutes.
All right. And were you told through the district attorney's office who the 01, it says NA, which means not applicable, I assume. Is that what you write, NA?
That's correct. I don't know whose number that is.
Were you told a Naisha Williams? Does that sound familiar?
I don't know whose number that is.
All right. Were you ever given that number associated with Demise and Garlington? Did the DA's office ever tell you?
I don't recall.
All right. Now,
Oops. So Kenneth Copeland's device associated with whatever has communications also with a number that the state never pointed out to Agent Berni is associated with a device belonging to Demise and Garlington. That's what you get, Atkins, for that redirect. Now you get this recross.
just using this as an example, and what's shown is the same exhibit number, page 11. May I approach, Your Honor? Do
You may.
you mind if I approach? I used to pointer. Just tell me if this is wrong. I'm not saying today's records. I'm not using today's record. But in 2015 January, if a call was, this would be the cell tower where the big circle is, correct?
The dot is, yes, sir.
Or the dot. And then you just were kind enough to give us an estimate of the sector, right?
Correct.
In that area. And that call, the handset, the cell phone as we all call it, that could be, according to these records, it could be right here, almost the person touching that cell tower potentially, correct?
Yes, sir, could.
It could also be out a mile or more from that cell tower. Fair to say?
It could. It depends on, again, the phone's going to pick the tower with the best signal. And as it gets closer to other towers, that signal may change. So if it's closer to another dot, which is a tower, it may use that one.
Okay. But generally, all you're doing, and I shouldn't say all, you're doing great, the assistance to everybody. But you're just telling me, you want to make it clear to jurors, if it's using this cell sector and this cell tower, ladies and gentlemen, it could be anywhere within the range that goes out. That's the best or strongest
signal to that handset at that time.
Correct. And again, I'm testifying to a general area.
I just want to make that clear. Thank you. Your Honor, I have no other questions.
All right. Anybody else with Recross questions?
No, Your Honor.
No. Okay. All right. Special Agent Berni, thank you for your time. It sounds like we may see you again, but for now you are excused. Call your next witness.
Alrighty there.
All right.
I do. Brian Peak, BRYANPEEK.
Good afternoon, Officer Pete.
Good afternoon.
Where do you work?
Atlanta Police Department, General Crimes Unit,
And how long have you worked for APD?
14 years.
In 2015, what unit were you assigned to?
2015, I was the Zone 5 Investigations Team.
Now, so I want to turn your attention to around midnight, January 8th, 2015. Were you working an extra job at an apartment complex on Confederate Court?
Yes.
All right. And what was the name of that complex?
Trestle Tree.
And is that located in Fulton County?
Yes.
And what was your job as security?
We were there working extra job to address any security issues that may arise there during the hours we were there, and any security concerns, answering 911 calls that may come up.
Oh, camera wobble.
Now, you said we. Were you alone or were you with a partner?
I was with a partner.
Can you describe the complex for the jury?
The complex is a fairly older buildings. There's one way in, one way out. You come in from the time known as Confederate Avenue. You approach the gates, you go in the gates. You go in through the driveway. Once you go through several buildings, you get to the rear of the apartment complex. There's a roundabout or cul-de-sac that you have to go around to go back out following the same path you just used to get in the first place.
Yeah. And I may have already asked you, so forgive me. Were you in a marked or unmarked car?
Unmarked.
And were you in uniform?
Yes.
Now, geographically, where was your car positioned within the complex?
We were in the center of the complex near the leasing office.
Was that near the entrance area of the apartment complex?
Somewhat close to the entrance, yes.
Now, at some point in time, do you hear gunshots?
Yes.
About how many?
About 5 to 6.
How far apart in time were the shots occurred?
They were pretty rapid succession following each other.
And what area of the complex did you hear the shots come from?
They came from the gate area.
When you say gate area, can you elaborate?
Near the Confederate Avenue main entrance gate where you come into the apartments.
So after you hear the gunshots, what happens?
We see a red Infiniti speeding down the main driveway.
And where does it go from there?
It stops almost in front of us, in front of, I believe, Unit 895. Building 895, I'm sorry.
And what happens next?
2 persons exit the vehicle and run into their unit.
Did they ever come out?
They did come back out.
And who were the occupants?
The occupants were, if I can refer to the report so I can get the names. Okay. The occupants were, the front driver was Miss Erica Greer, and the front passenger was Larry Hughes.
Now, were either of them injured?
No,
Without telling me what they told you, did they tell you what happened?
they did tell me.
Now, did you canvass the area?
Yes, we did.
And what area did you canvass?
The area where the gunshots came from near the main gate in Confederate Avenue.
Now, while canvassing the area, what did you find?
We found about 6 shell casings on the ground near the gate where the shots came from.
Where were they located?
Near the front gate.
Did you observe any property damage to the red Infiniti on my 60 hours?
Yes.
And now, you currently have in your possession what's been pre-marked States Exhibit 1 Delta Hotel through 13 Delta Hotel.
Okay.
Do you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do recognize these.
And you had an opportunity to review those work on the court?
Yes.
All right. Has there been any alterations to those photos since you last viewed?
No.
Are there fair and accurate representation of the scene?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time I move to admit, state move to admit 1 Delta Hotel through 13 Delta Hotel.
As recommended.
I'm now going to publish 3 through 8 Delta Hotel. I'm going to publish 4 Delta Hotel. 5 Delta, 6, 7, and 8. Investigator Pete, are those the jail cases that you located?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And what did you do with them?
Crime scene tech collected them.
Did you take any prints?
No.
Any ballistic tests?
No.
I'm now going to publish 12 Delta Hotel. Officer P, can you tell the jury what is depicted in 12 Delta?
This is the radar affinity that was damaged by gunfire, with the defect in the lift gate.
And 13? Please tell the jury what is depicted in this.
Closer image of the same infinity lift gate with the round defect in the center.
Officer P, did you prepare a report in this case?
Yes, I did.
When did this incident occur?
It occurred around 12:30 on January 8th, 2015.
All right, and when did you prepare your report?
The report was prepared on January 10th of 2015.
Why on the 10th?
I believe that's my first day back to work where I could get to the report system to complete it.
Of course, another report coming up.
All right, does any of the defense have questions for this witness?
Yes, we do.
All right, go ahead.
Adams Cross. See if Adams uses the podium.
Officer Pete, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
All right. I've got just a couple questions for you, if you don't mind, about what you observed on that evening.
Week.
Actually, morning, because it was about a little bit after 12 midnight when this incident occurred. Is that about right?
Correct.
So we're talking January the 8th of 2015, about 12:38 in the morning. Does that sound about correct?
Correct.
And then if you need to, for purposes of time or anything else, refer to your report that you have in front of you, right?
Sure, yes.
Feel free to do so. All right. So you're with APD, but you're working an extra job at this location, right?
Yes.
And 12:38 in the morning, you hear some shots. Turns out to be about maybe 4 or 5 shots that you hear.
About 5 or 6, but yes.
5 or 6. You're a police officer. You know what gunshots sound like?
Yes.
All right. And then you see this burgundy reddish Infinity that we've seen the pictures of come speeding down the driveway or the street inside of the complex. 2 folks get out.
Yes.
Erica Greer, Larry Hughes.
Yes.
You don't know them,
No, I don't know them at the time.
but they go into a unit there in the apartment complex, and then they come back out.
Correct.
You have a conversation with them.
Correct.
All right. During the course of your investigation, you come to find out that that their car appeared to have been shot at. Right?
Correct.
In fact, you were able to look at the car and observe some damage to the vehicle itself.
Correct.
Later, as you conduct the investigation, you come to realize that there's another vehicle, I think a black Acura, that has some damage to it as well. True?
Correct.
Right. One of the things you're trying to find out at that point is what happened, who shot at him, what was going on, correct?
That's correct.
You would ultimately end up asking, well, first of all, the other officers arrive at the scene?
It was just myself, Officer McGee, and another officer just brought crime scene tape, that's all.
Okay, but you would have advised either those officers or other officers about anything to be on the lookout for, right?
Yes, I should have, yes.
And one of the things that you wanted the other officers to look out for was a white or silver Dodge Charger, correct?
Yes, that's in the report.
Right, and it's in your report because you were aware, or you became aware during the course of your investigation that a silver or white Dodge Charger was the vehicle that was firing on the burgundy Infinity, correct?
Presumably, yes.
You would later, not later, or soon thereafter, go out to the front of the complex where you would see, and either you would collect or crime scene, the crime scene arrive on scene?
Yes.
All right. They would collect the 6 shell casings that you found near the front gate.
Correct.
You know what the caliber of those shell casings were?
According to the report, 45 caliber.
Okay. So you have some 45 caliber shell casings, and it seemed logical to you during your investigation that someone was shooting a 45 at that burgundy vehicle. True?
That's true.
And you had a description of an individual, a black male, who got out of the white Dodge Charger and was shooting at the vehicle, right?
According to the report, yes.
Okay, all right. Just one person?
Yes, that's all I can remember from reading.
Okay, so what you know and what you then communicate to other officers or investigators is that there's a shooting that occurred at Trestle Tree, right? That's one. The shooting appeared to have been someone shooting at this burgundy Infinity, right?
Correct.
The person doing the shooting would have been a black male coming out of a white or silver Dodge Charger.
That's correct.
And then leaving the scene.
That's correct. They were
But leaving 45, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Leaving the scene.
Right.
And leaving some 45 caliber shell casings there at the location.
That would be correct.
All right. It is fair to say that that was well, you looked for cameras at the location to see if any of this was captured on surveillance cameras, didn't you?
I did.
There were 2 cameras located at the entrance, but they did not capture or they didn't face the location where the incident occurred. Am I correct about that?
Not sure about that. We didn't have the leasing persons with access to the cameras to confirm that.
Okay. Bottom line is you didn't see any camera footage of the incident?
No, I didn't.
You're not aware of whether or not any subsequent officers or investigators procured camera footage of the incident?
No, I'm not.
All right. No one was arrested that night?
No.
But that information certainly was turned over to either other investigators or detectives, right?
As far as I know.
All right. Officer Peak, I think that's all I've got for you. Thank you.
Okay, Judge.
Sure, any other defense attorney questions for this witness?
No, Your Honor.
No? Okay, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
Thank you.
All right. So I think that incident going back to January 8th is just talking about, or according to the state's theory, that this is just one of the brewing gang war shooting back and forth incidents in the timeline.
swear testimony you give the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. State this first and last name for the court.
Say one more time.
State this first and last name for the court.
Gotcha. Joshua Williams, JOSHUAWILLIAMS.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
Can you tell, jurors how you're currently employed, sir?
Say one more time, sir.
How are you currently employed?
I'm a police officer with the City of Atlanta Police Department.
Excuse me, Mr. Abbate, would you use the microphone, please?
Please.
Thank you.
Holy moly.
And how long have you been employed by the City of Atlanta Police Department?
11 years and 4 months.
Okay, and
Sorry, trying to move the captions
can you
off
tell
face.
the jurors, I guess, where within the City of Atlanta Police Department are you assigned, or what unit are you assigned to?
Zone 3.
Okay, and were you working that same zone, Zone 3, back in 2015?
Yes, I was. Yes, sir.
And can you briefly tell the jurors where is Zone 3 contained within the bounds of the City of Atlanta?
Generally, like most of Metropolitan Parkway, Jonesboro Road, McDaniel Street, University Avenue,
Okay,
Southwest Atlanta.
okay. And have you always worked in Zone 3 since you've been employed?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you tell the jurors back on January 8th of 2015 were you dispatched to the area surrounding or near 675 Metropolitan Parkway?
Yes, sir, I was. I was dispatched to 565 Wells Street, Southwest initially.
So this
Okay,
is the
and can you tell
TIG
jurors,
studio.
Are both of those addresses here within the City of Atlanta, Fulton County?
Yes, they are. Yes, sir.
And how close is the Wells Street address that you were initially dispatched to and the 675 Metropolitan address that you went to eventually or second?
Less than 1 mile.
Okay. And when you arrived at the Wells Street address, can you tell the jurors what you observed or what you first encountered?
Yeah, so when I arrived on scene, I spoke with the security guard at the location. She advised that she heard.
Don't tell me what the security guard told you.
Okay,
But
sorry.
after speaking with the security guard, can you tell the jurors what you did next?
So after speaking with the security guard, one of my coworkers pulled over a vehicle on Metropolitan Parkway and advised that the vehicle had been shot at, had damage to it. I went to that location and we related the calls at that point.
Okay. And I want to show you what's already been entered into evidence as States Exhibit II-7, 10, 12, 13, 14, and 15. So II-7 and II-10 through 15.
Yes, sir.
It should be pulled up on the screen in front of you here in a second.
Okay.
Now, in States Exhibit II-7, is that the vehicle that you went to? You said an officer that you worked with called over the radio?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is that the vehicle that you encountered?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell the jurors, did you speak to the driver of the vehicle once you arrived to the blue truck contained in II-7 States Exhibit?
Yes, sir, I did speak to him.
Okay. And do you remember his name?
Mr. Detorius Rivers.
Okay. And without telling me what he said, can you tell the jurors, had he actually physically been shot?
No, he had not been shot.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors in II-7 what area of the vehicle had been shot?
I know that the windows have been shot out, but I'm not sure about the other sides on the vehicle.
Okay. And when you, I guess in speaking with Mr. Rivers, can you tell the jurors where you went next as it relates to your investigation and after speaking with Mr. Rivers?
Yes, we went into 675 Metropolitan Parkway. It's like a large business park. There's a studio at the location. That's where we went next.
Okay. And it should be on the screen in front of you here in a second. I want to show you what's already been entered into evidence as II-18.
Yes, sir.
And while we're getting that up, can you describe to the jurors, you said it's a, I guess, what kind of location is 675?
It's like a large business park. There are different businesses at the location, and also some people live there as well.
Okay. And through your number of years in working in Zone 3, can you tell the jurors the businesses that you described, are there music studios contained within 675 Metropolitan?
Yes, there are.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, once you arrived to the business complex, what you kind of did first as it related to, I guess, your part of the investigation in securing the scene?
Yeah, so we went to where the studio was located, and we found shell cases on the ground belonged to a 7.62 shell casings.
Okay.
So.
And you said that belonged, or you said there were 7.62 shell
Yeah,
casings.
caliber. Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jurors,
Copeland.
based on your number of years with the City of Atlanta Police Department, what kind of gun fires a 7.62?
Assault rifles. Yeah, AK-47, stuff of that nature.
Okay.
This is so interesting because this is supposed to be the incident where Kenneth Copeland was driving by TIG Studios and was shooting on January 7th, 2015. But I'm waiting to have a name mentioned, or names, and see what names Adam here focuses on and wants to elicit testimony about.
And I want to show you what's already been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit II-46. And while we're pulling that up, can you tell the jurors, while you were on scene, did members of the City of Atlanta Police Department's kind of crime scene tech division show up?
Yes, they did. They showed up to process the scene, take photos, and collect the shell casings.
And were you present during the processing of the scene, whether it was photographing it and or collecting the 7.62 shell casings?
Yes, I was. Yes, sir.
And on the screen in front of you, State's Exhibit II-46, are those the 7 shell casings that you described and that were located at the Metropolitan
Yes, sir.
Shopping Center?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, the Business Center. And can you just describe for the jurors, I know it's not a great picture, can you kind of describe to the jurors where within the complex, and if we saw the front, in State's Exhibit II-7. Can you explain to the jurors kind of where, in relation to that, these 7 shell casings were located?
I'm trying to remember, but in relation to the picture you showed, I think it's to like the right side. So you would pass by those doors and go off to the right, and the studio's on the side of that building.
Okay. And would this be an area where cars or trucks would park while at the studio or some other business within the complex?
Yes, sir.
And when you were on scene and you located the shell casings, did you locate any other vehicles or individuals who had sustained gunshots?
So no one had been shot, but there was another vehicle at the location that had been shot, that had damage to it.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, do you remember, was it a sedan, was it a truck?
It was like a large purplish truck.
And in State's Exhibit II-24, can you tell the jurors, is this the large purple truck that you just described?
Yes.
And do you remember, based on, I know it's been a number of years, where the vehicle has sustained gunshots?
Honestly, I do not remember.
Okay. And in the next photo, State's Exhibit II-28, that should be up on the screen here in a second.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection as to where the purple truck had been shot?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And while on scene, did you ever have an opportunity to speak with or find out who owned the purple truck?
No, I did not. The owner refused to come outside.
Now, a few days later, on January 11th of 2015, can you tell the jurors, were you dispatched to the area of 215 Hendricks Avenue?
Yes, it was. It was 213 Hendricks Avenue. That was the initial location.
Okay. And that address, is that here in the city of Atlanta, Fulton County?
Yes, it is.
And can you tell the jurors, is that address in the same zone that you've been describing, Zone 3?
Yes, it is. Yes, sir.
Just to orient the jurors, can you tell them about how far is the Hendricks Avenue address or area in relation to what we were just talking about, the 675 Metropolitan Parkway area?
That's about a mile and a half away.
Okay, it's pretty close.
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, during this situation or circumstance you were dispatched, why were you dispatched to the Hendricks Avenue area?
So we received a call of shots fired at the location. Some advisor was shooting in the area. Okay. That's why we were initially called out there.
Okay. And in a second, we are going to pull up State's Exhibit. I believe it's 1DDD. Okay. So 1 Delta 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 A. And while we're pulling that up, can you explain to the jurors what kind of, I guess, area or location is this? Is this another business complex?
This is residential.
Okay. And in the screen in front of you, can you tell the jurors, I guess, which house was of interest to your investigation?
It's the house on the right.
Okay. So if you were to turn around and point on the screen, what house?
The house right here on the right side.
Okay. So the one furthest to the right?
Furthest to the right, yes.
Looking at the exhibit.
Yes, sir.
Now, can you tell the jurors when you did arrive alone or with other officers?
There was multiple officers out there and a supervisor.
And can you tell the jurors when you arrived at this location, did you begin to kind of canvass or look for individuals with guns or anything suspicious as it related to gunfire?
Yes, we did. We all canvassed the area, and initially we didn't find anything.
Okay. And when you were canvassing the area, did you also, were you able to locate any ballistics evidence in relation to the house that we see in State's Exhibit 1DDDA in the, I guess, top right-hand corner?
I don't remember if we located the shell cases before or after we found the house.
Okay. So, but to your recollection, did you locate ballistics evidence or
Yes.
shell casings
Yes, we did.
on scene?
Yes, we did.
And do you recall how many?
At least 2.
Okay. And now, while on scene, were you able to interact to or speak with any residents of the house that we've been describing in 1DDDA or anybody who lived in the area?
Yes. So one of my coworkers, Officer Pendia, he was stopped by 2 people that were inside of this home here, and they told him that the house had been shot at multiple times.
And while you were on scene, did members of the crime scene tech division within the Atlanta Police Department arrive to kind of photograph and process the scene like you described earlier?
Yes, they did.
Okay. And in this instance, at this, I guess, this residential area, this home, had anyone actually been physically shot?
No, no one.
And after the ballistics evidence was located by you and your fellow officers who responded, and then photographed and collected by City of Atlanta Crime Scene Techs, is kind of complete your part of the investigation as related to this shooting.
Yes.
You got not anything further pending redirect?
All right, are there questions for this one?
All right, so I'm curious because they were talking about January 11th there and a drive-by shooting on Hendricks Avenue, and I didn't hear a house number, but there are other incidents in February where there is an address listed as 193 Hendricks Avenue, which is belonging to Kenneth Copeland's brother. And in February, there's also a shooting there that the state believes is a retaliatory shooting relating to Kelvin Watts. So this incident, this dispatch on January 11th, are they saying that there was some retaliation right after the January 10th shooting of Donovan Thomas? It's like, Adam didn't get any details. I think they wanted the jury to tune this out. Because Adam just asked this officer really about 3 things. January 8th shooting at the studio, which is supposed to have been done by Copeland. The owner of the purple truck doesn't want to come outside and talk to anybody. The truck that got shot up. On January 11th, and we have January 10th. To be fair, he doesn't get into January 10th. So really 2 incidents with this officer. We know that January 10th is the shooting of Donovan Thomas at the barbershop. Now, January 11th, the next day, they're dispatched to Hendricks Avenue, and Kenneth Copeland's brother lives on Hendricks Avenue. But we didn't hear any of these names mentioned during any of this. Why? Why?
Okay, go ahead.
Also, good afternoon, sir.
Hello, sir.
I have got some questions for you, mostly about the first thing that you testified about, the shooting of the music studio.
Yes, sir.
All right, so we're going back now to January the 8th of 2015, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And it is about 11:14 p.m. at night when you respond to this location. First, you went to Wells Street.
Yes,
right?
565 Wells Street.
Okay, so 565 Wells Street is where you go to, and you're going there to investigate a shots fired call.
Yes, sir.
All right. You get there, and you have a conversation with the security guard.
Yes.
You are conducting an investigation about these shots that have been fired.
Yes, sir.
Not you, but another officer pulls over a car that's driving down the street not far from that location.
Yes, sir.
The car is driving with no lights on, and that is why it's pulled over, as far as you know. True?
Yes, sir. True.
You go to that location.
Yes.
You interact with that individual.
Yes, sir.
And we've seen the photos that were put up a little while ago. So this person was in a vehicle that was, I won't say the recipient of, but it received gunshots to the vehicle.
Yes, sir.
And you come to find out, because you're trying to find out where everything happened, that this vehicle that this guy was in that was shot up was actually in front of the music studio, right?
Yes, sir.
Which brings you back to the music studio.
Yes, sir.
So you go back there, and I want to ask you about everything that you observed when you got there. Now, you go to the music studio. It's at 675 Metropolitan Parkway.
Yes, sir.
It is a location that has numerous businesses, but specifically a music studio.
Yes, sir.
You worked in that area for some period of time. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir, I have.
You know about the music studio?
Well, yes, I do.
And you know various artists, local artists and so forth, go to that music studio often?
I mean, yeah, I know now. Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right. Rich Homie Quan, you familiar with who that gentleman was?
Yes, I am.
Were you
we
aware
get
at the
a
time
name?
that you were there that night that was a studio that he often recorded at?
I did not. I didn't know.
All right. What you came to find out, though, was that there were shell casings in front of that location, at the Metropolitan Parkway location.
Yes, sir.
It was obvious to you during your investigation as an officer, having seen things like this before, that someone had appeared to have been shooting at the music studio.
Yes, sir.
And apparently this gentleman in the pickup truck was either in the way or was just unlucky enough to have his car shot up while shots are being fired at this music studio.
That's possible. It's possible.
Assault rifle. There were assault rifle shell casings.
Yes, sir. 762.
All right. And you would, of course, have been looking for, to the extent that you could find out, who had been shooting at the studio.
Yes, sir.
Description of individuals, that sort of thing.
Yes, sir.
You were looking for what was described as a gray Honda sedan, isn't that right?
Yes, 2 males jumped inside of it and left the location.
2 males?
Yes.
All right. So at this point, what you know and what you're trying to relay either to other officers or trying to find yourself are 2 males who are in a gray, what was described, what you believe to be a gray Honda sedan doing the shooting at the music studio.
Yes, sir.
At any time then, or any time thereafter, did any investigators ever discuss with you anyone who had been arrested or charged with that shooting?
No, no, sir.
All right. Now, one of the things that you discovered, though, was that there was a purple vehicle, that purple truck, pickup truck, I guess it was.
Yes, sir.
That we saw. That vehicle had some bullet defects to it as well.
It did.
Right. Were you able to determine, I know you said that the owner of the vehicle wouldn't come out of the studio to speak to you, but were you able to determine that that vehicle belonged to Mr. DeQuantes Lamar?
No, no, sir. Not at that time.
You don't know who it belonged to?
No, we didn't.
Okay. Did you receive or were you able to convey any sort of description of these 2 individuals in the gray Honda, gray what was thought to be Honda vehicle?
No, it's not. Not from what I remember.
Just 2 guys?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have any further involvement with any investigation related to the shooting of that music studio?
After that, no, I did not.
Okay. Let me just ask you 1 or 2 questions about the January 11th, maybe more than 2, questions about the January 11th incident that you investigated. That was the incident on Hendricks Avenue, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Shots fired?
Yes, sir.
You go to the location?
Yes, sir.
Don't really see much of anything at the location right away?
Yes, sir, we didn't.
But later on, you come to determine through your investigation that apparently there was a shooting that had taken place at that location?
Yes, at 197.
Okay. Were you able to, was there a Kenneth Copeland anywhere around that location on that night?
Not that I remember. It's been a while.
Were you able to determine whether or not Kenneth Copeland or any family members of Kenneth Copeland lived at that location?
Not that I remember, no.
Okay, did that name even come up at that point?
I don't think so. It's been a while. I don't think so.
Okay. You did canvass the area, correct?
Yes, sir.
No one, to your knowledge, was ever arrested or charged with shooting at that house at any time thereafter?
No, sir.
Not that you're aware of?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, sir. Officer Williams, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other defense questions? All right, come on up.
And this is important to note too. So we heard Keith Adams kind of specify there, like he dug deep, like, well, that at least you described as a gray Honda. And remember, Jeffery Williams this Infiniti had already been rented on January 7th. So great point here, Black Butterfly. Great point.
Okay, thank you. May it please court, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Officer Williams.
Good afternoon. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay with this mask?
Yes, sir. I
Go
can.
under the window.
I can.
All right. As I understand, officer, you were dispatched to the shooting at 11:14 p.m. on January 8th, 2015, correct?
No, shots fired call. Yes, sir.
Yes. Shots fired call.
Yes, sir.
You went to 565 Wells, and then from 565 Wells, did you go straight to the location where the other officer had that car pulled over?
Yes, sir, from what I remember.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
so 675 Metropolitan, the location of the studio,
Yes, sir.
was the third location that you went to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know, again, we got this 11:14, I think, is the dispatch time. Do you
Yes.
know what time that you arrived at 675 Metropolitan?
I do not remember. No, sir.
From your recollection of that night, do you have a estimate of the time that passed, or the estimate of the time that you arrived at 675 Metropolitan?
I do not know. I mean, it didn't take long, but I'm not sure.
I'm sorry.
I said it did not take me long to get there, but I'm not sure.
Okay, fair
About the
enough.
actual time period. It's been a long time. So,
Fair enough.
yeah.
Was there another law enforcement officer while you were going to first Wells and then to the location where the car was pulled over? Was there another APD officer at 675 patrolling that scene, or were you the first one to arrive there as well?
I believe I was the first, but I believe I was the first one there.
Okay, so is it fair to say, and I'm not putting the blame on you, but is it fair to say that an amount of time passed between the shooting and when you actually arrived at 675 Metropolitan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ms. Hilton, could you do me a big favor and publish Indigo 18? Okay, sir, is that showing on your computer?
It is.
Okay,
It is,
great.
yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. So this is, I see the signage, the Metropolitan. Is this picture what studio do you know that operates at 675 Metropolitan?
I didn't know of the name, but we found out it was a music studio like during the investigation.
Did you know it to be associated with TIG?
I did not. No, sir.
Okay. Do you know that at this point?
I do now.
Okay. Is this picture where it says the Metropolitan, this red building or orangish building, is that the actual studio, or is the studio part of this?
No, that's not the actual studio. That's just the front of the building. The studio, I think, was on the right side of the building, like on the side.
Okay, so is it fair to say that this is kind of like an office park with several different businesses
Yes.
operating?
There are a ton of businesses. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Ms. Hilton, if you could do me another favor and publish Indigo 46. This is, officer, this is obviously, this is where you found shell casings, correct?
Yes, sir.
7 of them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, is this on the grounds of the overall business park?
From what I remember, yes.
Okay.
Looks
Is
like
this
the ramp?
that fence? Is that a fence by the shell casings?
Yes, it is.
Okay. From your recollection, are the shell casings on the side of the fence of the business? Well, does that fence separate the business park property from adjoining property?
I believe it separates it from another property.
Okay. And those shell casings, are they on the property of the business park or the adjoining property?
I actually believe the adjoining property, but like I said, it's been years. I don't remember exactly.
Understood. The actual studio itself,
Yes, sir.
the outside of the structure, did you observe any defects in the studio?
Not that I remember, just the vehicles, from what I remember.
Okay, just the vehicles. And when you say the vehicles, you're referring to the vehicle that was pulled over?
Yes.
And also that purple
And
vehicle?
yes.
Ms. Hilton, if you could do me a favor, Indigo 28. Thank you. And this is, of course, the purple vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that night, of course, you've identified the 2 defects to the windshield, rear
Yes, sir.
windshield?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you ever find the projectiles associated with those?
The shell casings or the projectiles themselves?
Projectiles.
The projectiles, not that I remember, no.
Okay. And as part of your investigation, you were, at that time, not able, am I correct that you were not able to determine the owner of this vehicle, or were you?
Not at that time, no.
Okay, were you in subsequent investigation, or did it remain unclear to you?
It remained unclear. I did not know.
Okay.
So,
What kind of investigation did they do? Like, maybe they have someone else that, like, pulled up that tidbit and did that little bit of investigation. Like, isn't that weird?
Now, you said that you, the owner of you wanted to further your investigation upon arriving at the scene and seeing this vehicle, correct?
yes, sir.
And at that time, you had not been able to speak to the owner of the vehicle, and you, other than the person that was pulled over, you weren't able to speak to anyone on the scene, correct?
Yes, sir. No one else.
Okay. So is it fair to say that you wanted to speak to the people on the scene?
Say it again?
You desired to speak to the people on the scene,
Yes.
further your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And your testimony was that the owner of the studio did not want to come out. Okay, so I want to talk about that a little bit.
Okay.
How did you attempt to make contact with the owner of the studio?
I honestly don't remember. I don't remember. But I know we did attempt, like, to see the owner would come outside. I think we may have spoken to Mr. Rivers, but that was it. Like,
Oh, would it have been through phone? Did you see anyone in the studio?
we didn't see anybody, no.
Okay.
And through phone, I don't think so.
Do you know who the owner of the studio is?
No.
Or who refused to come out?
No, I did not.
Have you testified you know of someone named Rich Homie Kwan? Do you know him to have been on scene at that time?
I didn't, no.
Okay. No, you don't know, or no, he wasn't?
No, I don't know.
Okay.
I didn't know at all.
How about Donovan Thomas, who goes by the nickname Peanut? Do you know if he was on the scene that night?
Not at all, no.
You don't know?
No, I do not know. I do not know.
But according to your investigation, there were people within the studio that were refusing to come out.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else from the defense with questions? All right, redirect.
Very briefly. Officer Williams, the shell casings that we've seen and you described, were they found in the area which was described as to where Mr. Rivers had been parked previously?
Say it one more time. I'm sorry.
Shell casings that you found, were those in the area where Mr. Rivers had been parked previously before you encountered him traveling down Metropolitan?
They were close by, yes, sir.
And Mr. Sharp asked you if you knew if Donovan Thomas or a person name was known as Rich Homie Kwan, if you knew if they were there. Do you remember that? Do you remember him asking you that?
I remember, yes.
And to your recollection and your review of your reports and the materials before testifying, did you ever speak to either a Donovan Thomas or a Rich Homie Kwan?
No, neither. Never, neither.
Nothing further.
Anything else?
Weak.
So just one quick question. The people that were there, they refused to speak to you, right?
The people that were there, from what I remember, we just didn't speak to anyone else there, but I don't know if anyone else refused to come outside.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you for your time.
Yes, ma'am.
Step down, call your next witness.
Not gonna lie, to me that seems like either bad police work, lackluster police work, or a, hey, guys, as usual, we got this. Let us be with our own business. Let us handle our own business. Meaning, if gang, who frequents the studio, is telling the police officers, we'll handle our stuff ourselves. That's kind of where I'm thinking, where my brain's going. Because that's weird. That's weird. That's like extremely lazy or incompetent investigative work. Nobody cares that their car just got shot up. The police don't think that's funny. So I don't know. I don't know, you guys. That's what I've got. That's what I've got for that one. And it doesn't help. And I think that's why Abbate, during his questioning, didn't want to name any names. He just doesn't want the jury to tune into this part. That it's the couple days before the Donovan Thomas shooting and the very next day after the Donovan Thomas shooting. But suddenly not important to be specific and drag this out. Like, just crazy. By the way, thank you so much for you guys. In the meantime, tons of new members. Graham and Ashley, thank you for becoming a member. You get a 2-for-1 special there. And All For Sure said, look, I want to be green too. So thank you also for becoming a member. Jay Scott, guys, we get a dog picture. So love this. My pug Josie and I enjoy your channel. Great job. Thank you so much for the 2 and for showing us your dog. Hey to Josie. And Peter, I think I got to this late. I'm sorry. Peter says Steele is putting doubt in the jury's mind about who shot Nutt. And what's crazy is this was for a previous cross. And we see Adams come up and cross this witness. And then Shart as well. We get the same doubt again. It's like every day there's like new doubt, a new layer of doubt from the state's own witnesses. Like, I feel like I'm like leaning too far to one side. Like, is this real? Am I too biased that I see literally everything through the lens of how does this actually help the state's case? And sure, I have my lean based on what I know, and I reserve the right to change based on new information. But it's like the new information keeps making me lean a little more in the same direction, which is weird. I feel like a lot of trials, usually when I watch a trial, there's things that make me feel like a little this way, a little that way, and I just don't have that here. And it's just weird. It is weird. It is just very weird to me. Big thank you, Datsambu says, get this fool out of the way. You might have been talking about ADA Smith standing up here in the corner. Like, go to the podium, people. Go to the podium. Thank you for the 2. Sandy, great to see you. I hope you are doing well. Sandy gifted 10 memberships. You guys, if you want to throw a Sandy in the chat or a beach picture, that would be awesome. Big thank you to Sandy. I've got to update my banner and get Sandy up in there. That's super generous. 10 gifted memberships, so if you got one, make sure you say thank you and also check out the channel emojis. They make it more fun. Chasing Endel. Oh my god, we have a dog in this picture too. A little bit. It's like the dog wanted to be in the camera frame, pushing you out of the way. Thank you for being a member. And I'm going to underscore this again. Black Butterfly, great, great reminder. You said you thought it was a gray or white Honda. And this gray/silver Infiniti had already been rented on January 7th. They don't investigate any of these vehicles. They don't really get the details right. Keith Adams was slick and effective. Black Butterfly caught it. Shout out to Black Butterfly. Chloe Alberts Revenge says, if DA Abbate, what? I'm missing the reference here. I know there's a reference and it's over my head. But if he's going to be there, he's going to need to get some different colored suits that we can make fun of. Yeah, we gotta, and see if he matches. It's the same color, sort of, very close to the suit color that Atkins is wearing. So we gotta see if they do the matchy match that Love and Hilton used to do. So I'm definitely going to keep my eyes open for that. All for sure. Thank you so much for gifting a membership. Very nice of you. Dawn and Doodle said, who is it that had use immunity, Quindarius Zachary or Sledge? Both, well, Quindarius Zachary and Woody both had use immunity. Sledge didn't have immunity. He had his plea agreement, and now he's facing possible probation revocation on Friday at 4 p.m. There's going to be a hearing. Presumably court's going to end early because it's Whitaker presiding over that hearing. And it seems like Adam Abbate is going to be making the argument to revoke Mounk Tounk's probation because he didn't testify within the special conditions of his plea agreement. So Quindarius Zachary and Kenneth Copeland both had use immunity. Sledge had a plea deal with special conditions. And then Arian Fitness for the 2, thank you so much. And then also, thank you so much all for sure throwing a sticker in the mix there. And I always hate that it doesn't show up, but it's like the gas face with the hat. So I think that kind of looks like me. It doesn't show on StreamYard, but I think the sticker looks like me. Great choice, the gasping person with the hat. Thank you so much for that. I know they get through, we have 1 or 2 more witnesses they get through, so let's see how this goes.
Call Officer A. Smith, Officer A. Holt.
Okay.
Yes. Officer Smith Holt, SMITH, HOLT.
Officer,
You can call me Holt.
were you formerly Officer Holt?
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Have you gotten married since April of 2015?
Divorced.
Okay. Apologize. And can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed?
I'm employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department as an officer.
And how long have you been employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
13 years.
And can you tell the jurors, in your 13 years, where in the police department have you been assigned to work?
I was assigned in Zone 4, then Zone 2, and now I'm in open records.
Okay. And back on April 28th, 2015, can you tell the jurors what zone were you assigned to?
Zone 4.
Okay. And can you briefly kind of confirm about Zone 3 and where it is within the City of Atlanta? Where is Zone 4 contained?
Southwest Atlanta.
Okay. Can you help kind of orient the jurors and kind of explain them, give them a landmark or a common place that helps you recognize?
If you're familiar with the Cascade area, Campbellton Road area, that's good, okay.
And can you tell the jurors how long did you work as an officer in Zone 4?
Probably about 5 years.
Okay. And during those 5 years, and back on April 28th, 2015, can you tell the jurors what hours or what shift did you work as a patrol officer in Zone 4?
Mainly morning watch. Shift would be from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m.
Okay. And can you describe to the jurors when you were on duty working 11 p.m. Into early morning 7 a.m., what was your primary job responsibilities and duties while working as a patrol officer in Zone 4?
Answering 911.
Okay. And would you answer specific calls, or did you answer all calls you were dispatched to within Zone 4 or somewhere else within the city of Atlanta?
All calls.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors back on April 28th, 2015, at around 5 a.m., were you dispatched to the address 2900 Landrum Drive?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you tell the jurors, is that here within the city of Atlanta, Fulton County?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been marked State Exhibits 1, Delta, 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 O through 4, Delta, 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 O. Take a second and just take a look at these and let me know if you recognize them.
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors how you recognize the photographs in State Exhibit 1, Delta, Delta, O through 4, Delta, Delta, O?
This was the call I was dispatched to, 2900 Landrum Drive. I was dispatched to a person shot call.
Okay. And you said that this was around 5 a.m. that morning?
Yes.
And do the photographs in 1, Delta, 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 O through 4, Delta, Delta, O, do they fairly accurately depict how the address of the apartment complex at 2100 Landrum Drive looked back on April 28th, 2015, roughly around 5 a.m.?
Yes.
This time around, the state contender was the marked State Exhibit 1, DDDO through 4, DDDO.
Those are admitted.
Now, Officer Smith, can you tell the jurors when you arrived to the apartment complex, do you remember the name of the complex?
I believe it's Crystal something. Oh, Eagles, it's okay.
1 DDD, does that help you recall what apartment complex you responded to back in Zone 4?
The sign looks familiar, but I don't remember the name exactly. Yes.
On the screen, you have it in front of you. Can you tell the jurors what the sign says in front of the complex, 2900 Landrum Drive?
Eagles Nest Apartments.
And in the photos that you looked at and that are now committed into evidence behind it in 2 DDDO through 4 DDDO, is that the apartment complex, the area within the complex that you responded to?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you responded to a person shot call?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you tell the jurors when you responded to that person shot call, what were the first things that you kind of did as related to that call?
Well, as I approached, I, of course, notified radio, and I proceeded to the apartment where the person was shot.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, that's something the person said, was it male, female?
It was a female.
Okay. And do you recall the name of the female that was shot?
I believe it's Miss Kilpatrick.
Okay. And when you arrived, did you have the opportunity to interact with the female Miss Kilpatrick who had been shot?
Yes.
And can you describe, don't tell me what she said, but what the interaction was like, what you did as it related to assisting Miss Kilpatrick with her gunshot?
I was able to ask her where she was injured and what she was doing while she was injured.
And were you able to actually see, as you interacted with her, where she was actually shot?
I believe I recall seeing where she was injured, but not the details of her injury.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors if you remember where you saw she had been injured or shot?
Right leg.
Okay. And in your interactions with her, was she conscious, alert, able to speak to you?
Yes.
Okay. And as you were there, did medical assistance or EMS arrive and begin to provide medical assistance to Ms. Kilpatrick?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And while on scene, while Ms. Kilpatrick was being treated, was she eventually loaded into an ambulance and transported to Brady Hospital?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And were you, I guess, when you tell the jurors, after your interaction with Ms. Kilpatrick, what did you do next as it related to your investigation to the person shot call that early morning?
I spoke to her mother. She gave me details on the damages to the apartment.
Okay.
And then I recall radio telling me that other apartments were affected as well.
do you recall how many other apartments were affected as it relates to the shooting that early morning?
3 other apartments.
And in your review of your report prior today, do you recall what building Ms. Kilpatrick was in when she was shot, and what you just described? You were able to see the damage to her apartment as well.
She was in building 15.
And can you tell the jurors, within this apartment complex, you got building 15, do you know how many buildings were, I guess, contained within the Eagles Nest apartment complex?
Total? I'm not sure in total. I believe it went all the way up to the 20s.
Okay, so it's a fairly large apartment complex?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall, when you go into the apartment complex, how far you have to travel in order to get to building 15 that you just described?
I don't believe I had to travel far, no.
And as you heard over the radio, other apartments in either that building or other buildings had been damaged, you said?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors where those 3 other reported apartments that have been shot were located in relation to building 15?
If I'm recalling correctly, they're all lined next to each other.
Okay.
There's 15, 16, and 19. I believe they're all lined together, if my recollection is correct.
And you have a little technical difficulties. I'm going to go old school and for the record as well for defense counsel. I'm showing 4 DDDO to the jurors. Now, Officer Smith, do all the buildings look the same pretty much?
Yes.
Okay. And if Ms. Kilpatrick, she lived in building 15.
That's correct.
You tell the jurors the other buildings that you, as part of your investigation, went to, where the other apartments had been damaged. You said 3.
Yes, so the second apartment I went into, that was also in building 15.
Okay.
The third apartment was in 16, and then the last apartment was in building 19. Excuse me. Thank you.
And in any of the apartments, in the buildings you just described, so 15, 16, and 19, was anybody else within those apartments, had they, like Ms. Kilpatrick, received an actual gunshot wound?
No.
Okay. And while you were on scene, you tell the jurors, after locating and observing and doing your investigation to the damage to those apartments, while on scene, did you locate any evidence of gunfire, ballistics evidence, like shell casings or projectiles?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors about what kind of ballistics evidence you located and where within the area we described in the building 16, 19 found?
I can recall several shell casings within those apartments. I can recall some walls, windows being shot. And that's all I really can remember. I'm sorry.
When you said within those apartments, tell the jurors the shell casing is located outside or inside?
Ooh, I'm sorry. I can't really recall it. Yeah, I'm sorry.
While you were on scene, did crime scene tech Green and other members of the crime scene tech division arrive to kind of process and photograph the scene like routinely?
Yes.
Okay. And were you present during the processing and photographing?
Yes.
And is it common for officers and investigators to work in conjunction or with the crime scene tech that shows up in the division? It's more than one tech.
Yes.
Okay. And is it common to walk the scene and things of that nature that you've already done?
Yes.
And Officer Smith, after you arrived to the apartment complex at 2900 Langwood Drive and did your investigation you described here before the jurors today, did you take part or was there any other roles within the investigation?
No.
Thank you for your time. Any further questions?
Defense
Thank
questions?
Yeah, Ms. Williams, no questions.
All right, anybody else?
And I don't know, there's a squeak. I just cut off a squeak. I don't know if this is just Adam's style. But really the other ADA, Mr. Smith, I think is his last name, did the same thing. Yesterday, Friday, Whitaker had said, like, look, stop doing all of this intro stuff when you call these officers to the stand. We don't need to hear it 1,000 times. And either they're taking that seriously and they're cutting that out, or that's just both of these district attorneys' styles. And it's moving so much faster. I'm so appreciative. And also, Don Allen, I agree. It's annoying. It just seems like they go out of their way to stand in the way of the camera. Don says, is Lawyer Love instructing these attorneys to block the camera view? It seems like a concerted effort now. And granted, Adam's seated right here, but Mr. Smith, he's got to like get up and go over there. Why doesn't he just get up and go to the podium? It's the same distance away from the back table. So like a choice was made to go stand far away and block the camera. So yeah, I think it's a bit strategic. And also there were some exhibits, it looked like, while the witnesses are discussing some events that are being shown on the court feed. And the media pool isn't getting that to relay through to our feeds that we're watching. But if you watch this computer like over here, sometimes there's photos being displayed that are helping the witness and helping the jury know what we're talking about. And maybe they're trying to block that too. I don't know. It's just a little bit annoying that we don't get that feed, but maybe that's fallout from the Gaither gate, the photo gate, Gaither photo gate issue.
None? No? Okay. All right, thank you for your time. You are excused. Call your next witness.
State will call crime scene tech Green.
Crime scene tech Green. Hopefully they skip all the background info on that. And we can skip to when the jury's seated.
Thank you. Antoinette Green, ANTONETTEGREEN.
It is a nice voice. They're catching, this mic is catching all of the breathing and lip smacking though for all the witnesses.
I currently work for the City of Atlanta Police Department Crime Scene Unit.
And can you tell us how long you've worked with the City of Atlanta?
I've been with the City of Atlanta for 13 years.
Okay. And you just said that you work within the division, the crime scene tech division. Have you worked in that division for the entire 13 years that you've employed?
Yes.
And can you briefly describe to the jurors, very briefly, when you arrive to a scene, what are, I guess, your roles and duties as you arrive and begin your part of the investigation?
Okay, when we arrive on the scene, we meet with the lead investigator or officer, and then we do a walkthrough of the crime scene, and then after that, we'll start the process of taking photographs and collecting evidence at that time.
Right. Were you employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department within the crime scene tech division back on April 28th of 2015?
Yes. Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, were you dispatched or called to a shooting scene, a person shot, called 2900 Lambton Drive in Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, I was.
And I want to show you State's Exhibits 5 DDDO through 70 DDDO. And tell me if you recognize those photos. And I know you're looking at them now, but prior to your testimony, you had an opportunity to go through all the photographs contained in State's Exhibits 5 DDDO and
Put him at the podium.
Yes.
Multiple letters.
Yes.
And all the photographs that you're looking at now, you had an opportunity prior to your testimony to review, do all of the photographs fairly and accurately depict the scene you arrived to at 2900 Lambton Drive on April 28th, 2015, roughly 5 a.m.
Yes, they do.
Your Honor, this tender, the remaining exhibits 5 DDDO through 70 DDDO.
Derek Method.
Okay, so I want you.
Okay.
Now, when you arrived at the scene, can you tell the jurors, I guess the first steps you took as it relates to this crime scene?
Like I stated before, I met with the lead officer. We did a walkthrough of the scene. She pointed out all the evidence and anything of value she wanted me to collect and photograph. And then after I do that, I go back and I start from the beginning and start taking overalls of the scenes with the evidence and everything.
And can you tell me what you mean by overalls as it relates to the photographs that you take when you arrive at the crime scene?
Okay, overall is general, like a general area of the whole scene depicted in the photograph.
Okay. And after you take overall photographs, do you take additional photos of the area, I guess, which you just photographed, like kind of closer up?
Yes, after I do an overall, I do a mid-range, which is a little closer into the scene, and then I do a close-up of any evidence or anything they want me to be a close-up of.
Okay. And when you arrive and begin photographing the scene, do you photograph the scene as you just described, the overall, the mid-range, and the close-up of potential evidence? Do you do that, I guess, as you find it, or as it gets first?
Yes, I do it with and without placards.
Okay. And you just referenced placards. Can you tell the jurors what do you mean by placards, and what is the purpose of the placards you just mentioned?
Okay, placards are the little yellow, I guess, markers with the numbers on it. That's what we consider as a placard. And what the numbers represent is like where we start first and goes up to a series of number of evidence that we have.
Okay. And I want to show you, have it on the screen here in a second, 7 DDD.
7 DDD.
What?
Yes.
Prior to your arrival, has the scene been secured by first responding officers and investigators before you get on scene?
Yes, it's already secured with evidence tape. Mhm.
Okay. Is that what we see here in State the 7 DDDO?
Yes, this is marked off with evidence, the crime scene tape, and also with the markers.
Okay. And in this instance, when you arrived on scene and took your overall mid-range and close-up of the scene as is, can you describe to the jurors, we can see some of the yellow placards in 7 DDDO. Describe to the jurors what type of evidence you found in the area of the apartment complex here in Station 7 DDO.
Right. The evidence that is on the ground and sidewalk are all shell casings.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, see if we can get a closer up photo, and I believe it's, let's do 10 DDO. How many shell casings did you locate and mark and photograph?
A total on the scene, that's what you want? It was a total of 41 shell casings.
And just for efficiency purposes and time purposes, in this photograph, in 6 of the 10 DDO, do you see all 41 placards?
Oh, no, they're not all, well, the majority of there, but they're up on the hill, they're scattered on the hill as well.
Go to the podium.
You said up on the hill. Are we talking to, I guess, you're looking at it, there we go.
Yeah.
6 of 11 DDD?
Yes, yes.
And you said each one of the shell casings was 41?
Well, 43 markers, total 41 shell casings, 2 projectiles, I believe, that was.
Okay. And were they all of the ballistic evidence you just described contained within the area which we're seeing here at 11 DDO, which is building 15, 16 through this area Nightclub?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned 2 types of things that you marked and collected. You said shell casings and projectiles. What is the difference between a shell casing and a projectile?
Okay, the shell casing is the actual casing that is ejected out from the firearm. It's a little silver shell. The projectile is actually the bullet that goes out of the shell.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, as it relates to the shell casings you just described, were all of the shell casings that you located found, I guess, outside of the apartment complex on the hill or in the area of the sidewalk?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors a projectile? What is a projectile?
It's the actual piece of metal that is fired from the shell casing.
And do you remember or recall where on the scene you located the 2 projectiles you described?
Yes, I remember. I think one was near a patio or near the apartment itself, and one was in an apartment.
Okay, so those 2 projectiles, I'll call it a bullet for layman's terms, were those fired from a gun, I guess?
Yes.
Okay, and you said those were found in one of the buildings, whether it be 15, 16, or 19, either on a patio or within a damaged apartment?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, after photographing all of the placards and the evidence that the placards represent, can you tell the jurors kind of what you do next as it relates to your processing and collection of the evidence?
Yes, after they're marked, photographed, they are collected, which they go into each individual would be like a bullet bag. They're all marked separately in their own bag. Then we take it back to the lab, depending on what the investigator wants. I believe these are sent to our crime lab for ballistics.
I just want to ask you a couple more questions about the packaging of each one of the pieces of evidence, here, the shell casings and projectile. You said you put them in a bullet bag. Does each projectile or shell casing go in its own individual little envelope or a bullet bag as you described?
Yes.
And after you collect the evidence and put it within the bullet bag or the envelope and seal it, do you label it with a specific case number?
Yes.
And is it a case number that's uniquely assigned to the scene in which you have been dispatched to and do what you just described as it relates to photographing and processing it?
Yes.
Okay. And on that bag, we described the unique case numbers on there. After you've sealed it, do you sign it, put your name?
Yes, I initialed it on the back.
And as it relates to what we've seen in the photographs here today, of the scene that you processed and photographed, do you put the placard number outside, I guess, on the envelope as it relates to what we've seen in the photographs?
Yes, that's how we determine which one to fits with. Yeah, number 1, number 2, yes.
Okay. Seems silly, right? It's a silly question. Now, can you tell the jurors, do you also put a description of where the specific projectile is found also on that envelope or bag?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And is that something you do for all evidence that you collect in any scene here at 2900 Landham Drive during the early morning hours of April 28th of 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And after you were done photographing and processing and collecting the evidence, did that complete your, I guess, role as it relates to your part of the investigation?
That is correct, yes.
Let me ask you one more series of questions. Before you, I guess, bag the evidence like you described, can you describe to the jurors, do you ever attempt to, I guess, pull fingerprints from either shell casings or projectiles like you described today?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, if you recall, I know it's been some time, did you attempt to do that as it relates to the shell casings and the 2 projectiles that you located and collected back on April 28th of 2015?
I cannot recall on that.
Would looking at a copy of your report help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
I should probably ask you, did you do a report as it relates to this case?
Yes.
And is that something you do as it relates to all scenes when you respond and do what you described today as a crime scene test?
Yes.
Your Honor, can I approach the witness with her report?
Based on my reports, no, I just did photos and ballistics on the shell casings.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, based on your 13 years of experience as a crime scene tech with APD, can you tell the jurors, is it common or is it uncommon to locate fingerprints on shell casings and projectiles?
Objection, that's foundation.
Well, let me ask you this.
Overruled.
You can answer the question.
Okay, so you're asking me, do we usually, oh, you got, okay,
Poorly worded.
okay.
So, in your number of years, I think you said 13, working as a crime scene tech with APD, have you attempted to pull fingerprints off of shell casings or projectiles?
Okay, I'm gonna answer. Yes, we process for latent prints, but usually we find no prints.
You were able to answer my bad question. Now, can you tell the jurors what are latent prints?
Fingerprints off the shell cases, basically.
Based on your number of years of experience and your training, can you tell the jurors why you aren't typically able to lift latent prints from either shell casings or projectiles that have been fired?
Objection, that's the foundation.
With regard to her, whether she
That's
has
correct, Your Honor.
expertise to say that?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you want to ask a couple more questions?
I can. Through your number of years of experience, have you received training as it relates to lifting or processing for latent prints?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors briefly a little bit about some of the training that you've received as it in regards to latent prints and lifting them from different types of objects?
Okay, so when we lift latent prints, we use a black powder. Sometimes, depending on the surface, a black powder is all we use. Sometimes, depending on the surface, we would super glue, basically put it in a chamber, let the super glue heat up, it adhere to the prints on the object, then we'll go in with a powder to see if it raised, if we have a lift, a print, and then we'll use a tape to lift the print off.
And the two methods that you described, whether it just be the powder or the super glue and the powder, and then the use of the tape, is that something that you've done throughout your 13 years as a crime scene tech here with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, throughout those 13 years, have many of the times that you attempted to lift latent prints been off of fired shell casings or projectiles?
Yeah. Ask it again.
Have you, during your 13 years, attempted to lift latent prints off of shell casings or projectiles?
Yes.
In this instance, you said you did not, but you also described to the jurors that it is very uncommon that you get latent prints off of fired shell casings or projectiles. Based on your training experience and number of times throughout the 13 years in which you've utilized the procedures you just described to lift latent prints, why is it uncommon to not lift latent prints from fired shell casings or projectiles?
Same objection.
So I think you asked about, but I'm not sure she talked about any of her training, so you can try to lay the foundation.
Your Honor, can we also use the mic? It's really hard to
Yeah,
hear.
sure. You just have to pick it up, unfortunately.
So let's go painstakingly through the numbers, I guess, the training that you've received as it relates to lifting latent prints, like we described here today, and like you just described to the jurors with the powder and the super glue. Tell me about your training.
Okay, so like I said, we go to class, we learn it from a professor, and we do different types of surfaces. Different surfaces adhere different type of prints if prints are left. I guess for shell casings, you want me to talk about the training for shell casings, or?
You can specifically talk about the training you've received as it relates to latent prints being lifted off of shell casings.
So with latent prints off of shell casings, what we do, we would put those in the super glue chamber because those objects are small. So their prints are usually, if any, which they're so small, we have to have something to help lift it. So they go into the chamber. And then after the time is off, we'll take them out and we would powder each one of them. And then we will look at them to see if prints are on there. Most of the time, they're not because the shell casings is so small.
And the training you just described, is that the same training you received as, I guess, a crime scene tech employed with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
Okay, and we're going to try it one more time. Now, can you tell the jurors why it's uncommon to lift prints off of fired shell casings or projectiles?
Because of usually when the shell case is fired, when it's fired out the gun, it's heated up. So any prints usually are they're resolved within the shooting.
Thank you. We finally got there. I don't think I have any further questions.
All right, is there any defense questioning for this witness?
Has no questions.
Nope, nope. Okay, thank you for your time. Do you have another short witness? All right, call him.
Thank you.
What efficiency? What efficiency?
What about Officer James Johnson?
Okay.
JERAMIE JOHNSON.
You can speak up for me, Mr. Johnson. Speak to Mike.
Yes, sir.
Where do you work?
Atlanta Police Department.
And what unit are you assigned to?
Atlanta SWAT.
Officer Johnson, can you speak your name into the mic?
Jeremy Johnson,
Thank you. Then you said, how long have you been working with APD?
13 years,
And what unit are you assigned to?
Atlanta SWAT,
All right. January 2015, what unit were you assigned to?
Zone 1, morning watch,
And what were the hours for Zone 1 morning watch?
10:30 to 6:30 in the morning.
You speak up just a little bit.
I got you.
All right. I want to turn your attention to around 10:57 p.m., January 26, 2015, where you dispatched to 81 Arcadia Circle.
Yes, sir.
Is that in Fulton County?
Yes, sir.
Please tell the jury why you were dispatched to that area.
Person shot call.
Now, when you arrived, what did you observe?
I observed a Charger with bullet holes in it crash into a tree.
Did you speak with anyone?
Yes.
Who did you speak with?
I spoke to Trevante Turner, Donald Humphrey, and Trayden Crawford.
Without telling me what they said, did they tell you what happened?
Yes.
Now, based on your observation, what was their physical condition like?
Mr. Turner, he was shot in the left arm and the side. And Trayden Crawford, he was shot in the ankle.
Did you canvass the area?
Yes.
And what did you find while canvassing the area?
9 shell casings.
Where were those shell casings located?
They was in the general area of Stanhope.
Do you know the caliber of those shell casings?
It was a 7.72 caliber.
Now, while also canvassing the area, did you notice any property damage to any other vehicles within the area?
Yes, it was a Kia. It was parked at 190 Stanhope Circle.
And what kind of damage was done to the Kia?
It was damaged gunfire, due to gunfire to the front driver's side window.
What about any property damage to any homes within the area?
Yes, it was also damage to 186 Stanhope Circle, the front window of the location.
Okay. I'm now going to go ahead and publish for you what's already been admitted states DDD Charlie 3.
I'm sorry, 3 DDD.
Yes, that's right. Officer Johnson, please tell the jury what's depicted in State 3 DDD Charlie.
It's the Dodge Charger with bullet holes in it back into the tree.
And where was that located?
It was at Arcadia Circle.
I'm now going to go ahead and publish states what's already been admitted, states 26 DDD Charlie. Please tell the jury what's depicted in states DDD Charlie.
Yes, it was a bullet hole right there at the top front window to the right.
And what is the address?
186 Stanhope Circle.
I'm now going to go ahead and publish what's already been admitted, states 29 DDD Charlie. Please tell the jury what's depicted in state's exhibit.
The bullet hole in the window due to gunfire.
All right. Investigator Johnson, did you know what happened with the Charger?
Yes, it was impounded.
Did you impound it?
No.
What happened with the shell casings?
The shell casing was collected by ID Tech and taken in for evidence.
I'm now going to go ahead and publish 5 DDD Charlie. And please tell the jury what's depicted in 5 DDD Charlie.
Those were the shell casings were located.
What street is that they're located on?
That was Stanhope.
Officer Johnson, the crime scenes text come out and process this scene?
Yes.
Did you make any arrests?
No.
Did you prepare a report in this case?
Yes.
Did that complete your involvement with this case?
Yes, sir.
Or some indulgence, Your Honor? Nothing further at this time?
All right, are there any defense questions for this witness?
Thank you, no question.
All right, thank you for your time. You may step down. Do you have another short witness? No? Okay. All right.
Whitaker's
How long
pushing
will
her
the
luck.
next witness be?
Probably an hour and a half.
Oh, okay. All right. We're going to break for the night. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time and your patience and your attention. And I am going to give you a couple of different reminders today. Your usual one, to not discuss this case with anyone or allow them to discuss it with you, and not to in any way observe or absorb any accounts of this trial or anybody involved in it. And I'm also going to remind y'all that for anybody who might want to vote in the upcoming election, because we are not going to be taking election day off, early voting starts tomorrow and runs all the way through November 1st. And y'all should have the information about where you can vote. It doesn't have to be your precinct. It's basically anywhere that's open in Fulton County, and the hours, including weekend hours and before and after work times. So anybody that wants to get that done, go ahead and get that done. See y'all tomorrow at 9.
All right, okay.
She's so happy today. She's like, so many witnesses. Shout out to FFS. FFS is going to go buy one of those 7.72 caliber.
I want to commend the state for the efficiency with which the evidence was presented today. Keep it up.
Ooh.
All right, you're welcome. Any matters we need to put on the record before we break for the evening?
We'll try to come to more agreements.
That would also make things easier. All right, I'll see everybody. I mean, I would say 9, but every time I say 9, there's a bunch of stuff we need to deal with. So shall I give it one more try? See y'all. Okay, see y'all at 9 in the morning.
Okay, wait, I thought the compliment to the state, not including love, was hilarious enough. But not only that, she's doing a 9 even start time. No 8:45. Look at her. Hold on, we gotta change the thumbnail. We need to change the I might not change it. One of these days, maybe I'll change the thumbnail to this face. She is thrilled.
Okay. Thanks.
Oh my gosh. Oh, hilarious. And that's it. Nobody's asking to take up something right now. That's the actual end of it, guys. So we did it. And it's crazy because if this had been a day with love in court, even if she was only arguing one thing or questioning one witness, I feel like we would have caught up to real time. At the beginning of all these Monday streams, I'm always like, hee hee hoo ha, we're going to catch up. We always do. We skip the breaks and we get there. Today, which was unusual, we were on 1.25 at least through the whole stream. And then at some parts, 1.5. We don't always do that on Monday catch-up days. And somehow we still didn't catch up. It's all because love isn't there. They didn't take all these extra breaks because love had to get something together or frustrated a witness so much they needed to take a cool down break. Like, that's a little crazy. It's a little crazy. But yeah, so there we go. Day 143. And we have, as much as I think it's funny to get the calibers messed up, and I think precision is good when you're testifying, I'd rather have maybe a misspeak on something like that than, I don't know, sometimes when love is there, she gets names wrong. She mixes up the names, and I think that's not good. I think that is not good. And also shout out to Chloe. Chloe says, love is yelling at her phone like, you didn't ask her what her driver's license number is? How will you impeach her now? You're doing it wrong. You got to ask all the questions. And I wanted to pull up the infamous excluded PowerPoint to talk about this last witness we just had on the stand that talked about Stanhope. Let's go through this real quick for some extra context here. So this is from the PowerPoint that's really been excluded, wherein towards the end of January 2015, there are 2 shootings at Hill Street, right? So Hill Street is the home of Lucci's mom, Rayshawn Bennett's mom. So there's 2 shootings here. The first on January 22nd, 2015. And in this instance, I think it's important to note that there was a suspect vehicle. According to witnesses, there was a second vehicle that was shooting back at the suspects. And then we have these 3 faces here. Most importantly to me, Kelvin Watts, Shell Kel. It's January 22nd. So they end up getting stopped and they have weapons in the car. Only 2 of the suspects were charged. Watts pled to the guns in state court. Hardiman was charged federally and then changed his plea. And then the gunshot residue comes back to Baines and Kelvin Watts. So there was some gunshot residue testing that was a match for Kelvin Watts on January 22nd, 2015 at 1006 Hill Street. Now, if we fast forward, they have this slide here that talks about Woody feeling like it's safe for him to go back out because he thought Kelvin Watts was in jail because of this pickup on the 22nd. So they have this slide in here for the context. If we go forward, they go to 4 days later after the 22nd, they go to January 26th back at Hill Street. And this is where there's another shooting, and this time Lucci's mother and her boyfriend are actually shot. Then what we just heard this witness talk about was on January 27th. Now this is over Stanhope Circle. We heard this witness talk about Trayvonte Turner. Trayvonte Turner gets shot. That's threat. So if we follow this context that we're not really getting from the way they're putting these witnesses together, we're talking about threat getting shot the day after and also 5-ish days after the first and second shooting at Hill Street, where Lucci's mom lives, and where Shell Kell had gunshot residue on his hands. There was a match. And because they rope Watts up in February, and I don't really know the context of this quote, but this quote ends up jumping to February. But whenever Shell Kell is locked up, Woody suddenly feels safe. So think about who's doing these back and forths. Who's really having an issue with one another? It seems to be familiar faces, the same names. And by the way, if you guys want to take a look at this PowerPoint on your own time, it's attached as an exhibit in Motion in Limine number 49, and a previous one, the one I'm linking to, happens to be Motion in Limine number 49. So when you open it, it's going to look like a motion. Just scroll to the bottom and you'll get to the PowerPoint. So this is PowerPoint. Dropping that link in the chat there if you guys want to go through this on your own. But just think about all that. I think that's crazy. And it's hard to follow because these witnesses and the questions, they're not really naming the names. They're not really pointing out the context. They're just saying, we went there were shell casings. So, I don't know, you guys. But that's all I've got. You know, this is the time of day where if you've got someone streaming that you want to recommend, this is the time to do it. This stream is set to redirect to Sarah Boone trial coverage. Today was really day one, jury selection. It was postponed last week because of the storm. That case is in Orlando. So we will be redirecting this stream over to Excited Utterance. Hella and Dolly Talk are co-hosting. Nick Starro is back awake and streaming a recap of the cross-examination of the cell tower guy. So if you want to hear some YSL rants and bants, dropping links to Nick in the chat. And also at 8 p.m., so just under an hour and a half away. Club Classy, Classy Beach show will be starting. Hope you guys can join us and hang out if it fits your time zone. I know that's late for a lot of time zones, but it's always a good time over there. So that's in the chat as well. And even though I'm going to redirect over to Excited Utterance, let me drop that link as well because, you know, sometimes it just does what it does. So this is Excited Utterance. And then if you've got anyone to suggest, drop it in the chat, shout them out. We will be starting at normal time, 9 a.m. tomorrow, not 8:45, which is crazy and hilarious to me. Like, the icing on the cake is, you guys were so productive today, we don't need to be here early tomorrow. I have faith. Thank you, State. Whitaker was just beaming. Hilarious way to end. Oh, is Andrea Burkhart doing a recap? Okay, so this is the Delphi case. Let me pull up her link. I didn't see that one, but I'm sure a lot of people are interested in that. Andrea Burkhart. Thank you so much for that, because I didn't see it. So Andrea Burkhart at 7 p.m. Eastern, so just under 30 minutes from now. And remember, she went down in person, so she's going to be, that trial, they don't have cameras in the courtroom, so people like Andrea Burkhart, and I saw you guys say that Defense Diaries, I don't know if all of them went, but one of the panelists from Defense Diaries seems to also be in Delphi. So shout out to both of them. Andrea and Defense Diaries have also collabed, so maybe they'll both be on each other's shows to talk about it. But if you guys are interested in following that trial, you've got to find the boots on the ground. And from what I heard, jury selection went extremely fast. And we don't have an insight into how that actually played out unless we look at people like Defense Diaries and Andrea Burkhart. So Defense Diaries. And Defense Diaries also talks about a bunch of cases too. So if you just like law nerd trial watch stuff, Defense Diaries, their podcast style, they have great microphones. So if you're into that, you'll definitely like them. There we go. And I think we got, yeah, super vouch for Andrea Burkhart every time. I love Andrea. I'm an Andrea fan. But I think we got all the shout outs there. Am I missing anyone? I'll throw up a stream for tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. That's crazy to say. And see you guys then. We're going to close out with some ABCs of Steel. This will automatically redirect to Excited Utterance on Sarah Boone. Use those links if you want to navigate quickly somewhere else. And if you want to shout out a stream, an upcoming stream while the song plays out, feel free to do so. And see you guys all in the morning. Thanks for a great stream.
A as in Alicia, and B, Your Honor, as in Barry. C as in Colette.
G as in Goldfeather, K as in Kittens, M as in Magic, P as in Perfect, C as in Colette, U as in Unbelievable, V as in Victory, W as in Wonderful.
O for objection, S for sustain, B for buffering, E for Pepto-Bane. S for slime, my friend, and you, as in what you mean. I as in I don't recall, M as in may I sleep. All the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. G for gavel slams down T, T for telling me anything, R for rights we stand, I for infinity. Life's a courtroom dance, keep your stances strong. With ABCs of steel, you can never go wrong. Oh, the ABCs of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. Of steel makes me feel so real. Yeah, they keep on spinning round, never gonna let me down. Oh, the ABCs of steel.